Chapter 61. Speaking of which, how did Erica bring me up? Mira considerately changed the subject, noticing that Uriel seemed a little down. However, she never imagined that this topic would be even more dangerous than the harm the church was doing to Uriel. Uriel suddenly raised her head, her eyes fixed on Mira. Ah, Andy told me about a very clever little girl she met back then. So clever that, when she was still an ordinary person, she remembered the sleeping spell she had only used once, and even successfully cast it on her. Uriel seemed to picture Erica mentioning Mira again, a smile on her face. She said Mira was the first little girl she had ever met who had become a witch on her own. She said Mira's talent was so great that even a natural-born witch like her would be jealous. She wished Mira would leave with her. She wanted to witness the birth of the most powerful witch. Erica had never used that proud tone with Uriel before. It was as if, as a witch born into the world, Uriel's every move was natural, and her brilliance paled in comparison to Mira's. It was like a star meeting a brighter one. Thinking of this, Uriel's gaze on Mira suddenly deepened, as if she wanted to see through her completely. But Mira seemed to take Uriel's scrutiny lightly. She nodded calmly. It's okay. When we find Erica, she see for herself how much more powerful I am now. Wait, you're coming with me to find my aunt? Uriel was caught off guard by Mira's decision. She had originally planned to part ways with Mira once they found a safe place, then set off again on their own. She still hadn't given up on finding Erica. And then Mira said she wanted to go with her too? Yes. Mira smiled and stood up. Actually, I was planning to return to the dark forest with Silas after rescuing you. But didn't you say Erica wanted to see me as a grown-up? Since she was, after all, my teacher, I had to fulfill her wish. Was it too late for her to take back what she just said? Uriel had no desire to be Mira's companion. Rather, Uriel felt a certain, inexplicable jealousy of Mira, who had a place in Erica's heart. Seeing Uriel's deflated expression, Mira's smile widened with a cheerful air. Have you rested? If you have, let's continue on our journey. Let's find a place to stay and heal your wounds first. With that, Mira took the lead and left. Silas glanced at Uriel, who lagged behind, keeping a respectable distance from Mira. He leaned in and whispered, "You were just teasing her, weren't you?" Silas occasionally had moments of insight, like sensing that Mira's real reason for joining Uriel in their search for Erica wasn't as easy as she just said. Of course. Mira parted another clump of grass and, again, deliberately lowered her voice, replied softly. Like I said, Erica is my teacher. I have to confirm her current situation. Based on what Uriel had said, Mira also felt that Erica's disappearance was unusual. Even if she had chosen to leave, it must have happened so suddenly that she hadn't even forgotten to leave a message for Uriel. Then the question arose, what could have caused Erica to panic to this degree? Mira's eyes darkened for a moment. Uriel's experience had also given her a faint whiff of something amiss. The church's attitude towards witches seemed to have changed. In the past, they had been eager to expel witches from towns belonging to ordinary people, even to exterminate them completely. If any unlucky witch was caught, she would be immediately sent to the gallows and burned alive in public. However, at least a month had passed since Uriel's capture, and despite the torture she endured, she still managed to survive. It seemed the church no longer wanted to kill witches. So what were they planning to do? Or perhaps it wasn't the church's change of heart regarding witches, but rather individuals with different ideas. In short, the mysteries were tangled together like a tangled ball of yarn, leaving Mira temporarily baffled. But she knew it was impossible for Uriel to find Erica while remaining safe and sound on her own. She was lucky she didn't have to get herself involved. There was no way around it. Unlike Mira, who had once lived among ordinary people in town, Uriel had been hiding in a mountain cabin with Erica for as long as she could remember, and had barely interacted with anyone else. When it comes to being naive and innocent in her interactions with others, Uriel is even more so than Gwynner. Mira and her group wandered all night, stopping and starting, finally arriving at dawn in a little-known town called Greystone. Wait here. I go buy you a complete set of clothes, and then we go into the town together, Mira said, gazing at Greystone, which lay not far away. Okay. Uriel nodded in agreement. She knew she couldn't just walk into Greystone in these tattered clothes. Otherwise, it would be a clear announcement to everyone that her origins were questionable. She was also worried that others might become suspicious and report their whereabouts to the tax collector, leading to their arrest. So, Mira left Silas behind and entered Greystone alone. Greystone Town didn't have any special products, so even though it was adjacent to Golden Oak, it wasn't particularly noticeable. At most, passing merchants used it as a temporary stopover, stopping for the night on their way to Golden Oak. Consequently, There were numerous inns and taverns, large and small, with a constant stream of people coming and going, making it a convenient hiding place for Mira and Uriel. Mira didn't plan to wander around the town much longer. With a clear goal in mind, she headed straight for the clothing store. She quickly bought a simple but tightly fitting skirt and left town, leaving it for Uriel to change into. She looked with satisfaction at how the skirt completely concealed Uriel's wounds. Okay, let's go. Now they could enter Greystone Town together. Mira once again chose a small tavern tucked away in a corner. Because it was daytime, the tavern was sparsely populated. The vegetable porridge and pumpkin soup Mira had ordered were quickly delivered to her and Uriel's rooms, respectively. The vegetable porridge was for Uriel. Her stomach had been starving for so long. Even if she was ravenous, she wasn't ready for meat right away. The pumpkin soup was for herself. After all her travels, she wanted something less dry. Silas ate nothing. Rather than his appetite, he was more concerned with satisfying his urge to sleep. You know, his eyelids were already drooping. If it weren't for his immense willpower, Silas wouldn't have been able to hold on. So, upon seeing the bed, Silas collapsed onto the pillows and fell asleep instantly. Mira was also sleepy, but she remembered not to lie down immediately after eating. She forced herself to stand for a moment before collapsing onto the bed, huddling with Silas and falling asleep face to face. They slept through the night. When Mira opened her eyes and saw the room was pitch black, she realized she had to get up and light the kerosene lamp on the wall. Silas was still asleep, his stomach rumbling with each breath, clearly exhausted. It wasn't until Mira brought dinner that the aroma of food lured Silas drowsily open his eyes. Even though he wasn't fully awake yet, he instinctively flapped his wings and flew towards Mira. Hey Silas, wake up. Silas nearly hit the plate, and Mira had to intervene with a hand to stop him. Silas had given himself a fright, and now he was fully awake. Look what a fool I almost did. Well, come on over here and fill your stomach. Mira didn't mean to blame Silas. She placed the tray on the table and sat down, considerately pouring the food into the small bowls that had been provided. Silas leaned over to see that dinner was stewed meat and roasted cabbage. He happily grabbed his knife and fork and began to dig in. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Mira pushed her chair aside and stood up. She walked to the door and opened it. Sure enough, it was Uriel standing outside. She had clearly had a good night's sleep, and her eyes had regained some of their sparkle. What's wrong? Mira asked. Uriel gestured to come in, and after carefully closing the door, she said, Of course there's something. Shouldn't we discuss where to go next? Mira pondered for a moment, glancing sideways at the closed window. Don't the stars tell us where to find Erica? The implication was that there was nothing to discuss. Just follow the stars' guidance. Unexpectedly, this suggestion played right into Uriel's hands. With a hint of competition in mind, she deliberately said, The stars tell me that if we want to find any trace of my aunt, we need to leave Radcliffe County and head east. Is that so? Then let's head east tomorrow, Mira said with finality. Wait, why did you agree so directly? Don't you want to take a look at the starry sky yourself? Uriel was stunned. Why would I doubt your astrology? Mira was about to ask curiously, You were taught by Erica, so you can't even learn astrology, right? What do you mean you can't even learn astrology? You know, even witches mostly only know how to use a crystal ball for divination. Once they lose their crystal ball, they're like a cook without a pot. Uriel said, her voice etched with indignation. Mira had said that on purpose, right? Just to show off her immense talent. Unfortunately, Mira threw her hands up innocently. Oh, I'm actually hearing this for the first time. After all, I only know one witch, Erica. No, now you're included. So, Mira truly didn't know that astrology was incredibly difficult for most witches to learn. Astrology is clearly the most traditional form of divination, a skill only witches can learn. If even witches themselves can't learn it, how can astrology survive? I'm going back to my room, Uriel said stiffly. She felt that as she continued talking to Mira, she'd become even more jealous of her talent. You know, when 12-year-old Uriel successfully predicted the weather for the next month using astrology for the first time, she was so excited she couldn't sleep. Erica even laughed at her for a while because of it. Thinking of Erica, Uriel's expression changed. Where on earth was her Aunt Erica right now? Chapter 62. Having decided on their destination, Mayla and her group quietly left Greystone Town the next morning. Mira and Uriel, however, had a slight disagreement over the specific route. Uriel believed they should head straight east, as this was the quickest and shortest way to reach Erica's location. Mira disagreed. Our most important priority right now is to leave Radcliffe County, as quickly as possible to prevent the church from pursuing us. If Uriel followed their plan, it would take them at least 7 days to leave Radcliffe County. If the church caught up with them during this time, their situation would become precarious. But if Maylaw followed their plan, they could easily reach Gardner County, adjacent to Radcliffe County, in just 3 days. Even if the church pursued them, they couldn't enter another lord's territory without the king's permission. So, just to be on the safe side, Maylaw felt they had to take a longer detour. I don't think that's necessary, Uriel persisted. As long as we stay hidden, they never know where we're going, let alone catch up. Especially since they were already far away from Golden Oak City. Even if the church wanted to, they probably wouldn't be able to track them down. Then how did they capture you? Faced with Uriel's stubbornness, Mira's tone became less polite. Do you think all those knights surrounding you are members of the church? While the church maintains a certain number of knights, its combined knights number no more than 200 or 300, scattered across the kingdom by various bishops. Logically, it's impossible for such a small group to trap Uriel in the mountains for an entire winter. Unless someone else is involved. For example, the local lord, Count Sayre. With Count Sayre's help, the church wouldn't even need to go to the trouble of searching for them. They could simply deploy troops to guard the border of Radcliffe County and wait for them. That's why Mara believes they should leave now, before Radcliffe County is sealed off. Okay, so what do you think our next move should be? After listening to Mara's analysis, Uriel was convinced. It's simple. Mira picked up a branch and drew a simple map on the ground. She circled a small dot and told Uriel, "We're here now. Next, we need to cross this valley and pass through 3 small towns in a row to reach the town of Glow, at the very edge of Gardner territory." As she explained to Uriel, Mira drew a winding route on the ground, clearly having a plan for their journey in mind. Watching Mira's clear and coherent explanation, Uriel couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Why are you so familiar with these places? It was as if she had walked through them herself. Of course, that was thanks to Lex. After all, no one knows a future king's kingdom better than he does. Mira raised an eyebrow and deliberately changed the subject to distract Uriel. Given Lex's status, Uriel would undoubtedly be furious upon hearing this. If it weren't for the royal family's persecution, how could witches have fallen to such a state of despair? Mira understood Uriel's hatred for all those with the surname Nurunger, but she didn't want to create further complications at such a critical juncture when they needed to accompany her. Speaking of which, Lex had been away for so long, and she didn't know how he was doing, or whether he had returned to the palace. "Your Highness." Chelger walked down the long corridor and stood beside Lex. The sound of his boots tapping the ground echoed hollowly. Unlike the more extravagant and magnificent style of the royal palace, the poverty of the north meant that even the lord's manors adopted a more rugged and unrestrained style. For example, massive buildings were erected directly on the bare ground, supported by massive stone pillars. They looked like giant beasts, intimidating from afar. Even the gardens planted not delicate roses, but crimson snowbells that could bloom in the dead of winter. Although it wasn't yet the season for the crimson snowbells to bloom, only a few slender roots clung to the weathered stone walls. Lex had already changed out of the simple clothes he wore in the dark forest. His elaborate collar accentuated his slender neck, like a swan's. The gleaming golden buttons gleamed in the sunlight, and a glance from him carried a formidable aura. This noble, inviolable Lex was the Lex Church knew, the same crown prince to whom the various lords, who had received the secret letter and rushed to the Yala territory, were willing to submit. "Your plan is going well. These lords seem eager to assist you and serve you in your return to the palace," Church said. After leaving the dark forest, Lex and Church quietly set off north, arriving at the Yala territory and meeting with Jenink. As Lex had expected, Jenink successfully joined Viscount Yallant and became his personal attendant. However, when confronted by Lex, he honestly admitted that Viscount Yallant might not be someone he could trust. Lex nodded, unsurprised by Jenink's statement, having clearly anticipated it. So, 2 weeks later, the new Viscount Yallant hastily ascended to the throne and welcomed Lex and Church into the manor as distinguished guests. At the same time, Lex secretly sent letters to the other lords of the north, inviting them to a quiet meeting at Yallant Manor. Church had initially worried that not many lords would accept the invitation, but the carriages that had been arriving outside the manor over the past 2 days had given him a small surprise as he stood at the second-floor window. 13 lords, surprisingly, all had come. Seeing this, Lex curled his lips nonchalantly. Just like now. Of course they're willing to serve me. After all, they've been stuck in this desolate and barren north for too long. If they don't fight, how can they carve a dent in the other lords' clutches? Lex said indifferently. These northern lords didn't care about the fertile land, but they could certainly consider the wealth accumulated by other lords over generations. Especially compared to Severy, who's only 6 years old now, I'm clearly a more worthy choice. Over the past few days, Lex had learned a great deal about his younger brother from Viscount Yarrant. A child who couldn't even endure the hardship of swordsmanship, and could only flirt with his mother posed a negligible threat to Lex. His only advantage in competing with Lex was his mother, the Queen, who had orchestrated the plan for years, and was deeply favored by Nurungur 9. Furthermore, Ilya had been making numerous personnel changes over the years, replacing most of the ministers, who had once been somewhat close to Lex, and promoting many of her closest associates. These included her 2 cousins, Antonio and Kelder. One was now the Chancellor, and the other had replaced him as Knight Commander after Church's departure. Thus, even if Lex returned to the palace, he would be constrained by their influence and handicap. This was why Lex chose to go to the Yarrant territory first. He needed a group of forces to support him. We have to thank Ilya for his foolish plan, which gave the lords a legitimate opportunity to recruit a large number of slaves. Otherwise, even if Lex had the support of the northern lords, it wouldn't have been enough to shake the power Ilya had built up over the years. These were tens of thousands of soldiers, ready for battle, ready to be trained. When the numbers increased, the difference in weapons, equipment, and even the rapport honed through years of training might not be so great. So should we stay in Yarrante? Church asked. Lex replied, no, we're going to find Fernandez. Fernandez's forced territory, while lacking the vast expanses of fertile, flat land of the south, did have abundant sea salt fields. That white salt flowed to various locations via a constant stream of horse-drawn carriages, bringing back mountains of gold coins that rivaled the sun for brilliance. If Lex wanted to secure the armies offered by the northern lords, he needed not only the promise of ascending the throne, but also tangible incentives. Maintaining an army was expensive. Furthermore, Lex added, I need Fernandez's wisdom and reputation. Fernandez had been renowned in the kingdom for his exceptional wisdom, otherwise, he wouldn't have been favored by Nurungur 9 and become the youngest chancellor in his 20s. Fernandez had served as chancellor for so many years, so his reputation was naturally not to be underestimated. Even if he had returned to the territory a few years ago and resumed his role as Marquis of Forst. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Fernandez in ages, Church said with a smile. Speaking of this old friend, he naturally felt more relaxed. Even their friendship hadn't stopped Church from leaving Fernandez's mansion in the royal city without saying goodbye after learning of Lex's narrow escape, even deliberately avoiding his men. Facing Lex's teasing, Church sighed, it can't be helped. After all, we can't trust Fernangi as much as we trust each other, Your Highness. Hearing this, Lex fell silent. Church was right. His loyalty to Lex stemmed from his gratitude to Lex's mother, Lililus, for promoting him. It could be said that if Lililus hadn't affirmed Church's abilities and given him a fair chance, Church, no matter how skilled he was, would never have ascended to the position of Knight Commander. But Fernangi was the chancellor chosen by Nurungur 9. Strictly speaking, his loyalty was to Nurungur 9. If Lililus hadn't already arranged for him to be Lex's mentor, the relationship between Crown Prince and Chancellor wouldn't have been enough to warrant Fernangi's repeated defense of Lex in front of Nurungur 9 and Elia. Thus, a barrier always existed between him and Lex. But it didn't matter. Lex didn't care. While he couldn't get any closer to Fernangi, the enemy foolishly pushed Fernangi even further. We leave Yarrante early tomorrow morning, Lex instructed Church. Okay. Church didn't object, and at the same time, he was mentally planning how to quickly reach the kingdom's east, to Furhorst, where Fernangi was. Chapter 63. What's going on in Radcliffe County next door lately? They sent so many troops to guard the border. Looks like they're looking for a woman. Woman? What woman? Listening to the men at the next table gradually turning their questions to more ambiguous ones, Mela raised her eyebrows meaningfully at Uriel, who sat across from her, with an expression that said, Look, I told you so. Uriel couldn't help but admire Mela's foresight. Almost as soon as they arrived in Glow Town, they noticed a large number of soldiers at the border of Radcliffe County. They rigorously inspected passing merchants, even the goods on their carriages, as if they were afraid they might slip in like a fly. Let's go, Mela said softly, motioning to Uriel. They had originally gone downstairs for breakfast when they happened to overhear guests discussing recent events, which happened to concern them. They feigned inactivity and listened a bit longer. Seeing the conversation veer off into the romantic affairs of men and women, Mira suddenly felt no need to listen any further. Uriel followed Mira, and they returned to their respective rooms on the 3rd floor. In Mira's room, Silas was still fast asleep in bed. No longer needing to carefully conceal their whereabouts, they could finally stay in a better-equipped hostel. Silas lay back on the pillows and quilt stuffed with cotton, feeling a surge of contentment and happiness. He wished he could sleep for 3 more days and nights to wash away the fatigue from the intense travel. It was impossible for Silas to actually sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, but thanks to Mira's decision, they could stay in Glow Town for an extra day to recuperate. Come to think of it, the name Glow Town sounds like it was given by 2 different people, along with Black Sheep Town and Greystone Town, which we've been to before. That night, Silas, finally rested, stood on the table, shoveling bread into his mouth while chatting with Mira. Mira recalled Silas's words. Lex seemed to have said that because Gardner County highly respected the church, a certain lord, after seeking the king's permission, specifically changed all the place names. The changes were made to better align with the church's aesthetics. It sounds like a bad place where we'd be hated by everyone if our identities were revealed. Silas chewed and swallowed the last bit of bread in his mouth. Yes, so we better not stay here too long. Even before leaving Gardner County, Silas couldn't stand on Mira's shoulder any longer and let Mira take him away. People here are extremely sensitive to unusual things, as if everyone lives within an invisible code of conduct. Malon noticed that this inexplicable sense of oppression was particularly severe for young women, as if they were constantly being watched, their behavior strictly forbidden. For example, casually chatting and laughing with others on the street. Malon stood by the window, looking down, and saw that every young woman walking down the street maintained a chaste expression on her face, as if they were cast from the same mold. Even though Mayla and Uriel tried to blend in, their unique aura still attracted considerable attention. If your accents weren't indistinguishable from those of us in Gardner County, I suspect you sneaked in from somewhere else. After all, we can't produce girls with a free-spirited temperament like the wind in Gardner County. The next morning, before Mayla went downstairs for breakfast, the maid who came to change her bed linen casually made a quip. She looked to be around 30, which might be why she didn't look as gloomy as a stone statue. In Gardner County, once a woman turns 30, people seem to lose interest in her every move. She emerges from her cautious demeanor and can interact freely with others. She can even engage in a harmless joke with a stranger, like this. Mira smiled and lied calmly. That's probably why my husband fell for me. He's a businessman who's always away from home. He's the kind of man who's as elusive as the wind. Oh, you have a husband? The maid looked Mira up and down in surprise, a hint of envy in her eyes. But your skin looks so young, almost like a 16-year-old girl. These days, who's still married after 20? Unless her parents are completely incompetent and don't care about her marriage at all. Mira sighed deliberately. That's right. What good girl would waste her youth at home? In our town, 17-year-olds who haven't married yet are considered old maids, a real headache. Luckily, they still remember to go to church every day and pray to the gods to find them a suitable husband as soon as possible. The maid rambled on, saying things that Mayla didn't like at all. However, Mayla smiled and occasionally chimed in, much to the delight of the maid. So, when Mayla and Uriel went downstairs to order, the stern owner, uncharacteristically considerate, told them they had 2 pieces of smoked fish left today for only 20 coppers. When Uriel saw the baby-sized pieces of smoked fish on the plate, she couldn't help but lower her voice, curious, and asked Mayla if she knew why the owner had suddenly changed his attitude towards them. Mira leaned over and whispered to Uriel the entire conversation she had just had with the maid. After the maid told everyone about me, they'd probably finally stop doubting our origins. Finally, Mira revealed the truth. In a town so stoic and reserved, even if Mira and Uriel took pains to conceal their differences, they inevitably revealed something different, arousing suspicion. Perhaps even from their first night at the inn, someone was already watching them with malicious intent, ready to report them to the tax collector. Realizing this, Mira deliberately played along with the maid's pretentious probing. Although she looked young, she already had a husband. Although she seemed to have a unique aura that was influenced by her husband. All it took was a fictitious husband to easily erect the most impenetrable shield for Mira. Uriel couldn't help but let out a look of disdain, wondering if the people in town were crazy. Oh my God, how could they possibly think that? Don't forget, the entire Gardner County holds the church in high esteem. That means it's not just in Glow Town, it's everywhere else too. Mira took a casual sip of her milk. She really preferred the taste of herbal tea. Uriel didn't really know much about the church. She only knew that it was the church and the royal family that had colluded to force witches into their current hiding situation. Now, after this experience, her hatred for the church was even deeper. She couldn't understand why anyone would still be so eager to believe in a deity like this. Uriel was accustomed to getting to the bottom of things. The more confused she became, the more absorbed she became in her thoughts, desperate to come up with a convincing explanation. So when someone suddenly lunged at her, she didn't react at all. She froze in her tracks, staring at the gray-haired old woman in front of her with a puzzled expression. "What's your name?" the old woman asked plaintively. She stared into Uriel's eyes, intensely focused, not daring to blink, as if the moment she closed her eyes, Uriel would suddenly vanish. "My name is Yu." Even though she didn't know why the old woman asked her name, Uriel subconsciously tried to answer it. I'm sure anyone would feel pity for the old woman's sorrowful expression. "Yuni, do you know this old lady?" Mira suddenly spoke, interrupting Uriel. She even took a step forward, separating the bewildered Uriel from the inexplicably present old woman. "No, I don't know her." Uriel watched Mira's actions, feeling a pang of guilt. It felt as if she had nearly gotten him into trouble again. "Is that so?" Mira deliberately drew out her tone, looking at the old woman with confusion. "Madam, what's the matter with you? Why did you suddenly come to Uni?" I. Faced with Mira's question, the old woman eagerly looked past her, looking at Uriel behind her. "Your name is Uni, right? What's your father's name? Is it Laud?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing the old woman mention the word father, Uriel's expression immediately changed. She angrily said, "I don't have a father," and left. The carriage they had hired was waiting for them not far away. Uriel slid neatly into the carriage, leaning against the thick wall to shield herself from the old woman's inquiring gaze. Seeing this, the old woman tried to move forward, approaching the carriage to speak with Uriel, but was stopped by Mira. "Madam, Uni says she doesn't know you. Perhaps you've mistaken her for someone else." "Impossible. Her eyes are exactly like Laud's." The old woman flatly denied this. "Oh, really? But I don't think her eyes are anything special. They're just a common blue." Mira helplessly spread her hands. "Well, we're leaving now. I hope you won't follow us." Mira's attitude was polite, and she continued to smile as she spoke, but it truly dissuaded the old woman from pursuing them. She could only gaze longingly at the receding carriage and the dust rising in the air. "Hey, don't blame Grandma Sano. She lost her only son many years ago. Since then, she's stopped every blue-eyed stranger in town, but she bears absolutely no ill will toward you." After setting off, the coachman explained to Mayla, and the others on behalf of the old woman left behind by the carriage. The entire town of Glowing Light knew Grandma Sano's story, and they pitied her, a widow who had lost her only child. Although they always felt that the young man named Rayod had deliberately abandoned his aging mother, he wasn't a child. How could he have been abducted? "We don't blame her. She was just a poor old woman. Alas, how could there be such a heartless son, willing to abandon his mother like that?" Mira glanced at the sullen Uriel and took the initiative to divert the coachman's attention, allowing him to focus on cursing the legendary Rayod, who had suddenly vanished. Chapter 64. Uriel waited for a long time, but Mira's curious question about her father never came. Even if Mira had asked, she wouldn't have been happy to tell him. But watching Mira quietly carry Silas in from the car window and lean against the wall with him, resting with eyes closed, Uriel felt even more of an unspeakable melancholy. Mira didn't know what Uriel was thinking. Even when Uriel mentioned that she was raised by her Aunt Erica, Mira had sensed some past that might be difficult to talk about. For example, the story of Uriel's parents was probably a scar that she couldn't open. Although Mira could be a bit mean at times and loved to tease people, and both Lex and Silas often gave her helpless expressions, she hadn't reached the point of exploiting others' pain for fun. This was completely asshole behavior. But Mira had never expected that Uriel would become even more uncomfortable because of her thoughtfulness. "What's bothering you?" Mira asked bluntly. For the past 2 days, Uriel had been looking at her, seemingly hesitant to speak. Mira wasn't blind, so she saw through her strange attitude perfectly. But Mira was also a little puzzled. What was it that Uriel wanted to say to her, but couldn't? If it were someone as thoughtful as Lex, it would be fine. Mira knew he was hiding many secrets from her, but since Lex didn't speak, Mira didn't bother asking. After all, what he was secretly planning had nothing to do with her. But Uriel was incredibly straightforward. Even his jealousy of Mira was bluntly expressed, unconcerned about whether Mira would think anything of it. So what exactly was that thing that was so difficult for Uriel to talk about? Mira, curious, asked casually. "Do you really want to know?" There she was again, Uriel adopting that hesitant air. "Not really." Mira pondered. "Even if you don't want to hear it, I tell you," Uriel said unhappily. Mira's provocation seemed to make the words that had been stuck in her throat flow out smoothly. Uriel said, "I was raised by my aunt. I never met my father or my mother." As a child, Uriel had naively followed Erica's instructions, calling her aunt, never considering whether she should have other relatives. Until one day, she sneaked down the mountain and hid behind a tree. She saw a little girl, about her age, tugging at a woman's sleeve and calling her mother. "Mother, mother, I want to raise a lamb," the woman said in a resigned tone. "Yesterday, you wanted to raise ducklings. Why are you thinking of raising lambs today?" Uriel didn't hear the girl's reply, for, filled with questions, she impatiently returned to the mountain. "Uriel, where did you come back from? Why is your face still so red? Don't come hug me with your sweat on you later," Erica said lazily. She had just woken from a nap and couldn't help but yawn. "Auntie, do I have a mother too?" Uriel, contrary to her usual style, didn't answer Erica's question, but asked directly. The suddenness caught Erica off guard. Erica was momentarily speechless. She quickly cleared the emotion from her eyes, and spoke in her usual languid tone. "Of course, if you didn't have a mother, where do you think you were born? Was it a child sent to me by the stars?" Erica quipped. "If that's the case, then why have I never seen my mother?" Uriel didn't understand. She was 6 years old, and had met only a handful of people, Erica and her friend, also a reclusive witch. "Because your mother, my sister, was murdered by your father himself." Erica knelt down in front of Uriel, staring directly into her eyes. Without hesitation, she told Uriel the truth, even though the truth was so cruel. And in Erica's amber eyes, a small Uriel was reflected, her long crimson hair, exactly like Erica's. Erica's sister also had this beautiful red hair. Especially since Erica and her sister were twins, even their mother would have hesitated for a moment before recognizing who was who just from behind. Now, Erica stroked Uriel's red hair with deep nostalgia, as if she could remember her sister through her. However, meeting Uriel's eyes for a long time made Erica take a deep breath, trying to suppress the disgust that could not be suppressed. "Your eyes are exactly like your father's, but he was a complete villain, a hypocritical schemer, and a disgusting traitor. But you're my sister's child, a natural-born witch, destined to be different from your father." Erica patted Uriel's head and said, "I understand." Uriel's face paled, and from then on, she never asked about her parents again. The only thing she hated was her father. So, when Uriel, across the carriage, heard the old woman named Sano tell Mira that her eyes looked exactly like her father's, her nails dug into her flesh with anger. It was as if she felt no pain at all. If she could help it, Uriel wouldn't bear even the slightest resemblance to that man. "Anyway, you were raised by Erica, and you have no connection to that man," Silas suddenly said. They were still sitting in the carriage, about to reach their next destination. Mira once again took advantage of the coachman's inattention and quietly carried Silas back into the carriage. It also listened to Uriel's story with Mira. During Mira's silence, Silas took the lead, extending his wings and patting Uriel's shoulder, offering a soothing gesture. "Just as I was raised by Mira, I no longer have any ties to my crow father or mother. All I need to do is follow Mira wholeheartedly." Similarly, in Silas's view, Uriel should simply live her life wholeheartedly with Erica. She should care about those who deserve her attention, instead of making herself seem bitter and resentful. That wouldn't be good for him, as Uriel would openly dislike Mira because of her jealousy. "Did you ever hate me?" Uriel was stunned for a moment. How could she not have noticed? Didn't you notice I only spoken to Mira the entire trip, and never to you?" Silas was furious. He wasn't afraid of Uriel discovering his dislike for her, but he absolutely couldn't bear the thought of her ignoring it. After all, if the person he disliked didn't know he disliked them, how could he cause them any annoyance? "You're Mira's pet. Isn't it natural for you to only talk to Mira?" Uriel retorted. She had a perfectly valid point. Silas's small, dark eyes seemed to widen in anger. Just then, the coachman's voice came from the front. "Who was that talking just now? Why did I hear a raspy voice? Is that so? Maybe you misheard. We were the only two talking just now," Mira said, quickly shoving Silas out through the open window. So the next moment, the carriage stopped without warning, the doors opened, and Mayla and Uriel met the coachman's suspicious gaze without a trace of worry. The coachman glanced around the carriage, confirming that no one else was around. He scratched his head in confusion, doubting his ears. Perhaps he had misheard? A few days later, Mayla and Uriel traveled through almost half of Gardner before finally finding their way back. Now, following the guidance of the stars, they set out eastward. Just as they left Gardner, even the air seemed different, fresh and free. Uriel even took several exaggeratedly deep breaths, as if eager to shake off something dirty. Mira, looking at the city before her, which, though smaller than Golden Oak, was equally bustling with people, belatedly realized that Forest County seemed truly wealthy. What had Lex said back then? Mira recalled. It seemed that Forest County supplied most of the kingdom's sea salt needs. And thanks to this industry, the Forest family had accumulated wealth over generations, a fortune even the royal family coveted. If Fernandez were a man, perhaps it would have been him, not Lilith, who would have become queen. I still remember that Mira had curiously asked Lex, "Is there no woman in this generation of the Forest family suitable to marry Nurungar 9? Lex glanced at Mira, and everything was immediately clear. Yes, no. For some reason, each generation of Forest patriarchs had only a few children, leaving them pitifully empty. By the time Fernandez was born, his mother didn't conceive again for over a decade. However, the children of the Four-Horse family were all exceptional. During the years that Fernandez had left the territory to serve as chancellor in the royal city, his aunt, Mrs. Jones, had handled the territory's affairs for him. Mara and Uriel entered the city, filled with the sounds of hawkers hawking their wares. Everyone's face was filled with enthusiasm, and some vendors even offered to give them a taste of freshly picked fruit, free of charge. Mara took the plump orange and, before she even opened it, could already smell its refreshing aroma. It was hard to believe this was just a small town on the border of Four-Horse territory. If they had reached the heart of the territory, the place called White Crystal City, they wondered if the scene before them would have been 100 times more bustling. Chapter 65. White crystal is actually the fancy name the people of Forest County use for salt. That sparkling white salt, as clear as crystal, isn't it white crystal? However, although both are top-quality salts, the price of white crystal in the city is a full fifth cheaper than elsewhere. It makes sense, after all. Salt isn't a rare commodity in Forest County, and it doesn't need to be transported far away by carriage. Looking at the clean, fine salt grains before her, Mira waved her hand and bought a small bag of premium salt. When she returned to the inn, she knocked on Uriel's door. "What can I do for you?" Uriel opened the door. Mira took her pale face and handed her the bag of salt. "Didn't you say you weren't feeling well and had no appetite? I bought you some salt. Swallowing a little salt before bed can prevent starvation. Where did you know this?" Uriel took the bag of salt with a puzzled look on her face. How could Mira know this? But she had never heard of it before. "My father taught me this." "He's a healer," Mira replied casually. "A healer?" Seeing the confusion on Uriel's face didn't look fake, Mira paused for a moment before explaining. "It's someone who specializes in treating others' illnesses." "So you need someone to treat you when you're sick?" Uriel recalled the few times she'd been sick over the years. She always found herbs, and brewed them into potions herself. But now that they were in White Crystal City, even if Uriel suddenly felt unwell, she'd have to rely on herself to get through it. Thankfully, it wasn't a serious problem. She'd just have trouble eating. Just now, Uriel had tried to force herself to eat some bean porridge, but ended up vomiting profusely. She barely had the energy to get out of bed and open the door for Melo. Ordinary people get sick and don't know what herbs can cure them, so they can only seek treatment from someone who knows. Mira, noticing Uriel's growing paler complexion, said considerately, "All right, I won't bother you anymore. Get some rest." Through the crack in the half-closed door, a soft thank you escaped. Mira curled her lips, smiled, and turned back to her room. Unexpectedly, the next day, Uriel's condition hadn't improved. She still had no appetite, even to the point where the mere smell of food made her nauseous. Mira felt a long-overdue sense of unease. She couldn't understand why Uriel was like this. She had seemed so healthy when she first arrived in White Crystal City. It seemed as if, after just a nap, Uriel's condition had inexplicably deteriorated. Perhaps it's time to call a healer for Uriel? Mira didn't hesitate for long. She asked the friendly innkeeper about the most renowned healer in the area and followed his directions to a nondescript house. "Are you looking for my father?" A short girl ran out of the house, her large eyes twinkling as she stared at Mira. Mira smiled and leaned forward. "Is your father healer Aaron?" "Yes." She nodded emphatically. "But my father isn't home right now. He's been summoned to the Lord's estate. Apparently, a prominent figure has fallen ill." "Is that so?" Mira patted her head. "It's okay. I find another healer." "But all the healers of some note in White Crystal City were summoned by the Lord last night," she told her awkwardly. "Are you sure?" Mira's smile faded as she asked seriously. "I'm sure. Because last night, Uncle Ham and Uncle Zunk were in the carriage the Lord sent to pick up my father." She counted on her fingers, 7 or 8 people in a row. "These are the very skilled healers in the city, as my father said." In other words, even if Mira could find another healer, their skills would be mediocre, and they might not be able to cure Uriel's illness. I understand. Thank you for telling me. Mira said goodbye to the little girl, who was no taller than her waist, and as she walked back, she wondered which important figure was ill enough to warrant the mobilization of so many skilled healers. The simplest possibility was that Marquis Forst, or Fernando, was ill. But it was hard to say for sure. Perhaps Fernando's aunt, the famous Mrs. Jones, was ill. It couldn't possibly be Lex who was ill, could it? A ridiculous thought suddenly crossed Mira's mind. She smiled and shook her head. How could Lex be here? Shouldn't he be back in the palace? Even if he wasn't in the palace, he shouldn't have wandered off to Fernando County, so far from the royal city. She should think about what to do about Uriel's illness. How is Uriel? Back in her room on the second floor of the inn, Mira asked Silas. Because Uriel couldn't eat, and didn't even have the strength to stand, Mela specifically asked Silas to keep an eye on her before leaving, even if it was just to help bring her a glass of water. She fell asleep. After you left, she tried to eat a small piece of bread, but couldn't control it, and vomited it all out, Silas explained. Mira frowned. Let her rest in bed, or she only weaken herself further. That's what I thought, but she won't listen. Silas finally found an opportunity to complain. I told her we arrived in White Crystal City, and there's no rush to find her, but she won't listen. She definitely doesn't believe you can find Erica on your own. White Crystal City is so large, more than twice the size of Golden Oak City, so it's understandable that Uriel would be worried. What if their search was too slow and Erica left White Crystal City again? Mira understood Uriel's anxiety, but her body couldn't handle it. By the way, haven't you found the healer you're looking for? Before Silas squeezed in through the window, he carefully peered through the crack to see if there was a stranger standing behind Mira. If there was a stranger, Silas would retract his extended claws, hide himself securely behind the window, and wait until the stranger left. No, not a single capable healer in White Crystal City is currently in the city, Mira explained. Not in the city? Then where did they go? They say they're all at the Lord's manor. Why? Is the Lord of Forhorst ill? Silas inquired curiously. I don't know. It's not necessarily the Lord, but now we can only wait for him to release these healers. Silas uttered an ah, and wanted to say something, but then, remembering the power of his own crow's mouth, he quickly covered his mouth with his wings. Even before he could utter a word, Mira knew what Silas was thinking. What if the Lord delayed releasing Uriel? She didn't look like she could hold out for much longer. Besides, how could a person go without food forever? Even if they didn't get sick, they could easily starve to death. I go check on them tomorrow, Mira said. Yeah. Silas nodded frantically. There was nothing else they could do. Outside White Crystal City, Forhorst Manor. Heels tapped rapidly on the ground, and a woman in a gorgeous dress walked towards them in the empty corridor. Her face was as beautiful as a rose in the night sky, yet her expression was so stern that one could hardly gaze upon it for too long. Followed by several maids, they hurried to a room. Mrs. Jones? The two servants guarding the door bowed their heads in respect for the woman's arrival. Open the door, Mrs. Jones said succinctly. One of the servants pulled halfway open the door, exerting force to reveal the interior. This room, inhabited by generations of Marquis Forhorst, was naturally more opulent than most could imagine, both in its decoration and furnishings. After Mrs. Jones entered, she first went to the bedside and looked at Fernando, who lay there with his eyes closed. Then, with a serious look, she surveyed the group standing at the foot of the bed. They were all the healers she had summoned from White Crystal City last night. Has Fernando not yet determined what's wrong with him? Why has he suddenly been unconscious since last night? Is there any way to wake him up now? Mrs. Jones's three questions left the healers speechless. But remaining silent was no solution. One of them had to bite the bullet and tell Mrs. Jones about Fernando's condition. But no one wanted to take the risk, so they looked at each other, trying to force the others to take the initiative with their eyes. Finally, Aaron, usually the kindest man, stepped forward and spoke to the others, saying, Mrs. Jones, we spent the day examining the Lord, but we haven't found any cause for his coma. Without knowing the cause, they couldn't think of a suitable way to wake Fernando. What will happen if he never wakes up? After hearing Aaron's explanation, Mrs. Jones's expression remained impassive. Then we might be sounding the death knell for our Lord, Aaron said with difficulty. After all, if he remains unconscious and unable to eat, his body will quickly wither and shrivel, leaving only a sack of skin and bones. By then, Fernando could lose his breath at any moment and fall into the arms of death. I give you 3 more days. You can try whatever you want on Fernando, as long as you can bring him back to life. Mrs. Jones closed her eyes and quickly made a decision. Aaron turned to look at his friendly healers, Ham and Zunk. They all shook their heads at him. Aaron looked at the others again. The others had the same reaction. What? Are you helpless, or are you afraid to do what I say? Mrs. Jones, observing all the little actions of Aaron and the others, impatient to guess what they were talking about, asked directly. Actually, we all been speculating that the Lord's coma might not be due to illness, Aaron said cautiously. Mrs. Jones signaled him with her eyes to finish his words quickly. If not illness, what could it be? Poisoning. Maybe it's the effects of the witch's mysterious potion. Aaron's voice gradually faded, finally barely audible, like the buzzing of a mosquito. Honestly, they were all healers with generations of roots in White Crystal City, yet none of them could recognize what was ailing Fernando. Something was clearly amiss. Impossible. How could there be a witch in our territory? Mrs. Jones interrupted Aaron with remarkable conviction. As a noble, she knew that witches had vanished from the public consciousness at least 100 years ago, following the crackdown by the royal family and the church. Why would they suddenly resurface now? Even if they resented the current situation, they shouldn't have targeted Fernando. Mrs. Jones's eyes flickered with mixed emotions. The emotion faded in an instant. Chapter 66. Has healer Aaron not returned yet? As the sun set, the dust blazed into clusters of haze. Mira returned to healer Aaron's residence. But she received bad news from his young daughter. Father hasn't returned yet. I don't know when he'll be back. I see. Mira patted the little girl's head, and without further ado, she resumed her journey back to the inn. Perhaps because the situation had deteriorated to such a critical point, Uriel's body was barely maintaining a fragile balance. Besides being unable to move and lying in bed, she faced no further challenges. Before leaving, Mira entrusted the comatose Uriel to Silas. Silas waved his wings at her, assuring her that she could rest assured he would be fine. While Mira was lost in thought, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar red in the corner of her eye. She turned her head sharply. Her body moved before her thoughts could. She took off, chasing after the somewhat familiar figure. Almost the moment Mayla started, the figure seemed to realize she was being watched and, unwilling to be outdone, broke into a run, decisively turning onto another street. Oh no! Mira quickened her pace once more, leaving behind a single sorry as she ran away. The words drifted in the wind, audible to those who had been accidentally pushed aside by her. However, the figure's owner seemed quite familiar with Beijing City, at least much more so than Mayla, an out-of-towner who had only been there 2 days. He consistently left Mayla far behind, even gradually widening the gap. As the red smudge threatened to vanish from the corner of her vision, Mira gritted her teeth and took 2 quick steps around the corner. Her eyes widened slightly at the sudden scene before her. In the bustling market, men and women carrying wooden boxes constantly stopped passers-by, trying to sell their boxes of fresh food and knickknacks. There were also teenagers standing in front of their wooden signs, shouting to passers-by that they had the sweetest fruit and the cheapest jam. And the figure Mira had just tried to chase had already taken the opportunity to disappear into the crowd. Like a drop of water into the ocean, impossible to find again. Mira was silent for a moment, then turned and walked out of the area, resuming her journey back to the inn. She was certain that the figure she had just seen was Erica. The familiar hooded outfit, the occasional stray lock of red hair, all looked incredibly familiar to Mira. But if she were Erica, why would she hide herself? And why was she so wary of anyone noticing her? Is she hiding from someone? It was precisely because of this that Mira didn't call out Erica's name. She worried that the person targeting her was nearby, and that such an action would only bring her trouble. But watching Erica flee so helplessly, Mira naturally felt an indescribable sense of depression. She and Uriel had come all the way to White Crystal City to find Erica, only to watch her flee. Mira, you're back. As soon as Mira knocked on Uriel's door, Silas rushed in anxiously. Mira caught Silas and looked at Uriel, who had sat up in bed, propped up against the pillows. You're awake. Even after forcing herself to sit up, Uriel's spirits were visibly failing. Her lips were as pale as fresh snow, prickling with dry patches of skin. When she began to speak, her voice was almost hoarse from the friction of skin against skin. Don't worry about my illness anymore. It can't get any worse than it is now. It would be better if you focused all your attention on finding my aunt. Once we find her, we leave White Crystal City. I'm sure I'll be well again soon. I'm afraid you collapsed before I find Erica, Mira pointed out sarcastically. Then what do you say? Are we going to keep wasting time like this? Uriel's emotions instantly surged. If at first, Uriel hadn't taken this minor ailment seriously, thinking perhaps it was because she was new to White Crystal City and unacclimated, and that a good night's sleep would be enough. But as she felt her body deteriorate, feeling so weak she couldn't even lift a hand, and even her consciousness becoming as heavy as lead, Uriel panicked. She watched Mayla busying herself for her, but the burden on her heart grew heavier. She didn't want to be a burden. She wanted Mayla to let her go and focus solely on finding Erica. That was the purpose of their journey. It's not like she's just wasting time. Faced with Uriel's loss of composure, Mayla remained as calm as ever. I just saw Erica, Mayla said lightly. What? Uriel looked at Mayla in surprise. Then you? But she seemed worried about being followed, so she tried to shake me off, Mira added. She suspected Erica hadn't even recognized who was pursuing her. What on earth is going on? Uriel asked with difficulty. Even though Mira hadn't said much, her mind was already swirling like a tangled mess. Mira spread her hands, suggesting, perhaps I only know when I meet Erica again and ask her. For now, all she could do was make baseless guesses, which were pointless. As for Uriel, Mira had no expectations of her. Just stay in bed and recuperate. I go out more often. Maybe I stumble across Erica again soon? After all, fate is a strange and mysterious thing. Ever since Fernando fell ill, the entire Fur Horse Manor seemed shrouded in a thick, dark cloud. Everyone trembled with fear, fearing any noise might displease Mrs. Jones. Even so, the very next day after Fernando fell ill, Mrs. Jones had the stewards gather all the servants and investigate the cause of Fernando's illness. Tea, ma'am. Mrs. Jones's personal maid brought her a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. Mrs. Jones took the cup, gently blew away the mist on the tea, and took a sip, which eased the dryness in her throat. All day, she interrogated the servants of the manor. Even if she didn't believe the healer's claims that Fernando's coma might be linked to a witch, even if it wasn't a witch but someone else, it didn't stop Mrs. Jones from meticulously trying to uncover the culprit. At the very least, if they wanted to attack Fernandez, they had to enter Fur Horse Manor. And once they entered Fur Horse Manor, they would undoubtedly leave clues. That was the clue Mrs. Jones was looking for. She intended to follow the clues and understand the enemy's intentions, so she could devise a countermeasure. However, a whole day passed, and Mrs. Jones hadn't gotten the clues she was looking for from any of the servants. In response to Mrs. Jones's questions, they exchanged blank glances, but unanimously replied that no strangers had attempted to infiltrate the manor during that time. In reality, securing a position at Fur Horse Manor was no easy task. In this vast, century-old manor, most servants were recommended by relatives who had worked there for decades, earning the steward's permission to temporarily enter the manor and serve the noble Fur Horse family. Of course, if they weren't swift enough or displeased their master, they would be forced to leave in disgrace that very night under the steward's watchful eye. If a vacancy arose within the manor again, the person who recommended them would no longer be able to recommend another, as they had already lost the steward's meager trust. Thus, the servants who now roamed the Fur Horse Manor were naturally veterans with years of service and few missteps. They were all familiar faces, and they would never allow a stranger in easily. Thinking of this, Mrs. Jones frowned, her mind once again replaying the healer's words. Madam, we suspect the Lord's condition isn't simply a case of illness, perhaps a witch. Witch. Mrs. Jones chewed on the word over and over. If she truly was a witch, then it would be easy for her to disguise herself as someone familiar to everyone in the manor, then naturally assume that person's identity and hide among the servants. Even so, Mrs. Jones's expression remained calm. She calmly instructed her maid to call in the next batch of servants. The heavy, car door opened from the outside, and the servants guarding it let 5 people in. Mrs. Jones asked them the same question. Has anyone noticed any strange behavior from other servants in the past 2 days? Strange behavior? As expected, their first reaction was to look at the others. Then they fell into a frantic search of memories. Charlie, who helps in the kitchen, ate an extra piece of cheese the other day. Does that count? The manservant who spoke felt that his words were a waste of time, and anxiously studied Mrs. Jones's expression. Surprisingly, Mrs. Jones not only didn't blame him, but nodded approvingly. That's all right. I just need you to tell me what you think is odd. I make the final decision on its usefulness. So that's how it is. Encouraged by Mrs. Jones's words, the remaining 4 immediately burst into conversation, spouting a flurry of random thoughts. Mrs. Jones had been listening attentively when she suddenly heard the youngest maid say weakly, Amani, who shares my room, ate a small piece of bread with raspberry jam the other day, but she clearly said she hates the taste of raspberry jam. But maybe she took the wrong thing, and didn't want to waste the food. No, Mrs. Jones suddenly raised her hand, interrupting the others. She looked at the timid little maid, go call Amani, the one you mentioned, and asked the kitchen to bring a piece of bread with raspberry jam. I want to see for myself if she can actually eat it. Amani arrived soon. Hearing Mrs. Jones tell her to eat the bread on her plate, even with the aroma of raspberry jam wafting from it, she still forced herself to put it in her mouth. Then, an unpleasant retching sound was heard. While the others frowned, Mrs. Jones finally managed to smile. She questioned the maid named Amani again. As Mrs. Jones's questions grew more detailed, Amani's previously firm conviction wavered. Finally, a sound like a snapping nerve echoed in her ears, causing her mind to go blank. Amani's face was pale, and her lips moved, uttering broken syllables. I saw a woman walking towards me. I fainted. What did that woman look like? Mrs. Jones's sharp gaze fixed on Amani's face, like a sharp knife, piercing the depths of her memory. Amani recalled painfully, her mind now blanker than a blank page. Hair, eyes, any noticeable birthmarks? Can't you remember any of these? Mrs. Jones demanded coldly. Hair, eyes, Amani muttered, then let out a scream. I remember. She had red hair, just like me. Chapter 67. Mira was awakened by a commotion outside. The thin wooden door was naturally not very soundproof, so she could clearly hear the conversation outside. Point out all the rooms where red-haired women live, a strange male voice commanded gruffly. Then Mira heard the shopkeeper's trembling voice reply. Not good. Mira quickly climbed out of bed and walked to the window, still holding Silas, who had barely opened his eyes. She opened the window as quickly as she could and threw Silas out. The familiar feeling of being suspended in midair made Silas flap his wings and fly. Before he could figure out what kind of joke Mayla was playing so early in the morning, Mayla mercilessly shut him out of the window. Silas was completely confused. The moment Mira closed the window, her door was roughly thrown open. The unshaven man standing outside gestured impatiently at her, urging her to come out and join the other women who were equally confused. Mira obediently walked out. She stood at the end of the line. As her eyes swept over the group of red-haired women of varying ages, her heart sank inexplicably. When Uriel, too weak to stand, was carried out of the room, Mira couldn't help herself. She immediately ran forward and caught Uriel, who was thrown to the ground with a look of disgust. Do you know each other? After entering the inn, the unshaven man spoke for the second time in his thick, deep voice. Without waiting for Mira to reply, the innkeeper nodded firmly. Yes, they came here together. Then you'd be responsible for taking her away later. Without a second glance at Mayla, the man turned and headed for the next room. A new red-haired woman was forced out of the room. Mira had no choice but to help Uriel stand up first. While she was standing up, Uriel wasn't even awake. She leaned all her weight on Mayla, relying entirely on her to hold her up. Luckily or unfortunately, after 3 days of starvation, Uriel felt as light as a ball of cotton. Otherwise, Mayla wouldn't have been able to lift her onto the cart parked in front of the inn as easily as she did now. There were more than a dozen similar carts. They formed a convoy, carrying the shivering women back to Fallhorse Manor under the guard of a group of soldiers. Bang! The prison door slammed shut. As a precaution, the soldiers who had imprisoned them had wrapped long chains around the 2 bars several times before finally removing the key and locking the door. Even so, Mira could see 2 stern guards standing at the dungeon entrance. It seemed that whoever had ordered their arrest was truly wary of them. Mira simply couldn't understand what had happened to cause all the red-haired women to be so unceremoniously rounded up. Wait, red hair? Mira had a bad feeling. She looked at Uriel, still unconscious in her arms, and silently prayed that this wasn't Erica's doing, or she truly pushed her niece into a trap. Soon, 2 women, one tall and one short, entered from outside the dungeon. The taller woman was clearly older and more authoritative. She glanced calmly around the dungeon and ordered, "Begin." The short young woman stepped forward, and as she passed through dungeon after dungeon, the women inside immediately split into 2 groups. The women she had identified were to stand on the other side, separate from those not identified. Mira's bad premonition was fully realized. She carefully observed the identified women. Their hair color was very similar to Uriel's. Therefore, there was no way Mira would be grouped with Uriel. Sure enough, the short woman stopped in front of Uriel. "Amani, what's going on?" The taller woman noticed Amani standing in front of a dungeon, hesitating, and immediately approached with suspicion. "Lady Catherine, this woman seems ill." Amani pointed at Uriel, biting her lip and speaking anxiously. "Sick?" Catherine frowned as she looked at Uriel, who appeared unconscious, but not feigning consciousness, in Myra's arms. She cursed softly. "What's wrong with this Ovalin? He even brought a sick woman here. So should we take her to see the lady?" Amani asked. "Of course." The lady said no one suspicious should be let off the hook. Catherine waved her hand. Given Mrs. Jones's cautious nature, this was undeniable. Catherine was simply worried about what illness Uriel had. What if she could infect someone else, especially Mrs. Jones? Mrs. Jones was the only one in charge in Fallhorse now, and she absolutely couldn't afford to let any accidents happen again. Take these people to see the lady first. Catherine, a housekeeper who had been with Mrs. Jones for years, thought for a moment before making a quick decision. She pulled out a key and handed it to Amani. At the same time, she walked to the dungeon entrance and instructed one of the guards to fetch a healer. The guard, having received the order, ran off at full speed. When he returned, the healer following him was none other than Aaron, the one Mira had originally intended to see Uriel, but who had been summoned away by Mrs. Jones. Seeing Aaron, Catherine nodded slightly. Healer Aaron, come and see her. What's ailing her? Needless to say, seeing Uriel, her eyes closed in Mira's arms, Aaron immediately understood who Catherine was referring to as her. He took 2 steps forward and, through the locked cell door, asked Mira, "Are you her companion?" "Yes." Mira nodded, feigning just the right amount of panic. "Then tell me about her condition." Aaron's tone was gentle, clearly trying to calm Mira down. "By the way, it'd be best to be more detailed. Describe every abnormality you can think of," Aaron added. Okay. Uriel suddenly became ill 3 days ago. At first, she just had a loss of appetite, and she thought a good night's sleep would clear her up. But when she woke up, her condition worsened. Whatever she ate, she vomited uncontrollably, and her body grew weaker and weaker. Mira pretended to be touched by Aaron's gentleness, and recounted every detail of Uriel's recent experiences. "Have you been anywhere these days?" Aaron asked after a moment's reflection. "No, we just arrived in White Crystal City, and checked into the inn right away." Mira shook her head. "Oh! Where are you from?" Catherine suddenly interrupted. "East Mill Town." Mira randomly named a place. "What is this place?" Catherine hadn't heard of it. Not only Catherine, but Aaron was also confused. "Our town is at the easternmost edge of Forkhorse territory. It has a single mill, so it's called East Mill Town." Mira lowered her eyes, then, with a quick glance, invented a plausible explanation for the name. Regardless of whether such a town existed at the easternmost edge of Forkhorse territory, she had to deal with Catherine and Aaron before her. And Catherine didn't suspect Mira was trying to trick her. For no other reason than that, Mira didn't seem to harbor any guilt at all. That's not right. It was Aaron, who seemed so easily fooled, who unexpectedly raised the objection. That can't be right. Only people arriving in Force territory for the first time could be poisoned by the scent of the black maple tree. It's a tree unique to Force territory, and a fine would be often used for furniture and house construction. You mean she's been poisoned by the scent of the black maple? Catherine's eyes narrowed instantly, glaring dangerously at Maylaw and Uriel. Indeed, I often encounter merchants from outside Force territory. Their bodies react to the scent of the black maple tree, producing a similar effect to poisoning, Aaron said firmly. And their symptoms matched Maylaw's description. Of course, not all merchants from other territories would be poisoned by the scent of the black maple tree, but it certainly wasn't just people from Force territory who were poisoned. "Huh?" Catherine sneered. She immediately called out, "Guards! Bring them both to my lady." "Your Highness, we're almost at Forkhorse Manor." Cheldo, riding his horse, spotted the large, striking building in the distance. "Then let's hurry up and see Fernando," Lex said, kicking his horse's flank and instantly dashing off faster than Cheldo. "All right." Cheldo effortlessly caught up with Lex. The 2 horses, one black and one white, galloped along at a steady pace until they stopped in front of Forkhorse Manor an hour later. The guards immediately informed Mrs. Jones, through the maid, that guests were arriving. Guests? What kind of guests? Mrs. Jones had no choice but to leave the women Amani had brought in her room and head for the reception room on the first floor with her 2 personal maids. "One of them is from the royal family," the maid replied. The insignia of the Nurundra royal family was incredibly recognizable. Golden hair and golden eyes. There was no chance of confusion. Why would someone from the royal family come at this time? Mrs. Jones couldn't help but entertain conspiracy theories. It couldn't be helped. The royal family's arrival, just as Fernando collapsed, was such a coincidence that she couldn't help but harbor suspicions. But then Mrs. Jones thought again. Few members of the royal family would visit Fairhurst County at this time. Could the guest the guards were referring to be Prince Severy? If it was this young prince, so well protected by Queen Ilia, his presence might not have the ulterior motive she suspected. For the past few years, Severy had periodically made secret visits to Fernando, attempting to prove himself more worthy of his support than his brother, whose fate was unknown. He even declared that if Fernando were willing to join him, he would immediately have him return to the royal city to resume his position as chancellor. Mrs. Jones, upon hearing the maid's retelling of the story, burst into laughter. She laughed at how Severy had been raised by his mother to be naive, to the point of being blind. Did he think that the members of the Furhorst family deserved to be ordered around by the royal family? His mother had worked so hard to get her cousin appointed chancellor. Wasn't he afraid that this would turn his mother against his good uncle? No one could willingly give up power. Especially not Antonio, the insatiable wolf. Mrs. Jones, long time no see. How have you been? Hearing footsteps, Lex leisurely rose from the sofa. A discreet smile played on his lips as he nodded slightly to Mrs. Jones, who was approaching him. This expression of warmth towards an elder he had known for years was combined with the proper distance between a crown prince and aristocrats. Compared to Lex, Church's demeanor was much more casual. He smiled as he stepped forward, took Mrs. Jones's hand, and placed a light kiss on her red lace glove. Long time no see, Jones. You are as stunningly beautiful as ever. Lex Church, it's you. Mrs. Jones was rarely stunned. A flicker of disbelief crossed her eyes. At the same time, she remembered the words Fernando had said to her after Lex's disappearance. It seems His Highness Lex is safe. Otherwise, Church wouldn't have simply vanished from my house for no apparent reason, but would have risked his life to inflict several lives on the Jude family. Chapter 68. He'd be awake by tomorrow night at the latest, Mira assured Mrs. Jones, watching the maid pour the thick potion into the unconscious Fernando's mouth. That would be wonderful. Even Mrs. Jones, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, couldn't help but show a hint of relief after hearing Mira's words. She glanced at the dark night outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. It's getting late, Catherine. Take Mira and His Highness Lex to bed. Then we come back tomorrow. Hearing this, Lex tactfully exchanged a glance with Church and left the room first. Mira followed them, and, led by Catherine, she headed to the second-floor bedrooms reserved for guests. Mira's attention was drawn to the paintings in the hallway, and she didn't notice Lex beside her, looking hesitant. On the other hand, Churgo, who was trailing behind Lex, had a full view of Lex's appearance. Feeling a sense of wonder, he took the initiative to call out to Maylaw on Lex's behalf. Miss Maylaw. Is there something wrong? Mira withdrew her gaze from the painting and looked at Churgo. During the day, upon meeting Churgo, Maylaw felt an immediate sense of familiarity. He truly grew up with Duke Watteau. It wasn't that their personalities were particularly similar, but rather that their carefree demeanor was identical. Perhaps the difference lay in Duke Watteau's carefree nature, tinged with a touch of scoundreliness that occasionally irritated people, while Churgo combined this unrestrained style with a chivalrous demeanor, making his interactions a delightful experience. No, it's nothing. Cheld chuckled. I'm just curious. The journey from the dark forest to Fallhorst must be tough. A little consideration can easily open someone up, especially since Mara didn't see any reason to hide it. She said frankly, at first, I didn't expect to end up in Fallhorst either. Oh! Cheld assumed a posture of attentive listening. Mara then showed a hint of distress. I went to Radcliffe County first and met Ariel. Then we decided to head east with her, searching for someone we both knew. Is that person currently in Fallhorst County? No, I'm not sure. Perhaps she's already left. Mira glanced at Catherine, who was walking in front. Ariel and I were brought to the manor early this morning, and we haven't had time to look for that person yet. Although Catherine was walking alone at the front, she had been secretly following the conversation between Mira and Church behind her. Upon hearing Mira's words, she immediately said, I'm sorry, Miss Mira, we're only trying to catch the murderer who dared to impersonate a manor servant and poison the Marquis. If you need anything, I tell Madam later. As soon as the Marquis wakes up, I send someone to help you search the territory. As expected of a capable assistant to Mrs. Jones managing such a vast manor, her words were flawless. He not only apologized to Maylaw on behalf of Mrs. Jones, but also promised that as long as Fernando really woke up as Maylaw said, it would not be a problem to send someone to find someone for her in the territory of Forst in order to repay Maylaw. This assumes that Fernandez will wake up tomorrow night at the latest, just as Mara claimed. That's not necessary. Mara declined Catherine's offer. Not to mention that Erica might not still be in Fernandez's territory, given that she was most likely the one who poisoned Fernandez and left him unconscious. Mara couldn't brazenly ask Mrs. Jones to send someone to help her and Uriel find her. After all, as long as Uriel recovered, they could find Erica on their own. But when she thought about how she and Uriel had probably fallen into a trap set by Erica, Mara couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. If Lex hadn't happened to arrive in Fernandez's territory at this moment, Mara didn't know how she would have managed to escape Fernando's manner with Uriel. Recalling the scene in the living room that day, when she was caught off guard by Lex, Mara couldn't help but laugh. Lex hadn't expected to see Mara at Fairhorse Manor, and his eyes were filled with undisguised surprise. "Mara, why are you here?" "Mara? Is this the Miss Mara you mentioned, Your Highness?" Shirk's expression of surprise echoed. He looked at Mara, who was being restrained by 2 guards with spears. He couldn't connect the merely pretty woman before him with the stunningly beautiful which Lex had described. Mara was equally surprised. She hadn't expected Lex to recognize her so easily after drinking the transformation potion and changing her appearance. "Lex, don't you think I look different?" Mara asked cryptically. Lex pursed his lips, wondering how he would respond. He recognized her, not by appearance, but more like an instinct etched deep within his soul. "Your Highness, please forgive me for interrupting you. Now is not the time for a leisurely chat." Chelgo suddenly spoke, then turned to Mrs. Jones. "Jones, please have your men release Miss Mara, as she once saved Your Highness's life." Mrs. Jones, evidently aware of Lex's unusual attitude toward the strange woman named Mara, immediately addressed the 2 guards. "Didn't you hear? Release this young lady. We may have some misunderstandings to resolve." Since Mrs. Jones had spoken, the 2 guards immediately followed her orders, releasing the spears that held Mara and stepping aside. Mira, seeing this, turned sideways, indicating that her hands were still tied with ropes. "Catherine, go untie her, and tell us what's going on," Mrs. Jones said again. Catherine was loyal to Mrs. Jones. Even though she subconsciously felt something was amiss, given her lingering doubts about Mela's identity, she didn't argue. She silently stepped forward and untied Mela's hands. Then she recounted everything that had happened in the dungeon. "You're not from the Fairhorse leader?" After hearing the story, Mrs. Jones agreed that Catherine had done the right thing. "Yes, I'm not from the Fairhorse leader, but I'm not the person you're looking for either." Mara met Mrs. Jones's gaze with neither humility nor arrogance, even though she had no idea who Mrs. Jones was looking for. From Catherine's attitude and the treatment they received along the way to Fairhorse Manor, it was obvious that Mrs. Jones's motives in seeking this person were not good. "Madam, has something happened?" At the same time, Lex realized that something untoward had probably occurred at Fairhorse Manor before he arrived, prompting Mrs. Jones to make such a fuss and stir just to capture a red-haired woman. Something's happened to Fernando. At this point, there was no need to hide the truth. Mrs. Jones confessed to Lex and the others that Fernando had suddenly fallen unconscious, and even the doctors they had called in were helpless. The doctors believe it's the work of a witch. They never seen such a strange illness before. Fernando appears to be asleep, yet he hasn't woken up in 2 days and 2 nights. Mrs. Jones sighed. A witch. Lex inevitably shifted his attention to Mela. However, he cautiously avoided revealing Mara's identity to Mrs. Jones. If Mrs. Jones learned that Mara was actually a witch, even Lex wouldn't believe his reputation could clear Mara's name. Instead, Mara took the initiative and said to Mrs. Jones, "If it was a witch, I can bring the person you're talking about back to health. But I also have a request. I need you to have Healer Aaron heal Uriel." "You?" Mrs. Jones's expression suddenly changed. As intelligent as she was, she instantly realized that even if Mara wasn't a witch herself, she must be closely related to a real witch. "If you don't mind, let me go take a look first. I need to determine more details from him in person," Mara suggested. "Okay." To Lex's surprise, Mrs. Jones agreed immediately, without him even having to speak for her. She had her own reasons. As long as Mara could successfully sober up Fernando, what did it matter if she was a witch? If Mara truly was a witch, wouldn't it be much easier to solve the problems caused by witches? Why wouldn't she agree? Besides, with so many of them watching, Mara couldn't do anything to Fernando. So, the group went to Fernando's room. After carefully observing Fernando's condition, Mara immediately suggested going to the kitchen to brew the antidote. Fortunately, this is just the effect of drinking too much dream potion. This potion promises a night of sweet dreams, but if you drink too much, you'd be stuck in it forever, unable to wake up on your own. "Is that all? Then why does Fernando look so pale?" Mrs. Jones asked worriedly. "Because whoever gave him the dream potion increased the dosage of one of the herbs. It's actually a common poison, often used by healers to numb their patients' pain, preventing them from acting irrationally under the pain," Mira added calmly. "For example, jumping like a shrimp, screaming uncontrollably, and then punching the healer in the struggle." Soon Mira, with the help of the kitchen servants, quickly brewed a potion that looked and smelled unpleasant. The brown, sticky potion was as disgusting as mud dredged from a swamp. But Fernando had long since lost consciousness, and even when the maid spooned the disgusting liquid into his mouth, he showed no reaction. After all this turmoil, darkness quickly descended upon the land like a tide, and candles lit up throughout the manor. Mira also went to rest in the room Catherine had prepared for her. Before leaving, Catherine reminded Mira that Uriel was resting in the room next to hers. Healer Aaron had already given her medicine, and he was confident she would soon recover. Mira nodded, understanding. Even though this was just a bedroom, often vacant and used only by guests, the precious vases on the dresser, the silver kettle beside the chest of drawers, and the embroidered carpet before the bed reminded anyone who stayed there that this was a manor built with the wealth of the Fallhorse family, a mansion perfectly worthy of an ancient noble family. Mira sat in a rocking chair quilted with soft velvet, and suddenly felt like she deserved one too. However, as the chair rocked back and forth, Mira felt as if she had forgotten something. Silas, who had been hovering over Four Course Manor, trying not to alert anyone who had intruded to investigate, said, Chapter 69. At the crack of dawn, the servants of the manor set out one by one, heading to their respective posts to begin the day's work. A maid in her prime, carrying 2 buckets of fresh milk in her powerful arms, hurried to the kitchen. The kitchen was already bustling with activity, with people milling about and shouting. The maid struggled to maneuver between elbows and backs, constantly having to watch out for scoops and small spoons that suddenly flew out. Finally, she managed to place the wooden bucket back where it belonged. Phew, she breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Maylaw lay comfortably in her soft down blanket until the golden morning light fully illuminated Fallhorse Manor. Then someone knocked on her door, asking in a soft voice if she was ready to get up. Mira replied lazily yes. Then the door opened, and several young maids filed in, carrying clean towels and copper basins filled with hot water, to help Mira out of bed. This scene dispelled any remaining sleepiness from Mira. She regained her consciousness, took the towel, wet it, wrung it dry, and sloppily wiped it across her face before letting the maids leave. By the way, remember to leave your clothes behind, Mira added hastily. She had fought through her sleepiness last night, taking a comfortable, hot bath before going to bed. She was wearing only the nightgown that Catherine had prepared for her, which she had taken away. Since Mira had once again refused, one of the young maids had no choice but to place her clothes at the foot of the bed, leaving her to change herself. After everyone left, Mira picked up the dress that Catherine had also specially prepared for her. The layers of silk fabric were light and soft, and the outer dark green petticoat was particularly lustrous. Even the cuffs were embroidered with delicate lace, making it look very valuable. Mira had foregone the cumbersome bustle and the cumbersome corset, simply tying a sash around her waist. Then, led by the maid, she headed to the dining room. At the long table, Mrs. Jones was already seated at the head table, with Lex and Church to her right. Mira sat directly to Mrs. Jones's left. "Did you sleep well last night?" While the servants were serving the food, Mrs. Jones looked at Mira. Mira, of course, smiled and replied that she had slept well. Sleeping on the soft bed felt like sinking into a cloud. Mrs. Jones then turned her attention to Lex and Church, who were standing nearby. The three of them exchanged pleasantries that Maylaw found uninteresting. As she savored the unusually rich breakfast, she suspected that, perhaps because of her presence, Mrs. Jones had deliberately avoided some sensitive topics. For example, what kind of life had Lex led these past few years, and how had he met Maylaw? Breakfast was only halfway through when a servant hurried into the dining room, his face radiating unconcealed joy. "Madam, the Marquis has awakened. Tell the kitchen to bring him breakfast first. We visit him later." Mrs. Jones calmly cut a thin piece of beef with her silver knife, showing no sign of rushing to see the newly awakened Fernando. Her years of aristocratic upbringing also made it impossible for her to abandon her guests mid-meal. It would have been rude. So, after Maylaw and the others had put down their knives and forks, Mrs. Jones led them back to Fernando's room. At that moment, Fernando had just finished a small bowl of warm pumpkin soup. Having just emerged from the long darkness, his appetite was clearly very low. So, upon seeing Mrs. Jones and Maylaw and the others behind her, Fernando naturally sent the servants away with the food. "How are you feeling? Are you still feeling unwell?" For the first time since Fernando's accident, Mrs. Jones's frozen face thawed, revealing a hint of concern. "I'm fine. Thank you for all your hard work these past few days." Fernando's lips curled in a gentle smile. Even before Mrs. Jones could say anything, the Nancy could already guess how hard she'd been working on this massive mess these past few days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have woken up so quickly. "Your Highness, Lex, long time no see." The Nancy's gaze passed over Mrs. Jones and fell on Lex's face, but he didn't seem particularly surprised. He spoke as if Lex had never experienced that horrific disappearance, and that he and Lex hadn't felt the distance of years apart. "You taken good care of yourself these past few years. I'm sure Her Majesty Queen Lilith would be very pleased to see you like this." This was the first time Mayla had heard someone directly mention Lex's mother. She secretly observed Lex's expression, and saw that he seemed accustomed to the familiarity between Financy and Lilith. "It's a shame you made such a fuss to come to Furhorse County, but I can't take you on a proper tour of this manor for the time being," Fernando said with some regret. "Don't worry. Your Highness and I will be here for a while longer. You'd definitely be able to guide us this time." Church interrupted with a smile. "It seems I need to get better soon." Fernando's voice tinged with resignation. Of course, he didn't miss Mayla, standing at the end of the group. "Who is this lady?" "Thanks to Mayla, she helped you wake up," Mrs. Jones introduced Fernando. "So it's Miss Mayla." Fernando treated Mayla with equal warmth. "Thank you for your help. If there's anything I can do to repay you, please don't hesitate to ask." "No, Mrs. Jones has already sent Healer Aaron to treat my companion. You don't need to pay me any extra money." Mela declined Fernando's offer. Since Healer Aaron had been mentioned, Mira said bluntly, to be on the safe side, "You should have Healer Aaron come over and take another look at you." "That's right. We should have the healer take another look at you to see if there's anything else wrong with you." Mrs. Jones nodded in agreement, and started to ask Catherine to call Aaron. "Let me go get him. I also check on Uriel." Mira took over Catherine's work and left the room. Originally, she had only come along to check in. Of the people present, she and Fernando were the only ones with no family ties. Now that Fernando was alright, she had no interest in staying to listen to their reminiscences. Mira arrived outside Uriel's room, just as Healer Aaron opened the door. "Is Uriel awake?" Mira asked. "She's awake," Aaron replied. Seeing Mira again, Aaron, remembering how he had exposed her identity in front of Catherine, inevitably felt a little embarrassed. However, he explained Uriel's current situation to Mira in great detail. Generally speaking, since Miss Uriel has awakened, she might soon feel a surge of hunger. However, it's best not to let her eat too much at this point, as this can easily re-stimulate her weakened body and cause her to vomit up what she's eaten. "I understand." Mira understood, and told Aaron to check on Fernando's condition and leave Uriel to her. After hearing this, Aaron left without a moment's rest or breath. Uriel. Mira sent the maid with her to fetch a simple breakfast and walked into the room alone, where she saw Uriel struggling to sit up in bed. She had no choice but to take a few steps forward and help Uriel up, tucking a pillow behind her waist for support. "Where are we?" Uriel looked around curiously at the surroundings, which were clearly different from the inn. Her memory only reached the time before she lost consciousness, the night before, so Mira had to briefly recount yesterday's events. "What did you say?" Uriel had never imagined so much had happened in just one day. All she could think about now was what Mira had mentioned. Their arrest was probably related to Erica. Why did Maya want to harm this lord named Finanji? Does he have any connection to the royal family? To Uriel, it was perfectly reasonable for a witch to want to attack a member of the royal family. Though she couldn't help but feel a little resentful, wondering why Erica had done such a thing without even saying hello. Didn't she know she'd be worried? I don't know why Erica did this, but Finanji has no blood relationship to the royal family. He simply served as chancellor to the current king for many years. Mira felt that this couldn't be Erica's reason for attacking Finanji. Otherwise, according to this logic, wouldn't Erica want to eliminate all nobles with ties to the royal family? Mira began to consider the possibility of a witch becoming king. Okay, let's not worry about why Auntie did this. If we want to know the reason, we still have to find her first. Uriel assured Mira, "I get better soon." "That's probably not up to you. Healer Aaron said that patients like you with more severe black maple poisoning need at least 2 weeks to recover and return to full health," Mira said sympathetically. This meant that Uriel would have to stay in this manner for another 2 weeks. "Can you brew a healing potion for me?" Uriel asked doubtfully. If she drank the healing potion, this minor ailment would be cured immediately, and she would be able to leave the manor with Mira in no time. If they hadn't done this before because they were worried about their identities being exposed, hadn't they already been exposed? It would be better to recover quickly and leave quickly. Of course not, because there aren't any ingredients here that I could use to make a healing potion. Mira spread her hands, dismissing Uriel's attempt at a quick recovery. Uriel, This reason was truly compelling, leaving her speechless. Just then, the maid arrived with breakfast for Uriel. Uriel uncomfortably tried to take the tray from the maid, but Mira interrupted her. "Why are you trying so hard? You can't even sit up right now." Just let her feed you this bowl of porridge. Even so, when the spoon of porridge touched her lips, Uriel still wore an expression as if she couldn't bear to move away, as if the maid were feeding her a spoonful of poison. Mira, watching from the side, was overjoyed. Knowing that she was no longer being watched, Uriel's shame was probably much lessened. Mira didn't stay to watch Uriel's joke. She found a random excuse and left the room. After closing the door, Mira turned around, almost startling Lex, who had suddenly snuck up behind her. "What are you doing standing here? Isn't your room at the other end of the hall?" Mira asked curiously. "It's been so long. Don't you have anything else you want to tell me?" Lex felt somewhat helpless at Mira's attitude. "What? Weren't we already prepared to never see each other again?" Mira tilted her head slightly, her innocent expression meeting Lex's gaze with a razor-sharp coldness and cruelty. "But meeting you here is truly a pleasant surprise. Without you, I wouldn't be standing here safe and sound like this." Mira smiled, tiptoed, and patted Lex's shoulder. "Thank you, Lex." Chapter 70. I thought you never leave the dark forest. After hearing Mira's words, Lex was silent for a moment before speaking. "That's exactly what I planned," Mira answered honestly. "But wasn't there something unexpected going on?" Mira hurriedly told Lex about Silas's accidental discovery of the sprouting seed of life. "Erica is my teacher. I can't just stand by and watch her in danger," Mira said. "But I didn't expect the person we found would be Uriel." "So you two will go together and continue to Furhorst?" Lex asked. "Yes." Mira took a few steps forward. "It wasn't a good idea to talk in front of someone else's door. It's a shame Erica should have left Fallhorst County by now. We'd probably have to go somewhere else next." "Somewhere else?" Lex's lips moved, as if he wanted to ask something, but he ultimately opted for another question. "If I had asked you if you wanted to leave the dark forest with me, would you have agreed?" Mira looked back at him in surprise, her expression clearly saying, "What are you thinking? I told you, I didn't leave the dark forest for some random reason. I came out to save someone." After saving someone, Mira would, of course, return. So how could Erica's and Lex's situations be conflated? Lex clearly wanted to leave. He had things he wanted to accomplish, and she had her own life to lead. Mira loved the days of staying in the dark forest, away from people and gossip, and she had no intention of changing them for anyone. However, Mira lazily leaned against the door. "If you're ever in danger again, perhaps I consider saving you again." "Consider it?" Lex repeated Mira's words, stepping closer to her. They hadn't been far apart to begin with, and now they were so close their bodies were practically touching. "Can't you just lie to me once and say you'd definitely come?" Lex lowered his eyes. He looked rather pitiful. Like the once high-spirited black wolf, he crouched down, deliberately letting Mira see the grievance on his face. But Lex was different from the black wolf. He didn't have the lush fur that Mira could so easily touch. He had sharp, deep features, and even his pursed lips had a cold curve, making him seem unapproachable. "Lex, are you a child? You insist on listening to lies instead of the truth," Mira suddenly said. Even though Lex stood before her like an insurmountable mountain, as if no matter what, she couldn't escape his gaze, Mira remained undeterred by his aura. Instead, she smiled softly. "A lie, even after 1,000 repetitions, is still a lie. But my sincerity is precious, so I'm telling you the truth. Shouldn't you be happy?" Mira reached out to push Lex's shoulder. "Let me stand up. The carvings on the door are hurting my back. Are you okay?" Lex instinctively reached out to separate Mira from the door, but accidentally landed on Mira's lower back. Beneath the soft fabric lay skin as delicate as porcelain, still retaining a subtle warmth. But in comparison, Lex's palm was far too hot, the difference in heat stark. Mira raised an eyebrow calmly, a look that said, "What do you think?" Lex silently withdrew his hand and stepped aside, not daring to say another word. And just as he did, Mira saw Silas, crouched against the corridor window, his face twisted as he stared at them. "Silas, why are you crouching against the window like this?" After finally reuniting with Mira, Silas began to angrily scold her for forgetting about it. "Do you know how worried I was about you? I followed the caravan all the way to this manor, and when you couldn't find a way to escape, I thought something had happened to you." Silas had been terrified all day. Finally, when he found an opportunity, avoiding everyone's gaze, he pressed himself against the window, trying to squeeze in through the crack. He saw Mira chatting with Lex in the hallway, as if nothing had happened. "Wait, let's talk." "Lex, why are you here too?" Silas asked, tilting his head and staring at Lex. "The owner of the manor was my former teacher, and I came here specially to visit." As for why he came, Lex didn't say. Thankfully, Silas wasn't interested. After all, with his brain, he couldn't figure out all the twists and turns. So Silas said, "Oh," and turned away to continue denouncing Mara. Mara looked at Lex dimly. Lex coughed lightly and said, "Silas, you must be hungry after being stranded outside yesterday. How about I ask the kitchen to send over some delicious food, so you can fill your stomach first?" Silas's attention was indeed diverted. He excitedly chirped yes, yes, and then asked Lex if he had any delicious food to prepare. After a while, a maid knocked on the door with a food cart, and Lex personally pushed the cart in, allowing Silas to plop down on it and tuck into his meal. Come to think of it, why did Silas want to become a pigeon? Lex asked, trying to make conversation. Mira then repeated Silas's reason to Lex verbatim. "But I like Silas to become a sparrow. It's so cute and easy to hide, but it doesn't want to," Mira said regretfully. "I don't want to be a sparrow. Those gray feathers are so ugly." Silas, despite his busy schedule, found time to retort, even though his mouth was so full of food that it was bulging and his words were slurred. "By the way, Silas, why don't you go to Uriel's and have dinner with her later?" Mira suddenly thought. Why? Silas was puzzled. Hadn't Mira just said that her identity had been largely exposed to those in the know, like Mrs. Jones? So what did it matter if she revealed even more that she possessed a supremely intelligent, unparalleled bird? Because I haven't personally admitted to being a witch yet. Mira smiled, and picked up the last piece of cheese tart from the plate, leaving Silas's outstretched wings to flutter empty. Even if Mrs. Jones and the others had suspicions about Mira's identity, they knew it all, but as long as Mira didn't admit it herself, they could pretend to be oblivious and continue to interact with her. Some truths don't need to be punctured, like soap bubbles, they're incredibly beautiful through a hazy halo. Under Silas's resentful gaze, Mara thought the cooks at Falhos Manor were truly skilled. But just as Mara's claws reached for the millefeuille on another plate, Silas quickly shoved it into his mouth. "Millefeuille? Delicious?" Silas muttered vaguely, gazing at Mara with a smug look. Mara, still smiling, said, "If it's delicious, eat more. This whole cart of food is yours. Remember to finish it all." "What?" Silas stared at the 2 layers of exquisitely presented food stacked on top of each other in the bottom cart, stunned. He burped long and hard. It was as if he had vomited his soul. That evening, only Mara, Lex, Church, and Mrs. Jones were at the table. Fernando couldn't come down to dine with them, so the servants had to bring the food to his room. Learning that Mara and Uriel would need to stay at the manor for another 2 weeks, Mrs. Jones nodded cheerfully, telling them not to worry, and to just stay put. She could contact Catherine if she needed anything. All in all, Mara had another delightful dinner. The pleasure reached its peak when she soaked comfortably in the bathtub. Silas, as a bird, didn't enjoy being submerged in water, but seeing Mara enjoying herself so much, he begged her to bring him a wooden tray. Silas stood in the wooden tray, and Mara occasionally poured a little water over him, letting him jump and wash the dust off his feathers. "By the way, Mara, will Lex come with us?" Silas looked up, gazing at Mara, whose cheeks were flushed with steam. "Why would he come with us?" Mara asked casually. I thought. Silas hesitated, not daring to speak his mind. He simply missed Lex. They had finally met this time, so why couldn't they stay together a little longer? "Silas, even if we could stay together for just one more day, wouldn't that mean we wouldn't have to face separation again?" Mara reached out and stroked Silas's feathers. A rare moment of earnestness. "Instead of forcing goodbyes, why not cherish every day we finally meet again, huh?" "Okay." Although Mara said so, Silas's tone couldn't hide the disappointment. Mara smiled and shook her head, but offered no words of comfort. So Lex, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly heard a knock on his door. He opened it and looked out the hallway empty. When he looked down again, Silas had already sneaked across the soft carpet and made a beeline for his bed. "Lex, let me spend a wonderful night with you tonight." Silas flew onto the bed, patting the covers warmly and inviting Lex. Lex, who had never been so clingy with Silas before, was actually flattered for a moment. "Why did you come all of a sudden? Does Mara know about this?" Lex closed the door and came to the bedside. "Oh, she knows." Silas said calmly. "She said, since I can't bear to leave you, I should make the most of every moment I have with you. That's why I came." "What's that look on your face?" Seeing Lex remain silent, Silas was furious. He had been waiting to see Lex's expression of deep emotion. Instead, Lex's expression was almost too calm. He replied with a faint nothing, but inwardly he wondered. Even Silas couldn't bear to leave him, yet Mira seemed so calm. She smiled, but her heart was like a block of ice that refused to melt. Time and again, it chilled his dazed mind. Chapter 71. How are you feeling today? Fernando had been reclining on his bed, reading a book to pass the time. Hearing the door open, he looked up with a smile. Your Highness, you're here. He had clearly anticipated Lex's arrival. After Dr. Aaron's treatment, I feel I recovered a lot, but my aunt still thinks I'd better rest for a few days, Fernando said somewhat helplessly. As the youngest daughter of the previous Marquis of Verhorst, Mrs. Jones and Fernando weren't much different in age, but whenever Mrs. Jones brought up her aunt's status, even Fernando couldn't help but follow her advice. Besides, she was only concerned for his health. I think Mrs. Jones's concerns are justified. At least a few more days of rest won't hurt. Lex walked to the bedside, where a high-back chair had already been placed. It was obvious that Fernando had arranged it specifically for him. Lex sat down leisurely. That's true, but as Lord, I've been away from the territory for so many years, leaving everything to my aunt. Now that I finally returned, it's her who deserves to rest. Thananji smiled and shook his head. But Madame Jones has managed the forced territory well, hasn't she? The territory has been thriving over the years, and everyone can see it. Lex even thought that if women weren't prohibited from inheriting the title, it wouldn't be impossible for forced territory to have a female lord. Thananji didn't seem to care much about his position as lord. Yes, it's obvious to everyone, just like Torres's poor health makes him clearly less suitable than his cousin to be the next Marquis of Forst. But because he's a boy, my only son, he's been the heir to the lordship since childhood. Your Highness, do you think this is fair? Thananji asked with a calm smile, as if he were simply chatting with Lex. But the meaning he hinted at was quite intriguing. Lex knew that Torres, Thananji's only son, had been plagued by illnesses since birth. He constantly needed several servants to care for him. So, when Torres grew up, Thananji took the initiative and had his mother move him to another manor. The quiet, sparsely populated area was perfect for recuperation. In contrast, Mrs. Jones's daughter, Clena, Torres's cousin, was a bright and lively girl. She had even learned horsemanship and swordsmanship from a young age from the knights around her, and she excelled. If she had been a boy, she might have been proposed as the second in line to the throne after Torres. But being a girl meant that she would be destined to assist her cousin, just as her mother, Mrs. Jones, had assisted Thananji. No, perhaps not necessarily. From Thananji's deliberate questioning of him, Lex realized that Thananji seemed intent on having the kingdom's first female lord born in Forst. That's certainly unfair. Women are no less capable than men, aren't they? Lex pondered. Especially when there are better options. We don't have to settle. For example, Torres was made lord simply because he was a man. However, it's unclear how many days a year his frail body would allow him to handle the affairs of the territory. Furthermore, Lex had never heard anyone praise the intelligence of Fernando's son. Although this was largely due to Torres's long years of seclusion, even Fernando, as a father, believed that Torres's talent for being a lord was inferior to his cousin's, suggesting that his abilities were perhaps truly mediocre. It seems that in every respect, Fernando said meaningfully, Your Highness and I share the same views. This was Fernando's subtle way of telling Lex that he understood his intentions, and was willing to support his ascension to the throne. And once Lex ascended the throne, the old laws of succession would have to be amended to allow for female heirs. Before leaving, Lex posed one last question. Fernando, who do you think is trying to harm you? In fact, many people privately speculated that Mrs. Jones had been behind Fernando's attack. After all, she had governed the territory of Verhorst for so many years, and her ambition was as well known as her decisive and ruthless methods. As a result, once Fernando, the legitimate lord, returned, she was reduced to a leisurely lady enjoying afternoon tea. She must have felt deeply resentful. Through Church's inquiries, Lex also learned of these private speculations about Mrs. Jones. Church then asked him what he thought. Lex bluntly stated that he wouldn't easily assume Mrs. Jones wouldn't harm Fernando just because they'd known each other for so long. After all, these speculations also suggested that Mrs. Jones had motives to harm Fernando. If Fernando had passed away, Mrs. Jones would surely have gained considerable benefits, such as regaining sovereignty over the Falhos territory under the guise of helping Torres manage the territory. Even though Mrs. Jones and Fernando had always been close family, there was no guarantee she hadn't been deliberately playing the innocent game these days to evade suspicion. But today, when Fernando proposed making Mrs. Jones's daughter the next Lord of Falhos, Lex knew that the faint possibility that Mrs. Jones was behind the plot had vanished. So, who exactly was trying to harm Fernando? He had always been a noble of outstanding reputation, rarely heard of having any quarrels with anyone. Even during his years as chancellor, when some people harbored deep hatred for him that should have vanished with him leaving the royal city and returning to his domain. Your Highness, why don't you think about it? Who wouldn't want me dead? Fernando said slowly. There were so many people who didn't want Fernando dead, his wife, his son, Mrs. Jones, his loyal subordinates, and even Lex himself. Lex's pupils suddenly shrank. It was Ilya who did it, right? Though Lex's tone was questioning, he was clearly certain of the answer. He didn't want Fernangi to die, and planned to leverage Fernangi's power to counter Ilya. Of course, Ilya would have wanted Fernangi dead. But why now? If Ilya had planned this all along, why would she have waited until now to attack Fernangi? Furthermore, how was she connected to the witch? Thinking of witches, Lex inevitably thought of Mara. Even though Mara hadn't said it explicitly, the sudden appearance of a witch in Furhorst and Mara's arrival were so many coincidences that Lex was certain the witch who had attacked Fernangi was the one Mara was looking for, Erica, her former teacher. But if Mara knew, why would she have come all the way to Furhorst to save Fernandez? Lex was convinced Mara wouldn't lie to him, and there was absolutely no connection between her and Erica. Perhaps she couldn't wait any longer. Something major must have happened in the palace that we're unaware of. Even though it involved him, and nearly cost him his life, Fernandez remained eerily calm when discussing Ilya. And even though he didn't know what had happened that would have compelled Ilya to kill him, Fernandez said, thoughtfully, in fact, there aren't many people in the palace that our queen cares about, are there? Just His Majesty the King and His Highness Severi. So, this incident was either related to Nurungar 9 or Severi. Whether it was the former or the latter, it greatly benefited Lex's situation. No wonder Ilya lost her temper. I see. Lex nodded, clearly having made his own assessment. The gardens of Fallhorse Manor were truly well maintained by dedicated gardeners. Even before Mela even approached, the rich fragrance of the flowers captivated her. But she hadn't expected there was someone else in the garden. Miss Mela. Chelge smiled gently at Mela as she approached. But when his eyes fell on Mela's dress, he couldn't help but feel a little lost. Chelge's gaze gave Mela a glimpse of something strange. She lowered her head, examining the dress the maid had delivered that morning. She asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this dress?" "No, there's nothing wrong with the dress. It's beautiful, and it sets you off like a violet in the sunlight," Chelge denied with a smile. At the same time, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Queen Lililith also loved purple. After she became queen, she gradually became the only figure wearing purple at court balls. Is that so? Her Majesty must be a truly stunning beauty. Does Rex resemble her in any way? Mira asked curiously. If I must say, perhaps the nose and mouth? Chelge pondered for a moment. In fact, whether compared to Nurungar 9 or Lililith, Rex didn't bear a particularly close resemblance. He seemed more like a child of his parents, with a uniquely handsome face. If you would, could you tell me more about Her Majesty's past? Mira suggested with a smile. Lex says his mother loved him, but rarely spent time with him, so even when he occasionally mentioned her to me, it was only a few times. After all, Lex himself had few memories of spending time with Lililith. But Church had known Lililith long before Lex was born. He must have seen that relatively healthy woman, renowned among the nobles. What image did Church hold of Lililith in his eyes? Of course. Today's beautiful weather is perfect for discussing a beauty as captivating as a flower in this beautiful garden. Church agreed, as expected. But before that, perhaps we could spend this time more pleasantly over tea and snacks, Church suggested. Okay. Mira waved to the maid standing nearby and told her of her intention to have afternoon tea. And soon, Mira and Church sat down at the stone table in the garden, each taking a sip of their tea. They all sighed together, "It's so hot." Chapter 72. Lililith had been renowned among the nobility since childhood. Her birth wasn't particularly noble, being merely the daughter of a viscount. However, upon her first social appearance, her striking beauty quickly spread. Beyond her beauty, Lililith possessed a heart as noble as her outward appearance. Her Majesty the Queen never looked down upon us, the lower classes, Chelge said nostalgically. Even though they devotedly served these nobles, risking their lives for their safety, they were still rightly looked down upon. It was as if a person's status was predetermined from birth. The lowly remained forever as low as dust, while the noble remained high above for generations. Of course, Chelge never believed that, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the royal city as a peasant son, even ambitiously participating in the selection of the royal knights. With my abilities, I naturally entered the royal knight order with ease. On the day of the knight commander selection, I defeated many, including sons of nobles. But they said I was a commoner, and how could a commoner lead the nobles? Church said calmly. Recalling the past, he lost the resentment that once filled his heart. To this day, Church can still recall that day. The blood-red sunset bathed most of the training ground, and he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, refusing to let go, letting the sweat drip silently from his eyes and fall to the ground. The man who had fallen to the ground was helped to his feet by the other two men, staring at Church with resentment. He was Church's 21st opponent of the day. After battling so many men in a row, even Church felt his body growing heavy, his sword swinging becoming labored. Even so, Church seized the opportunity, taking advantage of the moment when the man's hands were temporarily paralyzed by the force of his sword, and with a swift and precise strike, he knocked the sword away from his hand, securing the final victory. A constant stream of whispers echoed in his ears, a repetition of the same old refrain. Is he still human? How could someone defeat 21 people in a row without collapsing from exhaustion? A man worthy of being called a monster? Is there truly anyone stronger than him? What a pity! He's a commoner. Even if he wins, what good will it do? We can't really let a commoner ride roughshod over us nobles, can we? Church ignored the whispers. He rolled his eyes at the man who had been standing by, his arms folded, observing the selection with a solemn expression. He was the outgoing knight commander. Whether it was the frosted look on his face, or the meticulously combed white hair at his temples, it all proved he was unfit to continue holding the important position of knight commander. The order was, after all, a place for the young. He also noticed the look Church was giving him, and a rare touch of emotion crossed his face, a look of unmistakable regret. He also lamented Church's humble origins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found himself in such a predicament. Silence is a silent and torturous judgment. Even as Church's disappointment grew, he still stubbornly believed that perhaps, just maybe, there was a slight chance he could become the first commoner-born knight commander. If overwhelming strength couldn't bring about fairness, then what was the point of staying? Would he suffer in vain for these nobles, who looked down on him? Is this our new knight commander? What a handsome and exceptional man. A soft female voice suddenly rang out, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The woman's already stunning features were accentuated by her gorgeous dress, and the crown atop her head clearly announced her identity. She was the current queen, Lilith Arenal. Your Majesty. Instantly, every knight present placed their clenched fists on their chests, bowed their heads, and saluted Lilith respectfully. This included Church, of course. So he could only hear Lilith's footsteps approaching. A wisp of purple skirt appeared before his eyes, and a hand clad in a white lace glove reached out. A dazzling jewel ring adorned her ring finger. What's your name? My name is Churgo, Your Highness. Churgo dropped his sword, took Lilith's hand, and solemnly kissed her glove before quickly releasing her, without a hint of affection. Since you are taking over the position of Knight Commander from today, the safety of the palace is now in your hands. Lilith smiled. Your Majesty. Before Churgo could speak, the old Knight Commander suddenly called out. What's going on, Andrew? Lilith's usually gentle gaze turned to him. Churgo, he's a commoner. Andrew couldn't openly tell everyone that if Church became Knight Grandmaster, these noble knights would definitely disobey him, and might even bring a fight to Nurungar 9. So he hesitantly hinted to Lilith, hoping she'd change her mind. Is that so? Lilith smiled, returning her gaze to Church's face. Then it seems you possess a valor no less than that of a noble. I'm sincerely delighted to have someone like you in the royal order. Your Highness. Church paused, knowing full well that with Lilith's approval, he was now the next Knight Grandmaster. The resentment that had been welling up in his heart completely melted away. He bowed to Lilith once more and said solemnly, I will not betray your trust. Before sunset, afternoon tea would finally come to a close. Churgo politely excused Maylaw, saying he had other matters to attend to, so he wouldn't escort Maylaw back to her room. Maris smiled and waved him off. The matter is so safe. I'm just going back to my room. I don't need a famous knight like you to escort me back. After Churgo's figure disappeared from sight, Maylaw slowly picked up her teacup and drank the last of the cold tea. Then, she leisurely walked down the corridor, into the first-floor hall, and slowly ascended the stairs to the second floor. Mara? Why are you outside my room? Rex, returning from Fernando's, was surprised to see Maylaw leaning against the wall before even reaching his room, as if waiting for him. Because I was waiting for you. Mira admitted her purpose with a smile. Waiting for me? Lex couldn't think of a reason for Mara's response. Is there something I can help you with? Well, not really. I just wanted to show you this new dress. The tailor at the manor is really skilled, isn't she? Mira lifted the hem of her dress and twirled gracefully before Lex's eyes. The well-cut lines perfectly outlined her slender waist, and the purple fabric accentuated her fair skin. Yes, this dress suits you very well. Lex gave a very fair assessment. After all, you had it made specifically for me. Of course it suits me, doesn't it? Mira smiled, revealing a secret Lex had been trying to conceal. If Mira hadn't realized the problem with the dress this morning, when Churgo explained that since Lilith's beauty was so stunning that no one else had worn a purple dress since she became queen, lest they outshine her, Mira suddenly realized that the dress must have been sent to her by Lex through Catherine. Churgo also explained that even after Lilith's death, this unspoken custom still persisted among the noble ladies. As for Lex's thoughts, Mira quickly grasped them. In his heart, purple, his mother's beloved color, was the most beautiful in the world. So now that he had the chance, he wanted to see Mira in a purple dress. Since Mira already knew, Lex no longer needed to hide it. He touched his nose with a hint of resignation and said, knowingly, Churgo must have tipped you off. Even if Lex didn't know that Mira and Church had afternoon tea together, there were only a handful of people in the manor who knew all about these past events, and with a little elimination, they could easily identify their target. Fernando stood no chance. Mrs. Jones wouldn't have specifically mentioned Lilith to Mira, so that left Church alone. I didn't say anything. Mira made a confidential gesture, indicating that everything was Lex's speculation, and she wasn't betraying anyone. So, do you think I look better in purple, or in another color? Then Mira posed a question that Lex hesitated to answer. For some reason, Lex had a relentless intuition that choosing either the former or the latter would annoy Mira. I think, Lex pondered for a moment, then said seriously, you look beautiful in any color, but you look best in the color you like. Mira chuckled with satisfaction. Lex, you're really getting better at pleasing women. I heard Church was very popular with the ladies back then. I think even Mrs. Jones, known as the Cold Beauty, treated him well. You learned a lot of useful things during your time with him, haven't you? Lex, He suddenly felt like he had no way to defend himself. Should he swear to Mira that he never learned these smooth talk skills from Church? Seeing Lex speechless, Mira was in a good mood and left humming a song. Before they passed each other, Mira's red lips parted slightly, and she uttered, as if in annoyance, come to think of it, my waist seems a little thicker than before. What do you think, Lex? Lex subconsciously recalled the moment not long ago when his hand rested on Mira's lower back. Comparing the warmth he felt with the memory, there seemed to be no difference. But as his thoughts returned, Lex felt an inexplicable dryness in his mouth and a deep sense of helplessness towards Mira. He knew Mira had said that on purpose. She just wanted to amuse herself by seeing him upset. But what could Lex do? Even if Mira handed him a bottle of poison, would he be willing to say no? Love is the most obvious poison, yet the most irresistible. Chapter 73. Even though they were close friends who grew up together, chatting with Church was far more interesting than chatting with that insincere Dequado. Church, born into a humble family, had spent his childhood mingling with all sorts of people. He always described the anecdotes he had witnessed to Maylaw with wit and humor. Even a story like two brothers fighting over a shepherdess was captivating. Especially in recent years, he had wandered extensively to avoid detection, covering nearly half the kingdom. His stories were so numerous that he could even spend 3 days and 3 nights recounting them. I once visited a small town with a unique winemaking technique, producing a delicious and mellow fruit wine. Additionally, the town holds a harvest festival every year at the end of autumn. On the day of the festival, each young boy can present a personally selected bunch of wheat ears to his beloved girl. If the girl accepts, they will go to church in the winter and happily marry in front of their loved ones. Wait, what if one of the young couple's parents disagrees? Mira asked curiously. She always felt that it wasn't possible for every young couple to have such a smooth relationship. If their young age made them easily blinded by so-called love, their parents must have had the most level-headed considerations. For example, whether their families were equally well off, whether the dowry was generous, and so on. Hadn't there been couples separated by this? Then, they could only prevent their sons from expressing their love to their beloved, or prevent their daughters from accepting a confession. Otherwise, according to town custom, anyone who declares their love on the day of the celebration will receive a blessing, and the marriage must be held in church. Chuggo smiled, picking up the teapot on the table and refilling Maylaw's nearly empty cup with warm tea. Come to think of it, it's not uncommon for people to do this before, like forbidding sons from taking even a single ear of wheat from the house, or locking daughters in their rooms on the day of the celebration. Doesn't that mean they can't be with their loved ones? Mara took an interested bite of the citrus jam-covered shell cake, her eyes narrowing slightly in satisfaction. Well, Young people will do anything for love. Jeld shrugged and told the rest of the story. The son, who had been prevented from doing so, searched diligently in other fields and finally managed to gather a tiny, humble, and shriveled sheaf of wheat. The daughter, who had been prevented from leaving her home, waited at the window and, in full view of everyone, caught the wheat thrown by her lover. After all, as long as you truly want to be together, any difficulty is merely a stepping stone to love, isn't it? Jeld asked with a seemingly casual smile. Mira, however, smiled and stuffed the last bite of shell cake into her mouth, refusing to comment on Jeld's words. It's over. Seeing this, Jeld sighed imperceptibly inwardly. It seems their highness still has a long way to go if she wants to fulfill her wish. In the evening, as usual, Mira visited Uriel's room to check on her. After 6 or 7 days of recuperation, Uriel was clearly a far cry from her previous frail appearance, her face regaining its healthy rosy complexion. So, when she excitedly suggested to Mira that they leave Fallhorse Manor early, Mira was taken aback. What's wrong? Are you worried I'm too anxious? Uriel thought Mira was being considerate, and her expression became awkward. Don't worry. At my current rate of recovery, I'd be fully recovered in 3 days at the latest. I'm definitely not being brash. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Mira from the corner of her eye. Mira, recovering from her earlier days, nodded nonchalantly. Okay, it's your health after all. Since you think it's okay, we can leave early. It's a deal then? We leave in 3 days, Uriel said excitedly. She had been staying in her room to recuperate for the past few days, hoping to recover as quickly as possible. But even in those few days, Uriel was already secretly horrified by the extravagant lifestyles of the nobles. By comparison, she preferred to be self-reliant, staying in her own room undisturbed. Before proposing this idea, Uriel couldn't help but worry about being rejected by Mira. After all, Mira seemed to be adapting well to life in the manor, and she had good relationships with the lords and distinguished guests mentioned by the maids. Uriel knew that Mira wasn't a traditional witch. If she had a choice, she wouldn't necessarily prefer a life of isolation and loneliness. Seeing that Mira wasn't attached to the abundant food or the gorgeous clothes, but was willing to follow her and risk the dangers of her search for Erica, Uriel was naturally delighted. She wished she could fly out of this manor that felt like a giant cage the next day. Okay, I won't bother you any longer. Get some rest. Mira left Uriel's room and bumped into Lex, who was about to leave. Across half the hallway, the two stared at each other from afar. Moonlight streamed in through the window, casting a quiet shadow across the walls. What's wrong? Noticing that Mira's gaze lingered on his face, seemingly for a moment, Lex approached, candlestick in hand. The firelight illuminated half of his face, while the other half was plunged into deep darkness. Only his golden eyes shone brightly, their captivating brilliance gleaming. Nothing. Mira stared at Lex, who had approached her. She was silent for a moment, swallowing back her thoughts of leaving early. What about you? Mira asked, tilting her chin towards the candle Lex was holding. Can't sleep. I'm going to the garden to get some fresh air, Lex answered frankly. Since the moonlight is beautiful tonight, I go with you for a stroll in the garden. Mira lowered her hand, ready to push the door open, and walked into the garden with Lex. When they finally met the silvery moon in the sky, they realized the moonlight streaming into the corridor wasn't even 1/10 as beautiful as in the garden. The silvery light flowed across the ground like a winding river, and even without getting close, a chill was palpable. It was a summer night, but Mira instinctively touched her arm. Cold? Lex didn't miss Mira's subtle gesture. How could that be? Mira casually lowered her hand, then gently and quickly touched Lex's forearm with the back of her hand. See, I'm not cold. Your skin seems to be cooler. Lex silently savored the lingering warmth of their touch and admitted, yeah, I'm a little cold. I don't think I've seen you in the garden these days. Mira reached out to touch a blooming white rose, even bending down to inhale the fragrance. You and Church come here every afternoon for afternoon tea. Lex glanced at Mira indifferently. Although his tone remained unchanged, it was clear that he was not in the best of moods when he brought this up. Talking to Church is fun, isn't it? For example, he'd tell me you were afraid of snakes as a child, huh? Mira turned her head and raised an eyebrow playfully at Lex. Children, of course, have a lot to fear, like snakes, slippery, scary-looking, and highly venomous creatures. Lex, unfazed by the revelation, met Mira's gaze openly. In the end, Mira gave in first and looked away. Why do you say only children can be afraid? Do grown-ups have to face everything bravely and fearlessly? Because I have the power to protect myself now. Why should I be afraid of a snake? As he spoke, Lex suddenly reached out and, with swift precision and a fierce grip, grasped the vitals of a small snake that had suddenly darted out of the flowers, leaving it spitting its venom in vain, but unable to harm anyone. Mara, who had spent years roaming the forest, had caught many snakes and poisonous animals like toads. Snake gallbladders and the venom from toads' backs were common ingredients she often used. So, seeing Lex catch the tiny, finger-knuckle-long snake, Mara wasn't afraid. She even leaned in closer to examine its species. This snake doesn't seem venomous. You might as well just throw it back. But before Lex could react, Mara changed her mind. Why don't you just get rid of it? It'd save it from scaring any passing maids. Then the frightening little snake split in two and returned to the flowers. Mara and Lex fell into a long silence. Even though Lex had only mentioned snakes, Mara knew his answer encompassed more than just them. People can feel fear when they feel powerless, and they can't help but retreat, even run away. But those things that once harmed little Lex are now nothing to him. This was a conceit Lex had never shown Mara. It was only then that Mara realized that Lex had been enduring, putting away all his cold, hard edges, finally becoming the hard-working, taciturn Lex of the dark forest. It was only because she had seen him at his most vulnerable from the beginning that she had assumed he was just a little prince, a bluffing prince. You lied to me tonight, didn't you? Finally, Lex spoke first, breaking the silence. Even back in the hallway, Lex knew Mara's nothing was just an excuse to brush him off. But even though he couldn't help but ask, he subconsciously chose a tactful way of asking. This gave Mara ample room to continue her deception. Even if Mara nonchalantly denied it, he couldn't bring himself to ask further. But Mara simply smoothed her hair down her cheeks and abruptly admitted, "Well, I lied to you. Actually, I meant to tell you that I would be leaving this manor with Uriel and Silas in 3 days." 3 days? Lex was caught off guard by this sudden departure. A gust of wind blew, and the flames on the candlesticks flickered. Then, don't come to see Silas and me off. Uriel still doesn't know that this manor is home to the man named Nuranger, whom she hates so much, Mara said with a casual air. Okay. After a moment's silence, Lex agreed. Chapter 74. 3 days flew by in a flash. Mira had already informed Mrs. Jones of their decision to leave early. So early that morning, a carriage pulled up at the manor gate to take her and Uriel away. Uriel boarded the carriage first, but Mira paused before it, accepting a thin piece of paper from Mrs. Jones. It was stamped with the family crest, an impossibly forgeable seal. While I don't know where you plan to go, this is a pass guaranteed by the Fallhorse family. With it, you can travel to other territories with impunity. Seeing Mira's puzzled expression, Mrs. Jones explained. Not everyone who wanted to leave the territory wanted to become a merchant. After all, the status of a merchant was even less respectable than that of a farmer. Therefore, these people naturally sought other ways to circumvent the kingdom's laws. One of these ways was the certificate with the family crest in Mira's hand. These days, aristocratic credibility carries an absolute guarantee. With it, it's like publicly announcing that Maylaw has the backing of the mighty Fallhorse family. Of course, Mrs. Jones's boldness in providing Maylaw with such a certificate suggests she's not worried about Maylaw getting into trouble and bringing them into the fold. After all, many nobles practice this, and it's even become a means for some lesser nobles to amass wealth. As for whether the person holding this certificate is related to their family, everyone knows for sure. Today you let my people off, tomorrow I let yours off, and everyone unanimously turns a blind eye, and the matter is left alone. Thank you. This certificate will be very useful to me. Mira tucked the paper away neatly and boarded the carriage, her purple skirt swirling in a beautiful arc. This scene was fully visible to Lex, who was standing at the second-floor window. Since you're already here, Your Highness, why don't you just give Miss Mira a ride? Chelge walked over to Lex's side and watched with him as the carriage carrying Mira and Uriel departed. Lex turned calmly. There's nothing much to say. This is just a temporary farewell. We meet again someday. Sensing Lex's determination and resolve, Chelge shrugged. Finally, he glanced at the carriage, which had become a small black dot in the distance, and suddenly saw another small black dot approaching the manor. As the black dot grew larger, Chelge could see that it was a man on horseback. Soon, Lex and Chelge were ushered into Finance's room, where they learned a piece of news that had just arrived from the royal city. Elsewhere, Mara and Uriel bid farewell to the carriage and sailed smoothly out of Fallhorst. With the pass Mrs. Jones had given them, they no longer needed to take the long route and could instead follow Erica's trail. But somehow, they couldn't catch up with Erica. I can't fly anymore. Let's rest for a while. Silas landed on the ground, panting, and almost sat down. Mara and Uriel also found a tree stump to sit on, equally exhausted. Mara rubbed her sore calves, but found her shoulders were also stiff and uncomfortable. I have a feeling we cover half the kingdom if we keep going this way. After a while, Silas regained some strength and spoke weakly. Mira felt the same way. The dark forest was located in the south-central part of the kingdom. Although they had taken many detours, if they plotted their route on a map, they would find that they were approaching the royal city in the heart of the kingdom. This made Mira cautious. Why was Erica going to the royal city? Could she know someone there? Or had she gotten caught up in a dispute that Mira didn't want to see? Thinking this, Mira looked at Uriel, who gave her a puzzled look. Let's go! Let's try to find a place to rest for the night before sunset. Mira didn't voice her suspicions. After all, even if Uriel knew, it wouldn't help. She would even worry about Erica being put in even greater danger. Unfortunately, Mira and her friends weren't having any luck today. Silas had searched the sky beforehand, but couldn't find any villages near the foot of the mountain. They had no choice but to turn back and find a narrow cave to spend the night. The branches they had picked up ignited a blazing fire, illuminating the cave, which was barely wide enough for Mara and Uriel to sit down against the rock wall, each with their own side. Silas had no place to rest, so he could only curl up on Mara's lap. Silas slept like that all night, but Mara didn't sleep well at all. The next morning, she was yawning non-stop. Here, have some fruit. Uriel handed her a verdant fruit. Mara took it, brought it to her lips, and took a bite. The sour taste instantly made her face wrinkle. But the sour fruit had its upside. It sobered up Mara and stopped yawning. Mira then offered the remaining fruit to Silas, who was also yawning. Before Silas could even begin to appreciate Mara's offering, the unsuspecting fruit spit out the flesh onto the ground, irritated by the sourness. What kind of fruit is this? Why is it so sour? I just picked this from the tree. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. Uriel simply thought Mara and Silas wouldn't be able to travel much further today if they continued to be so listless, so she gave them a sour fruit to perk them up. Uriel then told Mara and Silas not to be polite with her, and she had picked several more of these sour fruits. If they felt sleepy, they could always ask her for another. Thinking of their still sour tongues, Mara and Silas instantly stopped feeling sleepy, and even felt full of energy. They arrived at a small town at the height of the afternoon sun. What struck Mira as odd was that even when the townspeople were laughing and joking, a hint of sadness lingered on their faces. So Mira asked Uriel to find a place to rest while she pretended to shop, stopping at a stall and listening for a while. Unfortunately, she didn't hear anyone talking about anything useful. That evening, while Mira and Uriel were dining in the inn's lobby, the owner suddenly emerged from behind the counter and, with a heavy face, said to the crowd, "Let us put down our knives and forks for a moment and observe 3 minutes of silence for the passing of the great Pope Alonso." Mara then watched as the others in the lobby actually put down their utensils, clasped their hands together, closed their eyes, and joined the owner in a moment of silence. It wasn't until 3 minutes later, when the owner announced, "All right," that they opened their eyes and continued their meal as if nothing had happened. This was the first time Uriel had encountered such a scene. She knew that everyone in this land nominally believed in the church, but she had never imagined that anyone could truly be so deeply devoted to the church, or even to the Pope, who was artificially elevated to a high pedestal by the church and looked down upon the world from afar, filled with a silent fanaticism. Uriel unconsciously touched her arm and found that her hair stood on end. Back in her room, she couldn't help but ask Mira, what was wrong with those people just now? "Didn't you hear what the owner said? The Pope is dead, and they're mourning him?" Mira replied. "But they look more like they're being controlled." Uriel's expression was as uncomfortable as if she had swallowed a fly. Perhaps they're being controlled by their so-called faith? Mira thought back to her years growing up in White Pine Town. Think about it. When you're born, you're taken to the church for baptism. When you grow up and want to be with your loved one, you must take vows before a priest. Then, when you're old and out of breath, you're forced to lie in a coffin, and a priest presides over your funeral. There are only so many important things in a person's life, and the church is involved in everything. At that point, you believe whatever it says. For example, the church says everyone should love the great Pope as they would their own father. For example, the church says the Pope's passing is a huge blow, and everyone should be saddened. Therefore, even though most people had never met the Pope in their lives, hearing the news of his passing still felt like the world had fallen. It wasn't surprising what they did at that moment, including the moment of silence in the inn lobby just now, initiated by the owner. I still find it horrible. Uriel's words made Mira shudder. Everyone should have their own voice in their heads. rather than letting others dictate how we live. Mira remembered the church's teaching that people must not lie, or they would be despised by others. But she thought, if Uriel heard this, she would probably start to refute it. If it's a white lie, why can't it be told? Is it right to openly cause harm to others? Besides, who can guarantee that they will never lie? But perhaps this is why the church cannot tolerate witches. Mira said, as if jokingly. Those who think well won't be led by the church's so-called doctrines. Haven't you seen how those educated nobles, one above the other, are so good at putting on a front, seemingly accepting the church's beliefs, yet they actually don't take the church's teachings about suffering for happiness seriously? If suffering is the only way to happiness, why are these nobles born with a silver spoon in their mouths, enjoying a lifetime of endless delicacies, and wearing countless sets of gorgeous clothes embellished with countless jewels? Unless they fall into a state of destitution, such as having their noble titles stripped by the king, they will never experience hardship in their lives. It's even more impossible for them to truly believe in the church. Furthermore, there are only so many ordinary people, and if they are exploited by the nobles, the church won't be able to reap the benefits. Therefore, there is a considerable conflict between the nobility and the church. Somehow, Maylaw thought of Viscount Fist and Bishop Jordo again, a thought she hadn't thought of in a long time. Chapter 75. In the middle of the night, a sudden clap of thunder jolted Mara from her sleep. A cold, white light flickered across the bed, and rain soon began to fall outside. With a snap, the wind blew the loose window open, letting the rain pour in. It was obvious that Silas had carelessly left it ajar when he returned last night. Mara had no choice but to get up and close the window. Beads of raindrops pelted her face, and the wind whipped Mara's hair wildly. As she closed the window, she glanced down casually, and saw a group of 4 or 5 people hurriedly knocking on the inn's door. Behind them were 2 loaded carriages. Perhaps due to an accident on the way here, the hoods were gone, allowing Mara to clearly see barrels stacked inside. She had no idea what was inside. Just as Mara was about to look away, she noticed a barrel move in her peripheral vision. Strange, was it an illusion? Mira couldn't help but glance toward the carriage again, and her eyes met with one of the men who had looked up. He seemed to realize she was looking at the carriage behind him, and his gaze suddenly grew fierce. Mira feigned shock and completely closed the window, but behind it, she fell into deep thought. She felt that the man's gaze was less a threat and more like he was holding something unsavory in one of those barrels, afraid she might notice something. After a while, Mira heard a noise on the stairs. It must have been the innkeeper leading the men upstairs. Coincidentally, they happened to be staying in the last few rooms on this floor. Mira, why are you standing by the window when you're not sleeping? Silas rolled over on his pillow, subconsciously feeling a little empty around him. He blearily opened his eyes, and saw that Mira wasn't in bed. Nothing. Mira sank back into bed, the quilt thrown back, deciding that even if he wanted to meddle, he'd wait until she woke up. Perhaps something was on her mind, for Mira woke up almost as soon as the rain stopped. It was still early for sunrise, and apart from the innkeeper and his wife, who had just risen to tend to the guests, Mira was the only one coming down the stairs. She reached the courtyard behind the inn and easily found the 2 carriages, with their hoods removed that she had seen last night. Mira circled the carriages but found nothing amiss. With her hearing, she knew she wouldn't miss any noise coming from inside. Just as she was thinking this, a subtle sound actually came from one of the carriages. The sound was muffled and subtle, easily overlooked. Mira cautiously glanced around, and upon finding no one else had arrived, she opened the carriage door. But the moment she opened the door, the sound suddenly stopped. Mira could only rely on her senses to locate several barrels that might be the source of the sound and open them one by one. After opening the first 2 barrels, she was silently surprised to find that they contained expensive spices. When she reached the 3rd barrel, Mira was even more surprised. It was completely empty, with only a trace of spice powder remaining on the barrel wall. Facing the 4th barrel, which was about to be opened, Mira couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. What would be inside? Then, caught off guard, she met a pair of red eyes. "Boss, we should be leaving." If Mara were here, she would have noticed that the man who submissively addressed the gray-haired man as boss was the very man she had locked eyes with the previous night. To accommodate the gray-haired man's height, he even bent slightly, adopting a servile attitude, seemingly oblivious to the 2 faintly disdainful glances from behind. "Well, you're right. We should leave soon, and it's best to leave here and return to Gardner County as soon as possible. As long as you complete the task assigned by the Earl, you will certainly receive the benefits." The gray-haired man was clearly impressed by this, his face revealing a determined look. He certainly felt that everything was a sure thing. 3 days ago, the gray-haired man received a secret message from Earl Gardner, instructing him to find a way to get Prince Severy out of the palace without alerting anyone. As a trusted attendant of Severy, the gray-haired man only needed to casually encourage him, and Severy, like a foolish fish, took the bait and decided to sneak out of the palace without Ilya's knowledge. With Severy's 6-year-old abilities, it would have been impossible for him to slip away under Ilya's nose, but after all, Ilya doted on him. Knowing that he was simply trying to compete with Lex, Ilya turned a blind eye to his insistence on sneaking out and trying to persuade Financy to become his teacher, and let him go. Since Ilya had someone secretly escorting him back and forth, Ilya wasn't worried about Severy getting hurt. So this time, Severy, with familiarity, had his maids prepare his carriage, and he swaggered out of the palace. Of course, his smooth journey was entirely due to the gray-haired man's efforts. Now was a special moment. If Ilya hadn't been so overwhelmed, I would have wanted to keep Severy chained to her, so how could she have let him leave the palace? As for Ilya's fury at Severy's disappearance, smashing several vases and dragging the anxious maids away, that wasn't something the gray-haired man considered. In short, the carriage carrying Severy continued its journey, edging further and further away from the palace. Thinking it would take 2 days to reach Fallhouse Manor, Severy, after finishing his snack, took a leisurely nap in the carriage. According to his past experience, when he woke up, he could stay the night at the largest inn along the way. However, when Severy awoke, he found himself bound hand and foot with ropes, his mouth gagged with a handkerchief, and placed in a dark wooden barrel, with only a crack deliberately left to allow a little air in to prevent him from suffocating. Severy's first reaction, realizing he had been captured by someone unknown, wasn't fear, but fury. He kicked his legs furiously, making quite a racket in the barrel, hoping this would spur rescue. Usually, whenever he made such a commotion, several maids would immediately gather around him, trying to appease him, as if they could pluck the stars and the moon from his grasp. Unfortunately, this time, no one paid any attention to Severy's fury. Hearing the commotion behind him, the gray-haired man glanced impatiently at his newly joined men. The most obsequious of them immediately lashed out at the barrel where Severy lay, sternly warning him to stop making trouble. Severy sometimes contradicted even Ilya's words, so how could he possibly obey anyone else's orders? Hearing this, he became even more furious. Dealing with a brat wasn't all it took, there was no need for any elaborate tactics. The gray-haired man simply starved Severy for a day, starving him so much that he'd lost the energy to stir. Sure enough, after a day, Severy fell completely silent. If it weren't for the sudden downpour last night, accompanied by a strong wind that blew the hood off the carriage, their group wouldn't have changed course midway and passed through this obscure town. The gray-haired man was eager to return to Gardner County and report to Earl Gardner. So, the 4 of them, 2 in each carriage, departed, completely unaware of the fleeting glint of a pair of green eyes that passed through a crack in the inn's second-floor window. After watching the 4 men leave, Silas called Uriel from her room. Uriel suddenly had Silas knock on the window. Still confused, she wanted to ask Silas what had happened, but he hesitated, unwilling to speak directly. What's so mysterious? Uriel knocked on the door of Mara's room, her smile faltering when she saw the boy behind her. In this land, only children who inherited the bloodline of Narendra possessed distinctive blonde hair and golden eyes. There was no doubt that the boy sitting in the chair, chin held high and proud even as he faced Uriel, was a member of the royal family. To make a long story short, I rescued a child whose last name happened to be Narendra. Mira spoke slowly, seemingly oblivious to the slight change in Uriel's expression. Silas, standing nearby, silently shielded his eyes with his wings, fearing he might be harmed by the quarrel between Uriel and Mara. Silas's eyes widened in surprise when he saw Mara lead Severy back to her room. He pointed his wing at Severy and stammered, is he Lex's brother? Although Silas later examined Severy closely, and didn't find him to resemble Lex in any way, the signature blonde hair and golden eyes of the Nurungar royal family were so recognizable that their blood relationship was undeniable. Indeed, Mira hadn't expected her casual act to save Lex's brother, and for a moment her expression was a bit complicated. She hadn't wanted to get involved in the so-called struggle for the throne, but now it seemed she was being dragged deeper and deeper into the quagmire. Do you know that jerk? At the mention of Lex's name, Severy's nose sank, and he spoke to Silas in a stern tone. You're the jerk. Mara and I are on Lex's side, Silas stated firmly. Speaking of first come, Severy had no say. You're actually an accomplice of that jerk. Severy jumped back, pointing at Mara, looking devastated. He never imagined that Mara, the one who saved him, was actually in cahoots with Lex. Could Mara have had ulterior motives in saving him? You rude brat. Even if Lex and I knew each other, I can't deny that I saved your life. Speak your mind. Mara hadn't indulged Lex's princely temper before, so she certainly wasn't going to indulge Severy now. Speaking of which, I wonder how Ilya raised Severy to be so annoying. Even after being rescued, he wouldn't even properly thank someone. Instead, he arrogantly told Mira, "I remember your service, and will definitely show you mercy later." Mira immediately smacked him on the head. This guy was a far cry from young Lex. "How dare you smack me on the head?" Severy clutched his head and sobbed. "I smacked you, so what? If you don't talk to me nicely, I keep smacking you." Mira threatened in a sinister tone. She occasionally called Lex Prince in the past, deliberately teasing him, wanting to see his helpless expression, not because she truly looked up to him as a superior prince. So what if he was a prince? Even if the king came, Mira wouldn't think highly of him. After being dealt a hand by Mira, Severy finally calmed down a bit. At least he knew to sit quietly in his chair and obey Mira's instructions. Mira looked at Silas. "Go get Uriel. As a companion, I must tell her about Severy." But Silas hesitated, refusing to move even a step. "Do I have to tell her? You didn't let Lex escort us before because you were worried Uriel would be angry if she saw him. Why are you letting her see Severy now? Isn't Mara afraid that Uriel will fly into a rage if she sees Severy? At worst, we can just give this annoying brat some money and let him find someone reliable on his own, right?" Silas thought this was a good suggestion, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Maylaw. "Do you think if you let a piece of gold wander freely on the street, would more people return it to its original owner, or would more likely keep it for themselves?" Mara raised an eyebrow and asked Silas a question. Clearly, Severy was such a striking piece of gold. But his golden hair and golden eyes were so unique, he was unmistakable. Otherwise, Mara wouldn't have had to tell Uriel about this. Taking Severy along would have required Uriel's approval. Well, now that everyone's been rescued, it wouldn't hurt to take him a little further. Mara poked Silas's cheek, not mentioning that they were also headed to the capital. "Let's go." "Okay then." Silas reluctantly agreed. After all, Mara was his master, so he had no choice but to pamper her. In the final analysis, it was all Severy's fault for being such a troublemaker. As a staunch supporter of Lex, Silas had no intention of giving Severy a hard time, especially since he'd been so rude to him the moment they met. Such a lack of manners. Chapter 76. As expected, Uriel fiercely opposed Mara's plan to take Severy with them on their journey. For the first time, she sneered at Mara, "I haven't cursed this blonde, golden-eyed brat to the most unfortunate death yet. This is one of the few kindnesses I can show a child. If it makes you feel better, please do so." Mira seemed to seriously consider Uriel's words before saying, "You?" This only choked back Uriel's urge to vent. Others might not know, but Mara and Uriel, two genuine witches, surely didn't know what a so-called witch's curse was. The idea that those cursed by a witch would immediately suffer horrible consequences, or that their entire family would be implicated, was simply fabricated by ordinary people out of fear. If witches' curses were truly so effective, the person sitting on the throne wouldn't be named Nuranger. Uriel had only just spoken such harsh words out of sheer rage. Now that Mara was choking, she calmed down a bit. "Why do you insist on helping him?" Unlike Mara, her reason was simple. "You already said, he's still a child." Most people tend to be more tolerant of the elderly and children, just as Uriel, despite her tough talk, hadn't actually cast a painful spell on Severy. "Whatever you want. I won't bother him anyway." Given Mara's insistence, Uriel finally gave in. "Then let's get ready to go," Mira said with a smile, knowing Uriel wouldn't have the heart to refuse. Of course, before that, she had to buy a cloak to cover Severy's eye-catching hair. Mira finally managed to convince Uriel, but Severy suddenly changed his mind and refused to go with them. Until now, he'd been so caught up in the ordeal that he hadn't grasped the situation. But now, he finally realized that Mira and Uriel weren't ordinary people. They were clearly not ordinary people, and even the pigeons that could only communicate with people were telling him clearly. He had encountered two terrifying witches. One of the witches was even shouting a curse on him. How could Severy dare to go with them? What if Mara also harbored ill intentions towards him? After all, she was on Lex's side. That made her Severy's enemy, no doubt. "What are you thinking?" Mara looked at Severy curiously, his neck stiff and pretending to be tough. "I don't think I asked for your opinion, did I?" In other words, whether Severy wanted to go with them or not, he had to go because Mara wasn't going to give him the choice. "Why?" Severy leaped up like a grasshopper that had been stepped on. You can't get away from me. Mira grabbed Severy's collar unceremoniously. Let's go! Don't waste our time. We haven't even started the journey yet. If we don't reach the next town by tonight, you have to spend the night in a dark, damp cave. Snakes might even crawl in there in the middle of the night. Mira uttered the threat with a smile. Severy, observing that her expression didn't seem fake as she spoke, instinctively shrank his neck and fell silent. He didn't want to open his eyes in the middle of the night and meet a snake's gaze. Of course, it was impossible for Severy, who had been taught by Ilya since childhood to expect everyone to coax and give in to him, to be completely obedient. He complained about the small carriage Mira rented or the poor food served by the inn where Mira stayed. When it came time for a long walk, he would act like a spoiled child and sit on a large rock, refusing to move. I told you we shouldn't have brought him along. Uriel watched Severy's temper tantrum with indifference, feeling quite proud when facing Mira. I also think this brat is far inferior to Lex. Silas landed on a branch overhead, staring at Severy with a glare that was neither eye nor nose, wishing he could persuade Mira to abandon him in the wilderness and let him suffer. Yet, Mira didn't seem angry at all. She even asked Severy meaningfully, "You really won't leave?" "That's right. I won't leave." Although Severy's instincts subtly warned him against opposing Mira, even Nurungar 9 had never once turned his back on him, so how could he possibly bow down to Mira? "Okay, let's rest here for a while," Mira said to Uriel. Uriel wanted to say something, but she sensed that Mira didn't really intend to indulge Severy's willful temper, so she swallowed her words and waited to see how Mira would deal with this brat. Severy, thinking Mira had compromised with him, was humming smugly, when he suddenly started sneezing non-stop. Ha! Ha! No matter how hard Severy tried, he couldn't stop the sneezing. His nose began to throb. What kind of spell is this? I don't think I ever heard of it before. Uriel rarely glanced at Severy. You know, she hadn't even bothered to look at Severy these past few days, always walking by without looking away. Mira, in turn, raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The sneeze spell, a little spell that makes people sneeze non-stop? You haven't heard of it from Erica? I learned it from her. Annie wouldn't teach me a trick that could only be used for pranks. Uriel feigned indifference and looked away. Mira knew she was acting out her old habits again, jealous of Erica and her. Damned witch, I command you to break the spell, Annie. After hearing what Mira and Uriel had just said, Severy immediately knew that Mira was responsible for his miserable state. He was furious and wanted to stamp his foot in protest. Unfortunately, he sneezed several more times, only earning Mira's merciless mockery. You dare to get angry with me knowing I'm a witch? When it comes to tact, you can't even keep up with Lex on horseback. Shut up. Shut up. There's no way I lose to that pathetic wretch. If his mother hadn't become queen first, I'd be the rightful crown prince. Not even his constant sneezing could stop Severy from lashing out in fury. He had never met Lex. Due to Ilya's authority, no one would mention to Severy that he had a brother, especially since Lex's disappearance was clearly linked to Ilya. In any case, Severy was the biggest beneficiary of Lex's disappearance, and Ilya's mere tears wouldn't dispel everyone's suspicions. Severy had overheard two maids whispering in a corner, saying he was no match for His Highness Lex in every way, and no wonder the king hadn't appointed him the new crown prince. Severy didn't believe it. He jumped out and loudly demanded to know who Lex was. The maids immediately shuddered and shut up, refusing to speak a word. Severy had no choice but to angrily go to his teacher, Fosun Gardner, and demand to know who Lex was. Hearing the name Rex, Fusen's usually kind smile faltered. He looked at Severy with pity. After a long silence, he said, His Highness Rex is your brother, the once praised crown prince. Impossible. Mother said I'm her only child. Severy didn't believe it. Because His Highness Rex's mother wasn't Princess Elia, but the late Princess Lililis. Fusen sighed. You're saying that my father married another woman as queen before my mother? Severy stepped back in shock, his mind racing with questions about how this could be possible. Ilya had always told him that she and Nurungar 9 had finally overcome all obstacles to be together, and that he was their most cherished child, to whom they would hand over the entire kingdom. As for why he hadn't been made crown prince yet, it was simply because he was too young. No, I'm going to ask my mother. I only believe what she says. Severy, eyes red, ran out of the study, his hurried footsteps echoing in the empty corridor, knocking over several maids along the way. However, Ilya's reaction disappointed Severy. Her face darkened, her hands tightly gripping his shoulders. She said in a deep voice, My dear little Lil, you don't need to worry about a dead man. He can no longer stand in your way, preventing you from ascending the throne. So, he really did have a half-brother. Severy was stunned. And this brother had been recognized by Nurangel 9 and others. So even after he disappeared for so many years, some still secretly felt sorry for him. From that day on, Severy suddenly became obsessed with inquiring about Lex's past, even making it his absolute goal to get Financy to acknowledge him as his teacher, to personally declare that Lex was inferior to him. But if Severy heard him say he was inferior to Lex, he would be enraged and smash his head with whatever he could find, leaving him bleeding. Little did he know that his actions would only make everyone miss Lex even more. If you keep up the fuss, I still have tickling spells and laughing spells to give you a turn? Mira didn't know why Severy suddenly became excited again, but she had plenty of experience dealing with spoiled brats like Severy. So she said calmly, only to see Severy stop moving like a duck with its neck strangled. For the first time, Severy learned the meaning of tact. That is, no matter how much you feel, don't go against someone who torments you. Mira actually made him take turns experiencing the itching all over his body, no matter how hard you scratch, and the laughter that continued until his voice became hoarse. Uriel watched in awe as Mira disciplined Severy. It was truly eye-opening. Though these spells might seem ineffective, they were actually quite effective in disciplining people. Look, Severy was as obedient as a quail. As long as Mira looked at him calmly, he would immediately straighten his pouting mouth and dare not to stir up trouble again. So, when children are disobedient, it's purely because of their parents' indulgence. Just give him a good beating, and he behave himself. Chapter 77. What's going on? Why are there so many people up ahead? Uriel paused. She saw a long line stretched across the flat road, many of them slowly moving forward under the scorching sun. Wait here for a moment, while I go find out what's going on. Mira made a quick decision. At the end of the line was an elderly woman with gray hair and a headscarf. She looked very kind, and she probably wouldn't refuse a conversation from Mira. Of course, Mira didn't start by speaking to the elderly woman, that would be too conspicuous. So she waited in line for a while before feigning a complaint. It's so hot. I really want to get into town. Mira looked at the timid little girl beside the old woman, clinging to her skirt. Adults might be able to bear it, but how can a child endure it? Look at her face. It's sunburned like charcoal. The old woman then looked at her granddaughter, and saw the reddened sunburn on her cheeks. A look of heartache crossed her face. But she could only sigh and comfort the child, urging her to bear it. I don't know when these days will end. Strike while the iron is hot, Mira continued. This finally piqued the old woman's interest. I think there's more to come. That's right. 3 days ago, they suddenly announced martial law for the entire city. It seemed the nobles were looking for someone. 3 days later, they still haven't found the person. Hearing some idle chatter behind him, the middle-aged man in front of the old woman couldn't help but turn around and start a conversation. After all, standing in the scorching sun, waiting, was truly boring. He smacked his lips. If you ask me, the person they're looking for might have already fled elsewhere, so their efforts are just a waste of time. Looking for someone? Mira lowered her eyes, a vague guess forming in her mind. If nothing unexpected happened, this curfew was probably to find Severy's whereabouts. If Severy hadn't met her in Uriel, he'd probably have been taken somewhere else in 3 days, just as the middle-aged man said. How could he still be in this city? And yet, they brought Severy back now. This truly was a case of waiting for the rabbit to come to their nest. Come to think of it, I heard a big shot from the royal city came looking for someone. The middle-aged man lowered his voice mysteriously. For ordinary people, knowing gossip that others don't know is a huge honor, and they naturally want to share it with everyone they meet, even if the middle-aged man is only meeting Mira for the first time. Oh! Some important figure? Mira also tactfully flattered him. Some important minister, huh? The middle-aged man scratched his head. How could a small-time clerk like him, who worked in the grocery store every day, possibly find out the important figure's name? But fearing Mira wouldn't believe him, he emphasized, he's from the renowned Gardner family. The closer to the royal city, the stronger the faith in the church. Therefore, the Gardner family, renowned for their piety, was naturally well known in the nearby cities. He's actually from the Gardner family. Mira feigned surprise, then offered a few scattered compliments to the middle-aged man. After a long while, she pretended to be suffering from heat stroke, and was forced to leave the group. Back? Uriel had been resting under a tree. Seeing Mela emerge from behind the bushes, she thought they could enter the city. She stood up and brushed off the grass leaves that had accidentally stained her sleeves. Mela murmured, and told Uriel everything she had learned. Uriel's eyes drifted uncontrollably to Severy, clearly guessing the same thing as Mela. Do we need to take a detour? Uriel asked. Mela shook her head, telling her that the journey ahead wouldn't be a simple detour. Since they're looking for someone, they can't just impose martial law on this one city. It was more likely that similar situations would exist in every city they encountered. What should we do? We're at least 4 or 5 cities away from the king. Realizing she nearly let something slip, Uriel paused, a precarious moment. Let me think about it. We have to stay out in the wild for tonight, Mara arranged. Okay. Uriel had no objection. Little did they know that Severy, who had dozed under a tree, presumably due to exhaustion, was quietly listening under his cloak. Although Severy was willful, and appeared to have been spoiled by Ilya, he wasn't truly unintelligent. Even though Mara had deliberately obscured many details in her conversation with Uriel, he still managed to grasp the crucial information. There was actually a gardener in the city right now. The minister from the royal city must be Severy's teacher, Fusen. Thinking of this, Severy's spirits lifted. The reason he hadn't sought an opportunity to escape before wasn't just because he feared Mara's torturous spells, and because Mara was keeping a close eye on him, but also because Severy knew that running away alone wouldn't necessarily be safe. His most trusted servant had betrayed him, and he didn't know the master the servant served. What if he escaped and fell into the hands of the mastermind? So Severy preferred to swallow his anger and follow Mara and the others. At least they were heading towards the royal city. But good fortune had come so unexpectedly. Fusen had actually left the royal city to find him. Fusen was the teacher his mother had personally found for him. Surely, he wouldn't betray him like that lowly servant, right? Severy thought. He couldn't wait to see Fusen and have him return to his mother. When his mother embraced him, weeping with joy, he would seize the opportunity to ask her to capture those 2 hateful witches, Mira and Uriel, and imprison and torture them severely, in retaliation for the humiliation he had suffered at their hands. Severy gnashed his teeth as he recalled those agonizing moments, and his eyes lit up with determination. A plan quickly formed in his mind. That night, Mira gathered branches and built a bonfire. The area was flat, so Mira and the other 2 could only make do, each leaning against a tree, and barely managed to fall asleep by sitting up. Occasionally, a spark would make a subtle crackling sound, landing in Severy's ears and causing him to open his eyes, which had been closed for a long time. He deliberately turned over with a large movement. After a while, seeing that Mara and Uriel didn't react, he coughed a few more times. Good, still no waking of Mara and Uriel. It seemed they were truly fast asleep. Severy felt a surge of joy and immediately stood up on tiptoe, walking away from the fire. After he left, at least a quarter of an hour passed before Uriel opened her eyes and asked, "Are we just going to let him go? There's no other way. I can't think of a better idea." Severa's eyes were equally clear, indicating that she hadn't truly fallen asleep. Since the curfew was due to Severy, and they couldn't possibly sneak Severy into the city without him, they simply had to leave him behind. After all, Maylaw and the other girl were still harmless civilians, and no one would do anything to them for now. But Uriel didn't understand. Why don't we just leave him near the city gate and leave immediately? Why waste time with him going through this whole stunt? If we just leave him at the city gate, aren't you afraid he immediately ordered the guards to arrest us? Mira stood up and shook her skirt, letting the grass and dust fall to the ground. Besides, his sudden appearance now will distract the city's important figures, allowing us to take a detour overnight and reach the royal city first. Mira didn't need Severy to detain the others for too long. Even half a day would be enough for them. After all, this place was incredibly close to the royal city. So close that if they took a carriage and traveled non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights, they would successfully reach their destination. Mira looked up and called out to Silas, the only one fast asleep in the treetops. "Silas, Silas, wake up. We are leaving." "Leave? Where to?" Silas looked confused, still thinking he was dreaming. "To find Erica, of course," Mira said matter-of-factly. Isn't that what they had come all this way for? Seeing Mira walk without hesitation in the opposite direction of Severy's departure, Uriel followed her and asked the question that had been lingering in her mind for a long time. "Did you anticipate this happening, and that's why you brought the brat along?" "That's not the case," Mira replied confidently. Any normal person, having just saved a 6-year-old from a few criminals, wouldn't let him leave alone. Moreover, Severy wasn't just any child. His status as a prince was a double-edged sword. Some would fear the royal majesty and hesitate to attack him, while others, driven by greed, harbored ill will. Mira thought, since they were also heading to the royal city, it wouldn't hurt to bring Severy along. Perhaps Severy could even offer some unexpected benefits. After all, the royal city was now under Ilya's control. If she didn't want Mira to harm Severy, she had to make some concessions, right? It was called playing the rat before the horse. However, Sivri had already played this trump card before even reaching the royal city. Although Mira didn't regret it, a faint sense of unease lingered in her heart. She took the opportunity to glance up at the night sky. Thick clouds obscured the stars, and she didn't know which would come first, the accident or tomorrow. Chapter 78. Antonio, Keldor, haven't you two found Sivri yet? Inside the palace, even the most elaborate makeup couldn't conceal Ilya's wrath. Her cold gaze pierced the two men before her, who bore a passing resemblance to her, yet within her heart she felt only a pang of annoyance. She had invested so much effort over the years, placing them in such important positions, yet in the end, they were of no use at all. They couldn't even find a child. Keldor glanced at his silent brother and said, I already sent several men after the carriage Sivri was in the day he disappeared. However, the men who abducted Sivri were incredibly cunning. When our men stopped the carriage, they discovered it was completely empty. Sivri had already been taken elsewhere. Not to mention, upon realizing they were about to be captured, the men pulled out daggers hidden in their pockets and committed suicide, refusing to give Keldor's men a chance to interrogate Sivri's whereabouts. With the clues cut off there, Keldor couldn't do anything, no matter how desperate he was. After all, he couldn't possibly dig deep into the ground and turn the entire kingdom upside down. Besides, Keldor wanted to dig deep to find Sivri, but in the current situation, how could he let Sivri's disappearance leak out? That would only make matters worse. Give me a little more time, Ilya. Maybe we have good news in a couple of days. Keldor said palely. How much longer do you need? If you delay any longer, who will guarantee Sivri's safety? Ilya, impatient to listen to Keldor's excuses, casually knocked over the vase on the table. With a sharp, crisp sound, the vase shattered, and the flowers, freshly cut from the garden by the maid that morning, fell out and were mercilessly trampled under Ilya's feet. You all know Durin's current condition. If he doesn't make it, Sivri is the only hope for the Jude family. If Sivri is gone, do you think you can still hold on to your positions? At the thought, Ilya gritted his teeth. This was all a conspiracy. 2 months ago, Durin, also known as Nurungar 9, suddenly fell ill. Ilya sought out many doctors, but none could help Nurungar 9 recover. Ilya had no choice but to keep Nurungar's condition a secret for now. Otherwise, how could Sivri, so young, suppress the malicious nobles under him? You have to understand that the reason Ilya has been able to act so freely over the years, even meddling in government affairs, is because Nurungar 9 has been backing her. If it were Sivri, Ilya and the Jude family's glorious days would be gone forever. Fortunately, Nurungar 9 frequently found excuses to avoid meetings with ministers, and Ilya successfully concealed his illness for over a month. However, he was so busy that he inevitably neglected Sivri. Who would have thought that this oversight would lead to Sivri being tricked out of the palace? And the news of Nurungar IX's serious illness spread, like wildfire, from the palace. Don't worry, Ilya. Didn't Fusing go looking for him too? Maybe he can find some clues there? Antonio, seeing this, spoke up to help Keldor share some of Ilya's anger. It was with this in mind that Ilya had sent Fusing and Keldor to search for Sivri just in case. Now it seemed she had been quite foresight. But Ilya preferred not to pin her hopes on an outsider who wasn't part of the Jude family. All right, both of you, get out of here. Ilya closed her eyes, truly unwilling to see those two foolish faces again. Antonio and Keldor exchanged a glance and hurried off. They didn't want to be with Ilya in such fear any longer. This cousin had been so moody and frightening since she was little. No wonder she was hanging out with Durin, then the crown prince. After a while, the door was pushed open again, and Ilya barked impatiently, Didn't I tell you to get out? What else? I'm back. The woman's calm voice successfully suppressed Ilya's simmering anger. She turned and stared at the woman standing before her for a long moment, a smile finally forming on her lips. Now that you're back, please go check on Durin for me, Erica. Thank goodness I have the potion you left behind, otherwise I really don't know what I would do. Oh my god, I can't believe His Highness Lex is still alive after all these years. It's incredible. Yes. I think he might have disappeared on purpose and been hiding in Furhorse Manor. If His Majesty wasn't seriously ill this time and Her Majesty wasn't planning to appoint a new crown prince, he might have continued to hide. In the bustling tavern, the name of Lex kept drilling into Mara's ears. It was unclear whether to call her an Uriel lucky or unfortunate. After they entered the city, Mara learned that no one was allowed to leave at night, meaning they would have to stay overnight. Mara had originally planned to rest, but on the way to the inn, she heard Rex's name. She paused. Under Uriel's scrutinizing gaze, Mara walked into the city's busiest tavern and found a quiet corner to sit down. If not for this, Mara wouldn't have known that her pass was no longer usable. After all, it still bore the Force family crest. Right now, Ilya probably hated the Force family the most. If Mara and the others had brazenly taken this pass to the royal city, they would have been as foolish as a rabbit running into a tree stump. Thinking of this, Mara silently took a sip of the wine in her glass. Uriel had no interest in wine. She sat quietly across from Mira, a look of worry on her face. Mira didn't need to guess what she was worried about. It was simply that her pass was no longer valid, and how could she sneak into the royal city under martial law? Mira didn't have a clear solution. She could only take it one step at a time. Who knew the situation might have changed? Let's go back and rest. Mira stood up first, gently swirling the remaining half-full glass of crimson wine, reflecting her calm expression. Uriel nodded blankly and followed her. But her skirt slipped, accidentally spilling the remaining half-full glass of wine, which dripped onto the table. Hearing the noise, someone quickly arrived with a rag to clean up the mess, but Uriel's face paled. She looked at Mira anxiously. You said? If it were anyone else, they would probably just dismiss it as an accident. But for witches, some accidents could very well be a reminder that if they didn't act quickly, disaster might be imminent. Don't overthink it. Mira shook her head, thinking Uriel was being overly sensitive. It was just a glass of wine spilled, and her skirt wasn't even soiled. It could really just be an accident. Uriel didn't know how to explain her concern to Mira, so she fell silent. However, while climbing the stairs, Uriel missed a step and nearly fell. Thankfully, Mira was quick to catch her. But they weren't far from the ground at this point, so even if Uriel fell, she probably wouldn't be seriously injured. Do you still think I'm overthinking this? Uriel asked with a wry smile. This time, Mira was silent. Rest first, Mira said after a while. And so they parted at the door. Mira lay down on the bed. Her silence wasn't about whether she and Uriel would be in danger, but rather about the fact that they had been together the entire time, yet only Uriel had been warned. Could it be that Uriel was the only one who was in trouble? Perhaps it wasn't Uriel who was in danger, but Erica. After all, they were blood relatives, and perhaps there was a connection between them. A connection. Mira thought of the seed of life that had misled her. His thoughts drifted back to that night at Furhorse Manor. That night, after Mara suggested that Lex not send her off, Lex's face visibly darkened. Lex, you look so bad. And yet Mara recklessly tested Lex's dwindling patience. Come on, you already said goodbye, haven't you? You have to get used to it, Lex. No matter how many times it happens, I won't get used to it. Lex turned his face slightly away, avoiding Mara's nonchalant expression, lest he lose control of his emotions. Well, what do you want me to do? Mara sat down at the stone table, propping her face up, staring at Lex's sharp jaw in anguish. Give me a way to find you. Lex suddenly turned his head back and looked down at Mara. No matter where you are, I find a way to find you. But I can't run? So you're planning to stay and not leave? Lex mimicked Mara's raised brow, but pressed his lips into a straight line. I mean, after we return to the dark forest. Mara blinked innocently. The cabin she lived in for years was still there. Where could she possibly go? Can you promise you won't suddenly move away with Silas one day? Lex pressed on, insisting Mara give him a promise. I really can't do anything about you. Mara dug into the bag and pulled out the sprouting seed of life. Although its leaves had withered and fallen since Uriel's rescue, these past few days, with Uriel's serious illness, it had come alive again, sprouting 2 new green buds. Mara ruthlessly plucked the 2 green sprouts, bit her fingertip, and dripped her blood onto the seed, muttering a spell Lex couldn't understand. This inspiration came from her and Uriel's discussion of how the seed of life was made. Watching the unassuming seed absorb Mara's blood in an instant, Lex frowned, saying nothing. Okay, hold it. If you ever need to find me, just recite my name silently, then place it on the ground and spin it in a circle. The direction it stops will indicate my location. Mara placed the seed in Lex's palm. In case Lex didn't believe her, Mara stood up and walked away, letting him try. Lex simply reached out, letting the seed rest in his palm. He moved it around, and it finally pointed to Mara's location. How is it? Mara walked back, curious to see the seed in Lex's palm. But Lex closed his hand prematurely, preventing her from seeing. Mira, ? It seems you didn't lie to me. I definitely keep the seeds. Lex said. I know. It's late, go back to bed. I'm sleepy even if you aren't. Mira yawned and pushed Lex's waist forward. At this moment, far away in Furhorse Manor, Lex, under the moonlight streaming in from the window, took an ordinary seed from the enamel box on the bedside table, placed it in his palm, and twirled it around. Watching it stop and point in the same direction as last night, Lex felt an indescribable sense of peace. No matter how many times they'd parted, as long as he knew where Mira was, he would be able to find her again. Chapter 79. In the distance lay the towering royal city, a tall suspension bridge spanning the vast moat, allowing people to travel in and out. At sunset, the iron chain slowly pulled the suspension bridge up, sealing the royal city completely like an impenetrable iron barrel. Unless one could soar freely in the sky like Silas, one could only stand in the distance, watching from afar like Mira and Uriel, awaiting Silas's message. Silas circled the royal city, occasionally descending to inspect the walls. Finally, he landed on Mira's shoulder, smoothed down a few of his messy feathers with his beak, and then complained, "No, Mira. I just circled around, and there's not even a crack in any of the bricks." In other words, they couldn't even exploit the cracks to create a small hole that could allow them to sneak into the city. I see. Mira hadn't had high hopes for this plan to begin with, and now, after hearing Silas' words, she wasn't particularly disappointed. Come to think of it, this is the royal city. If it were so easy to find a way in, wouldn't the Nurungar family in the palace be worried and sleepless every night? Perhaps we could try entering through the moat. Mira quickly came up with a new idea. But I can't swim, Uriel said sheepishly. She had lived in the mountains since she was a child, and had never even been in a river, let alone jumped into the moat with Mira to search for a possible underground entrance. She'd probably struggle, and need Mira to rescue her the moment she got in. It's okay. I go into the river alone to explore the situation. There's no guarantee we even find the underground entrance. Mira comforted Uriel. If they couldn't find it, they have to think of another way. If they did, Uriel could stay outside the city and provide support at any time. At least this has one advantage. We won't be caught in one fell swoop, Mira jokingly said. Uriel's expression was indescribable. In short, they had to wait until dark before they could act. Mira didn't rush to the moat, and instead, she and Uriel found something to eat. They didn't dare to light a fire, fearing the smoke would alert the guards on the city walls. So they waited until night fell, complete darkness. Fortunately, a witch's 5 senses were more acute than those of an ordinary person, so Mira wasn't paralyzed in the darkness. But before she could act, she suddenly caught a whiff of something unusual on the passing wind. I think I smell something burning. The scent was only faint, lingering on the wind, leaving Mira unsure. Uriel sniffed and hesitantly asked, "A little? How about having Silas fly up and see what's going on?" Mira thought for a moment and threw Silas over. "Silas, I leave it to you." "No problem," Silas replied confidently. It flapped its wings, soaring higher and higher until it finally spotted a faint glow of fire within the royal city. Silas tried to determine where the fire was, but before long, the flames spread like wildfire, and even Mira and Uriel, standing on the ground, could see the flames rising into the sky. "What is going on?" Mira and Uriel exchanged a bewildered glance. Erica hadn't been this embarrassed in ages. The last time, more than a decade ago, was also in the royal city. She was being chased by a group of people, fleeing in panic. She hadn't expected that scene from so many years ago to strangely overlap with the present moment, as if time had slipped back in time. Erica silently twitched her lips, and with familiarity, she let the candles on the wall fall to the ground, igniting one flame after another, thwarting the guards behind her, who were trying to capture her. At this moment, she was even somewhat thankful, because of Nurungar Ix's extravagant habits. As soon as dusk fell, the maids would often light candle after candle, making the magnificent palace as bright as day even at night. Otherwise, Erica wouldn't have been able to delay until now. A few hours earlier, Ilya received the news from Fusen, and stood up from her chair in delight. The messenger sent by Fusen earlier informed Ilya that Severy had been found 3 days ago. Fusen was now on his way back to the royal city with him, and they would likely be back at the palace before sunset. However, when Fusen finally arrived at the palace gates with Severy, the sun had not yet officially begun its descent into the west. Meanwhile, Antonio and Keldor, who had also received Ilya's news and hurried over, met in the corridor. Finally, they joyfully stood by Ilya, eagerly awaiting Severy's return with her. "Mother!" Severy couldn't help but run upon seeing Ilya behind the door. He threw himself into Ilya's arms, nuzzling her neck affectionately. Ilya missed Severy terribly, and the worry she felt these past few days finally dissolved into a long sigh. "Mother's little Lil is finally back. Don't want her out of the palace like that again, okay?" Yes, little Lil. Your Uncle Antonio and I were terribly worried when we learned of your sudden disappearance. It's so dangerous out there. As our most honored crown prince, What should we and your mother do if anything happens to you? Keldor quickly agreed. But after he finished speaking, Ilya's expression, which had softened because of Severy, darkened again, and she rebuked him mercilessly. If you can't speak, shut up. Listen to what Keldor had just said. Every word was clearly meant to pierce Ilya's lungs. Ever since news of Nurungur Ix's serious illness broke, the ministers had been demanding that Ilya immediately appoint Severy as the new crown prince, just in case. It was truly unbelievable. Nurungur IX only had 2 children, and he clearly disliked his eldest, Lex, even failing to make an effort to look for him after he went missing. Logically, he should have been eager to appoint Severy as the new crown prince, right? But Nurungur IX refused. He refused to immediately appoint Severy as the new crown prince, claiming he was too young and requiring him to wait until he was at least 10 years old. The ministers considered the matter, and agreed that appointing a baby who had just undergone the baptism of a newborn as crown prince did carry certain risks. What if he died before he could grow up? These days, even a prince couldn't be guaranteed to survive. Gradually, no ministers brought up the subject before Nurungur IX. But this time was different. Severy was already 6 years old, and generally speaking, premature death was no longer a possibility. Moreover, he wasn't as frail as Nurungur Ix's brother, Duke Duther. Instead, Ilya had nurtured him like a robust calf, capable of causing chaos when he rampaged through the palace. Furthermore, Nurungur IX had been ill for so long, seemingly on the verge of collapse at any moment. This was the perfect time to make Severy the crown prince. Even if Nurungur IX survived, these ministers had done nothing wrong. If it had been before, Ilya's bright and charming face would have been filled with joy when she finally made Severy the crown prince. But upon hearing the minister's proposal, Ilya's expression darkened. Her son, Severy, was now wandering the world. What if word of his appointment as crown prince got out, and he became a target for even more people? Would they deliberately capture her child just to blackmail her? Though countless thoughts raced through her mind, Ilya had to maintain her composure. If she refused, the ministers would likely become suspicious. Then perhaps Severy's disappearance would become unconcealed. So, ultimately, with the ministers' collusion, Ilya appointed Severy as the new crown prince. However, Ilya hadn't anticipated that, just because she had appointed Severy as the new crown prince, Lex would intervene and spread the news that he was still alive. This immediately jeopardized Severy's status as crown prince. Even if Nurungur IX truly died, Severy would not inherit the throne. Damn Lex. Why didn't he actually die in the dark forest? Ilya was furious and smashed a lot more things. Even now that Severy had returned, Ilya couldn't control her fury when she heard Keldor mention the crown prince. Your Highness, there's no need to be angry about what Knight Commander Keldor said. I believe that if your Highness wishes, Severy will become the crown prince. Thausen smiled graciously and spoke in Keldor's favor. What do you mean? Ilya stood up and met Thausen's gaze. Of course she wanted Severy to be the crown prince, but according to the damn law, the eldest son had absolute succession rights. Severy would never be recognized by the ministers and nobles, surpassing Lex. That's true, but if Lex killed his father, even if he had an absolute right of succession, he wouldn't be able to inherit the throne, Thausen said with feigned distress. Hearing this, Ilya opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She immediately understood what fusion meant. But even though Durin was gravely ill, there was still hope for his survival. She had already asked Erica for help. With the witch, a master of herbs, Durin would definitely not die. Your Majesty. Fusion continued to smile, a smile that held a hint of kindness. He was nearly 10 years older than Ilya, barely her elder. One must not be too greedy. Between His Majesty the King and His Highness Severy, you must choose the one who is more important. Otherwise, if you lose this opportunity, you will never be able to restrain His Highness Lex as easily as before. After all, Lex is an adult, isn't he? Compared to the still young Severy, Lex, as an adult and once pleasant crown prince, arguably, aside from the Jude family behind Ilya, and perhaps Nurungur IX, no one would choose Severy over the other. But Ilya was stunned. She was simply greedy. On one side was her beloved husband, and on the other was her cherished child. How could she possibly choose? Well, women are always soft-hearted. Seeing this, Fusion sighed and looked at Antonio and Keldor. But I believe you two will make a wiser choice, right? Ilya, you can live without a husband, but the Jude family absolutely cannot lose a king. Antonio and Keldor exchanged glances and spoke. Clearly, they had already made their decision. How can you be so cruel? Hasn't Durin been good enough to us Jude family all these years? Ilya was furious. Without Nurungur Ix's tacit approval, How could Ilya have just expelled Finanji and appointed Kelder Knight commander? We worked so hard to reach our current position, so we simply cannot watch ourselves fall to dust. Antonio smiled, his eyes devoid of any tenderness for his cousin, Ilya. After all, Ilya never treated them well, and instead required her two cousins to pamper and coax her with trepidation. Even if you refuse, it's useless, Ilya. As queen, you should have stepped aside long ago. Our two uncles will diligently assist Severi in becoming a worthy king. Kelder interrupted. By now, the people we arranged have probably succeeded. At the same time, in Nurungar Ix's chamber, Erika, dressed identically to the other maids, broke through the window and escaped first. Guards, capture her. She's someone His Highness Lex has sent to kill His Majesty. The man sent by Kelder to deal with Nurungar 9 was surprised to discover he let a woman escape. He immediately rushed out into the corridor, pinning the blame squarely on Erika and Lex. The bewildered guards were stunned for a moment, their scalps tingling with the shocking news. Then, recovering their composure, they quickly grabbed their spears and tried to catch up with Erika. Night had already fallen, and the palace was illuminated by candlelight, making it seem as if the sun had never set. No matter where Erika fled, she would be undetectable. However, with her footsteps, the candle flames rolled to the ground, igniting the ornate carpets and precious velvets, spreading into a raging fire that spread throughout the palace, forcing the guards to slow their pursuit. Amid the panicked screams of the maids, they had to put out the fire first. Chapter 80. Mira leaped into the moat, almost silently plunging herself underwater. At first, her movements were light and graceful, but as her clothes became soaked by the water and clung to her skin, even she began to feel a strain. The moat surrounding the royal city was particularly vast, forcing Mira to repeatedly rise and fall, even fiddling with the seemingly existing gaps. Meanwhile, on the other side, Erika burned down most of the palace, temporarily halting her pursuers with the flames. But she knew the drawbridge had been retracted, and no one could leave the impenetrable city. She had to find a safe place to hide. But where in the vast royal city was there any safety? Once the fire was under control, Erika would be unable to escape the guard's search, no matter where she hid. As soon as the palace commotion had begun, curious residents had been peering out of their windows. After witnessing the blaze, onlookers began to gather in groups of 2 or 3 on the streets. Thus, a red-haired woman blended in without alarming anyone. Erika, like a fish, nimbly weaved through the crowd. At that moment, a single, remarkably clear thought seized her mind. If she could hide there, she might have a good chance of surviving the night. Mira was still in the moat, her skin wrinkled from the water, her eyes throbbing with pain. If Uriel had been there, she would have seen red rims around her eyes. But she seemed oblivious, her eyes wide open, trying to discern details nearby through the murky water. Even though her chest grew heavy from being underwater for so long, Mira felt she could hold on a little longer. Little did Silas know, this was driving him mad with anxiety. To Silas, it had been ages since Mira had last emerged from the river. He kept poking his head underwater, but the dark shadow representing Mira never appeared. Silas couldn't help but fly above the water and whispered Mira's name. Mira, Mira, are you okay? However, Mira was some distance from the surface, and with her ears filled with water, she didn't hear Silas's voice at all. Moreover, Mira seemed to vaguely see a crack ahead. She swung her body, gradually approaching the gap in the wall, which seemed to have cracked from being soaked for so long. Mira reached out and felt carefully for a while, and she actually felt several loose bricks, as if they had been removed and replaced. Mira grabbed the edge of the bricks and pulled hard. A cloud of dust erupted, and several bricks fell to the bottom of the river along with them. Mira had to retreat a little, waiting for the smoke and dust to clear with the water. A black hole wide enough for an adult to squeeze through appeared before her. Where does this hole lead to? Erika silently snuck into the prison. No one could have guessed she would hide here of her own accord. However, as Erika sneaked her way here, she discovered that the guards outside the prison were quite lax. Perhaps this was because most of the prisoners here weren't vicious criminals, but rather a bunch of unlucky individuals who had accidentally irritated the powerful. At the sound of footsteps, none of the prisoners looked up curiously. Some even rolled over, revealing huge holes in their clothes and their backs blackened from long periods of unwashing. An indescribable stench assaulted her nose. Erika covered her nose with her sleeve and continued walking deeper into the prison. She planned to explore the area thoroughly, perhaps finding a way out, so that if anything unexpected happened, she wouldn't be caught in a trap. She didn't know how this prison was originally designed, but it was vast, with many empty cells. Erika tentatively reached out and pushed, and surprisingly, a cell door actually opened. The smell of aged rust lingered on her hand. It seemed that escaping from here wouldn't be difficult with a bit of skill, Erica thought thoughtfully. She wondered if anyone had ever tried to escape before. If so, perhaps they left behind something useful. Mira followed the entrance into the deep tunnel. Judging from the traces, this tunnel wasn't newly dug. Furthermore, as Mira skirted a sudden bulge and stepped over a rock that nearly tripped her, a strange thought dawned on her. Could the original digger have dug this tunnel with his bare hands? That's truly incredible perseverance. I wonder how much free time one has to devote to something like this. In the darkness, even the sharpest senses couldn't capture the passage of time. Mira lost count of how long she had walked. Occasionally she looked back, only to see the tunnel behind her, the way she had come obscured. Then, turning back again, she saw an endless expanse before her. If her resolve had been a bit weaker, she would have probably doubted herself and given up. But Mira showed no sign of retreat. Instead, she became even more intrigued by the tunnel's end. A surge of energy surged through her, and she quickened her pace. After walking for a while, she seemed to finally see the end. The end? If the tunnel had an end, shouldn't she have gone up? Mira stood on tiptoe and tried to push upward, only to be caught off guard by a flash of light and a face blocking the passage outside. Mira? Why are you here? The woman whispered softly. Erica, you're here? Mira was also surprised. Now she didn't have to worry about where to find Erica after entering the royal city. But now wasn't the time for idle chatter. Mira made way for Erica, letting her jump down and follow her out. Wait a minute. Erica rustled and prepared herself, then blocked the entrance to the tunnel with something before following Mira in the direction they come from. Erica, what's wrong with your foot? Although Erica concealed it well, Mayla could still sense something was amiss in her movements. Nothing, I just twisted my ankle when I jumped out the window to escape. Erica brushed it off lightly. This injury was nothing to her. Jumping out the window? What kind of life have you been leading these days? Mira found it hard to imagine. I haven't even asked you yet. Why did you suddenly run off to the royal city? Didn't you refuse to leave White Pine Town when I told you to? Erica frowned, taking advantage of her age and acting like an elder, even a hint of smugness in her tone. She said that as a witch, Mayla couldn't possibly stay in White Pine Town and maintain her peaceful life forever. It's always hard for someone who's different to stand out from the crowd. That happened 11 years ago. Mira replied calmly. Rather than that, think about how you're going to explain to Ariel why you suddenly disappeared without a word. Your airs of superiority probably won't be of much use then. What? Ariel's here too? Erica instantly deflated like a pop bubble. She rubbed her nose guiltily and fell silent. She wasn't sure if she was mentally concocting an excuse to fool Ariel later. What's going on? Did something happen to Mira down there? No matter how I called out, she didn't respond, and I haven't seen her come out of the water for air in ages. Silas hurriedly flew up to report the situation to Ariel, and at the same time, bewilderedly, asked her to make the decision on what to do next. Wait here, I go down too, Ariel said, and tried to jump into the river. It was Silas's fierce bite on her collar that stopped her. You can't swim. What are you doing down there? Are you going to drown? What then? We have to go down and see how Mira is doing, right? Even after hearing Silas's words, Ariel was still a little itchy. What if I go down? Silas came up with a bad idea. I never seen a bird swim before. Ariel glanced at Silas's feathers with an indescribable expression. Then what else can we do? Silas said angrily. Ariel didn't know what else they could do. It was all because Mira was the only one of them who could go into the water. Now, no matter how anxious Ariel and Silas were, they could only circle the riverbank, trying to find Mira. Wait a minute, I really think I saw a shadow. Ariel rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What? Where? Silas was back from a short distance. Right there. Ariel pointed it out to Silas. The next second, Mira suddenly appeared from the direction she pointed, her usual smile still on her face. Ariel, Silas, I'm back. Silas called out to Mira and rushed towards her head. Where have you been? Ariel and I were so worried, afraid something might have happened to you underwater. We almost jumped into the river to look for you. I'm fine, but Erica is a bit of a mystery. What Erica? Silas was a bit confused. Mira, you found my aunt? Ariel was also shocked by this sudden news, and her mind was confused for a moment. Okay, stop hiding. Mira looked underwater. Erica was holding her breath below, not daring to follow Mira out. At the sound of Ariel's voice, a wave of fear welled up in her heart. It was like a child who had made a mistake, finally caught red-handed. Just now in the tunnel, Mira had briefly mentioned how she and Uriel had come all the way here to find her, how Uriel had not only been captured and tortured by the church, but also had been poisoned, lying weakly in bed, nearly losing her life. Even if Erica had been given another chance, she would still do it. After all, she had her reasons for leaving. But now, facing Uriel, Erica couldn't help but feel a little guilty for the child she had watched grow up. After all, if it weren't for her concern for her, why would Uriel have endured so much hardship and insisted on finding her? Come up, everyone. How can you talk when you're soaking in water? Uriel clearly knew Erica was hiding underwater, afraid to face her. Her expression instantly turned cold, and without even calling her name, she let Mayla and Erica climb out of the moat. Mira wasn't the one in the wrong, so she climbed up quickly, dripping all the way. She needed to find a safe place to warm herself by the fire. Erica followed Mayla closely, refusing to meet Uriel's gaze, as if that would truly cover up her mistake. The more she tried to evade the truth, the more irritated Uriel became. So Erica knew this would worry her, but she did it anyway. Did she really think her elders gave her free rein? She would have to ask her why she did this. Chapter 81. What a bunch of idiots. They couldn't even capture a woman, and let her set such a huge fire in the palace. When the guards reported that the red-haired maid guarding Uranger 9 had escaped, Kelder was furious. When Church was in charge of the palace guards, these men were well-trained and disciplined. But for some reason, they had become increasingly incompetent under his command over the years. Now they couldn't even handle such a small matter, making him feel ashamed in front of Fusen. It doesn't matter. It's just a maid. The royal city is sealed off now, so she can't escape. Just send more people to search the entire city. Fusen suggested calmly. I go right away. With me watching, they won't dare to sneak around under my nose again. Kelder left without looking back. Watching Kelder's hurried retreat, Fusen's smile deepened. Thousands of guards had long since been wasted by Kelder's oversupply over the years. Of course, if it weren't for Kelder's indolence, Fusen wouldn't have dared to offer him cooperation so easily. After all, anyone with a bit of common sense knows that outsiders are less reliable than family members. The reason Ilya had been so tirelessly cleaning up Antonio and Kelder's messes was precisely because they both had the last name Jude. Unfortunately, Antonio and Kelder not only didn't appreciate Ilya's kindness, but were also swayed by Fusen's promises. In reality, Fusen hadn't said anything, he simply let them believe that by imprisoning Ilya, he could act freely under the name of the future king's uncle, rather than having to follow Ilya's lead in everything. Thinking back to all the years of silence and Ilya's cold shoulder, Antonio and Kelder eagerly agreed to Fusen's terms and cooperated to have Ilya and Severy taken back to their respective rooms for custody. Next, let everyone know just how ruthless Lex truly is. He murdered his seriously ill father for the throne. How can such a man continue to be crowned prince? I promise to spread this news throughout the kingdom within the next day. Antonio said triumphantly, even seeming a bit impatient, eager to get the order out right now. He was more cautious than his brother Kelder, fearing that Fusen would steal their credit, making their efforts in vain. Thinking of this, Antonio eagerly let Fusen go. He then closed the door, and discussed with his men how to completely discredit Lex. Fusen pretended not to notice Antonio's thoughts, and took the carriage back to his mansion in the royal city. The butler, his hair meticulously combed, came forward and informed Fusen that a visitor had arrived. He had been escorted to the study to await his arrival. Fusen nodded and ascended to the second-floor study. He opened the door and saw a hooded man standing by the window, admiring the night view with great interest. That fire in the palace just now was truly spectacular, Fusen. Could you tell me what happened? Nothing, just a minor incident. Everything is proceeding according to plan. But Rayud, you still have the time to come to my place so late to watch a show. Fusen shook his head, walked over to the sofa, sat down, and personally poured himself a cup of tea. The pot of tea had been brought in by the butler for the guests not long ago, and it was still slightly warm. The warmth flowed down, soothing Fusen's stomach. As the youngest archbishop, of course I'm free. Those old guys would love for me to be freer, so I can't compete with them for the papacy. Lauda turned and sat down across from Fusen. Looking at his face, no more than about 40, Fusen sighed. If Master Alonso had held on a few more years, he wouldn't have promoted you to archbishop so early, exposing you to those people, and making them wary. But it doesn't matter. As long as we control Prince Severy, and once he ascends the throne, with his support, no one can compete with you for the Pope's position. It was meant for you by Master Alonso. Laud sighed at the mention of Severy. Why didn't Ilya completely resolve the huge problem of Lex? Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to go to such great lengths to make all these arrangements, and Severy's disappearance almost derailed our plans. Haha, who would have thought that Prince Severy, who had disappeared unexpectedly, would come back to us on his own initiative. It means he's destined to be ours. Fusen chuckled. At the same moment, a gleam of light flashed across his eyes, and fell into the clear tea, which he drank in one gulp. Outside the city, Mira had already stripped down to her petticoat. Unable to light a fire, she piled leaves together, and burned them quietly, using the smoke to dry her wet clothes. Plus, the clothes draped over the branches trapped the smoke, so there was no need to worry about it leaking out and attracting the attention of the guards on the tower. Tell me, why did you leave without saying goodbye? Uriel crossed her arms, staring intently at Erica, not allowing her any chance to escape. Erica rolled her eyes and mumbled, I have something I have to do. What is it? Uriel pressed, her expression as if to say, don't try to fool me. Oh, I can't explain my situation clearly, so don't ask so many questions. After saying that, Erica turned around and urged Uriel to return with Mayla. This place was too dangerous and unsuitable for them. You knew the danger, yet you still came here alone. Uriel glared at Erica fiercely. I don't care. If you want to leave, we leave together. Otherwise, I won't leave. Look at our little Yuri. Why is she still as stubborn as ever, as stubborn as a donkey? Erica sighed at Mayla. Mayla casually raised her eyelids. I'm curious, too, about what you were planning, Erica. Why did you get involved in the royal family's struggle and hurt an innocent person? How did you know? Erica's expression suddenly changed, losing the casualness she had pretended to have. Actually, I spotted you back in White Crystal City. Unfortunately, you mistook me for someone else and ran so fast that you lost me, Mayla said, stirring the leaves with a branch to let the dying cigarette smoke rise a little more. So it was you who was chasing me. I thought it was someone sent by Mrs. Jones. Erica leaned back on her hands, looking up at the endless night sky. I was wondering, how could she have noticed something was wrong so quickly? But you got Uriel and me arrested as the culprits of the poison. Mara calmly pointed out something Erica didn't know. So you escaped? Erica tilted her head to look at Mara. Mara shook her head. No, I cured the poison you gave me, and as my savior, I left Fallhorse Manor with Uriel in good faith. If I had known, I shouldn't have let you become a witch, otherwise you wouldn't have ruined my plans now. Hearing this, Erica grumbled. Even without you, I would have become a witch. After all, my talent is unmatched. Mara retorted without hesitation, not giving Erica any face. Erica snorted in frustration, but didn't argue, because what Mira said was true. Even without Erica, she would have become a true witch someday. Just as no star loses its brightness due to a temporary obstruction, it's merely temporarily obscured by dark clouds. So now, tell me what you want to do. Maybe I can help you. Mira propped her free hand against her knee, shielding her face, and looked at Erica calmly. It's nothing really. I just wanted to kill someone. Erica smoothed down her stray hair, her tone as cheerful as ever. A man named Raod. He should have died long ago. Raod? Mira and Uriel exchanged glances, their surprise shared. What? You know him? Erica, realizing the situation seemed beyond her imagination, quickly denied, how is that possible? I never told Uriel who her father was. Father? Is he really my father? Uriel couldn't help but raise her voice, her throat throbbing as if a frog had been stuffed into it, making her head spin. So the old woman wasn't mistaken. Mira asked thoughtfully. Wait, can someone tell me what's going on? Erica was baffled by their reactions. To put it simply, we met an old woman named Sano on our way to find you. She said Uriel's eyes were exactly like her father's, so Uriel must be her granddaughter. As for the man's name, you know it, Laud. Mira explained to Erica. We didn't believe it at first. We heard that the old woman had misjudged many people over the years, but who could have thought that this time, she would actually stumble upon Uriel? So that's how it is. Erica's eyes flashed with a complex look. Perhaps this was fate that destined you to meet. After all, they are blood relatives. And blood ties are the hardest to break. Uriel, Laud is indeed your father. He was also the one who killed your mother, my sister Irene. Once, I thought I had killed him and avenged Irene, but I didn't expect him to escape death and even come to the royal city, becoming the youngest archbishop, adored by the crowd. Heh. Uriel suddenly sneered. The church is full of beastly bastards. It's no surprise that a vile scum like him could rise to the top of the church. Furthermore, he was one of the old Pope Alonso's illegitimate children. However, The old man only had him as his only son before his death, otherwise, he wouldn't have received Alonzo's full support. Seeing Ariel recover from her shock and look at her along with Mayla, Erica, for the first time in a long time, immersed herself in memories and recounted a fated story. It was the story of how young Irene misjudged a man and fell in love with a treacherous villain. Chapter 82. Erin and Erica are twins, but their personalities are completely different. Erin, the older sister, is gentle and easygoing, while Erica, the younger sister, is incredibly stubborn, often arguing with her mother. Erica moved out almost immediately after reaching adulthood, returning only occasionally for dinner with the family to reassure them that she was alive and well. No one expected that when Erica decided to leave, she would be even harder to persuade than Erica herself. "Why do you want to leave?" Erica lay on the bed, leaning over to chat with Erin, their close childhood companionship intact. "Well, because I want to see the outside world." Erin smiled and smoothed Erica's hair back from her eyes. "I'm not as obsessed with being a witch as you are, studying spells and brewing new potions from the handwritten notes of my elders every day. I'd rather be an ordinary person and see the people and things outside the village. I think it must be very fresh and interesting. Since you made up your mind, I won't stop you." Erica could see from Irene's shining eyes that she truly wanted to leave. "Remember to come back and visit my aunt's family more often," Irene urged. "I got it." Erica turned away impatiently, closing her eyes as a sign that she was going to sleep. Irene smiled faintly and also turned over, falling asleep with her back to Erica. At dawn the next day, Irene was gone. After that, Erica learned from Irene's letters where she went, what interesting people she met, and what new things happened, until one day, Irene told her in a letter, "Dear Erica, I met someone I like, and I don't plan to leave. If you miss me, you can find us here." Erica looked at the address Irene had left at the end of the letter and curled her lips. She had no intention of leaving to visit Irene. She was different from Irene. Even though she had been raised by her aunt's family, who were ordinary people, she had no desire for an ordinary life, let alone finding a man to live a peaceful life with. That wasn't witch-like at all. So 2 years later, when Erica arrived at Irene's place, exhausted, she wanted to point her finger at her nose and scold her harshly. In fact, when Irene explained why she hurriedly called Erica over, Erica couldn't help but scold her. "Are you crazy? Why would I use astrology to change the fate of a man I never met? He's dead, so why not just find someone else you like?" Irene gave a wry smile. "Erica, love isn't as simple as you think. I only love Rhoda for the rest of my life. Besides," Irene rubbed her bulging belly, "my little Yuli is due in a month. For her sake, can you please save her father?" "Bullshit!" Erica was so enraged by Irene's words that she wanted to pry open her head to see what was inside. Irene had willingly abandoned her sister, so why couldn't she abandon this man named Rhoda? Could love be more important than the bond between them? "Erica. Sister, please. If I didn't lack the ability, I wouldn't have summoned you here," Irene pleaded earnestly. With her novice astrology skills, Irene could only predict that Laud would encounter a life-threatening accident if he left the house, but she couldn't help him avoid it. "If you knew he'd die if he left, why didn't you stop him? Wouldn't it have been better to just not let him go?" Erica said coldly. Irene's eyes dimmed, and she shook her head gently. "I urged Rayod many times to stay and see the birth, but he said it was precisely because our child was about to be born that he had to go. He needed to know the true identity of the father, who had abandoned him, and his mother in Glow Town for so many years. He didn't want our child to continue bearing the stigma of a bastard. Rayod is a good man, but because he was born without a father, the town looks down on him and his mother, and the children love to bully him. In this situation, how could I bear to stop him after he finally got news of his biological father?" Irene spoke, tears welling in her eyes. Erica looked away at her expression. She didn't know Rayod, so she wouldn't feel the same way about a stranger, like her love-struck sister did. "So you rather trouble your own sister than save that man?" Erica impatiently pointed out the truth, even rolling her eyes. However, Erin was her older sister, having grown up with her, so Erica relented. All right, I help you this time. But Erica had one condition: you must give me the child you give birth to." This was also the reason Erica had come to see Irene this time. She wanted to take Irene's child home to raise. A child born to a witch is naturally also a witch, but Irene obviously could only lead an ordinary life with her child. How could that be possible? Even if Irene's child decided to follow her mother's footsteps and find an ordinary man when he grew up, that would be a matter for later. Until then, Erica had to shoulder the responsibility of an elder witch and raise the unborn child until adulthood. Okay, I know. When Ariel is born, you can take her away. Irene touched her belly reluctantly, but she also knew that this was the tradition of her witches. Is her name Ariel? Seeing Irene's agreement, Erica's expression brightened slightly, and she felt like putting her hand against Irene's belly, feeling the weight of the child beneath her skin. Yes, that's the name Reodor and I decided on. Ariel means hope. Irene smiled, her eyes filled with maternal love. Erica, however, disliked the name. Another one of those churchy things. Hope, Dawn, the church loves to use these names. But since the child's father and mother had no objections, Erica, as an aunt, could only grumble and express her opinion. Erin smiled but said nothing. They were all waiting for the night to fall. Only with the stars could one use astrology to glimpse into the fate of others. And powerful witches like Erica could even manipulate the stars, altering fate and saving the doomed. After doing all this, Erica stayed in Irene's house for a while. It wasn't until a month later, when Ariel was born, that she left, clutching the child, without looking back. Every day since then, I've been thankful I took you away. Otherwise, you would have been tortured in the church's dungeons like your mother, imprisoned by that beastly creature. Erica said calmly. This was the thing she least regretted in all those years. What she regretted most was not forcing Irene away with her, but instead allowing her to continue with Rauda. So, when she received news from Irene again 6 months later, Erica's eyes burned with rage. She entrusted Uriel to the care of a fellow witch friend, figuring that if she didn't return alive from her trip to the royal city, at least Uriel wouldn't be left without a mentor in the future. Saying that it was Irene who brought the news isn't entirely accurate, because it was Ilya who actually told me Irene was imprisoned in the church dungeon. Erica continued calmly, dropping a thunderbolt. This, however, successfully resolved the doubts that had been lingering in Mela's mind. So that was the reason. No wonder Erica was willing to work for Ilya, even accepting her orders to kill Finangi in the faraway forest territory. So when you went to the royal city, your mother wasn't dead yet, correct? Uriel asked, stunned. Erica hadn't expected Uriel to notice this, and she too was stunned for a moment before she said, yes, when I infiltrated the church dungeon, Irene was already tortured to death, but she still held on to her last breath, telling me to take you and hide. After escaping death, Laud learned from Irene about the existence of witches, and how powerful witches could actually change the fate of others. He wanted to find me, and you, to help him become the new pope. At this point, Erica sneered. At that time, he was just one of the old pope's many illegitimate children, and his mother's background was so humble. His dream of becoming pope was nothing short of a pipe dream. But the existence of Erica and Uriel undoubtedly became Laud's desperate hope. Hope. Erica looked at Uriel with a complicated expression. She had never expected that she would truly become the hope her father had spoken of. Did Mother say anything else? Uriel asked desperately. Of course she did, but Erica didn't intend to tell Uriel. It was a secret between them. It was Irene who apologized to her, knowing the danger, but still hoping that she would take the risk to see her one last time. It was Irene who regretted having caused such trouble for her younger sister, as a sister. It was Irene who said there was nothing wrong with love, but she had fallen for the wrong person. As her memories became clearer, Erica slowly closed her eyes to prevent tears from welling up in her eyes. Uriel also fell silent. So what happened to you when you were injured? Mira was the only one who remained calm at this moment. She recalled the severe wound on Erica's abdomen when they first met. Oh, it was because I tried to kill Rauda to avenge Irene, but that alerted the entire church and the guards of the royal city. I barely escaped, Erica said calmly. Speaking of which, if it weren't for her injuries, Erica wouldn't have taken the detour to Fister County, fearing she would die along the way. She thought there seemed to be a herb near White Pine Town that she had only seen in a journal. Even if she were to die, she wanted to see this herb, to end her regrets before she died. As a result, she stumbled upon Mara and fell for her trick. TSK. At this thought, Erica tooted in dissatisfaction, the sadness in her heart instantly receding like a tide, leaving only the frustration of being outclassed by Mara in talent. Erica had always believed herself to be the most powerful witch alive. But Mara made her realize that she wasn't. Because even Erica couldn't have mastered and successfully used a sleeping spell after only hearing it once. Not to mention that Mara hadn't yet become a full-fledged witch. At this, Mara proudly raised her chin and had time to comfort Uriel. Look, even your aunt can't compare to me. It's normal for your talent to be less than mine. Don't be jealous of me anymore. Hearing this, Uriel instantly cast aside the sadness that filled her mind, leaving only the urge to stiffen her fists. Chapter 83. The night was silent, with only the occasional wildcat peeking out from the eaves, its yellow eyes condescendingly gazing down at the throngs of humans passing below. Since the news of Nurungar Ix's death spread, the number of patrolling guards within the royal city had noticeably increased in just 2 days. Listening to the measured footsteps outside, the people inside couldn't tell whether they felt more secure or more anxious. They hadn't seen such a scene in years. "Who's there?" The guard at the end of the patrol suddenly shouted. The rest of the group stopped, and with him, they all looked down the street they had just passed. "What happened?" The guard at the front, the leader of the group, approached and asked. "I thought I saw a dark figure flash into that alley just now." The leader, without hesitation, made a decisive move. "Let's go and take a look." It would have been fine at any other time, but now, any sign of movement could not be overlooked. After their 8-man team left, Maylaw and Erica emerged from the street they had been traveling through and quickly entered another alley. Mira then peeked out to confirm the passing of another patrol team. She easily climbed onto the boxes stacked on the roadside and leaped lightly onto the second-floor balcony. Erica followed closely behind, also ascending to the balcony of another house. A moment later, a white figure darted out from midair and landed on Maylaw's shoulder. It was Silas. "Well done, Silas," Mira praised softly. Silas immediately hummed with pride. To help Mira and Erica successfully infiltrate the church tonight, Silas hadn't slept all day yesterday, memorizing the patrol routes of the guards from morning to night. Just when Mira and Erica were about to be discovered, he flew over with someone else's clothes hanging outside the window, distracting the guards. Now Mira should finally understand how useful it is, Silas thought with a hint of pride. When they first discussed infiltrating the church, Mira had planned for Silas to stay with Uriel while she and Erica went in. "Why should I stay? Why should I stay?" Uriel and Silas said separately. After that, they exchanged glances and immediately turned their faces away in disapproval. "Because, Uriel, you can't swim, right?" Mira answered calmly. "We want to use the tunnel we found under the moat to re-enter the royal city. But if you can't swim, how are we going to get you down?" Uriel was stuck. After all, what Mira said was true. But after learning about her parents' past from Erica, how could Uriel just sit outside the city and do nothing? At least, she wanted to contribute to her mother's revenge. "All right, just stay outside the city and wait for us to come back. If even Mira and I can't do it, adding you won't help," Erica said bluntly. As expected of someone who raised Uriel, Erica knew exactly what to say to silence her. "What about me? I can accompany you into the city without swimming," Silas eagerly interrupted. "Besides, Uriel isn't a child anymore. Why should I stay with her? Besides, you're my master, Mira. Of course I must be by your side at all times. I will protect you," Silas argued confidently. Determination filled his black eyes. "Silas." Mira was defeated. "Okay," Erica said, "the tunnel exit is in the prison. Silas, fly there and wait for us." "Okay." Silas agreed immediately, happily throwing himself into Mira's arms. As night fell, under Uriel's watchful eye, Mira and Erica entered the moat one after the other. This time, with experience, Mira didn't linger underwater for long, but quickly found the entrance and entered the tunnel. After entering the tunnel, the two didn't rush forward, but instead took a moment to wring out their clothes, at least to avoid leaving dripping marks along the way. Next, Erica took the lead, with Mira a step behind. "Mira, I'm so sorry," Erica suddenly said in the darkness. "I can't bear to reject you like I rejected Uriel. Ultimately, it's because I'm too selfish and don't want her to take this risk with me." Honestly, hearing Mira's offer to help her with revenge, Erica felt relieved. Having help was certainly easier than fighting alone. However, it was undeniable that this trip to the church was bound to be fraught with danger. Erica refused to let Uriel go, ostensibly to agree with Mira, but in reality, she didn't want her decision to endanger Irene's only child. "Go ahead and blame me if you want. I don't want to leave you feeling resentful at this critical moment," Erica said with a casual air. "But I know, with your temper, you wouldn't just turn around and leave after hearing what I'm saying, right?" If you listened closely, you could hear a hint of trepidation in Erica's voice. "Erica, have you felt that you become less of a witch these days following Ilya?" Mira's voice came faintly from behind. "At least no witch would deliberately use such tactics to manipulate people, right?" Erica's words just now seemed like she was opening up to Mira, but in reality, she was deliberately saying them out of fear that Mira would react and harbor a grudge against her. Think about it. Erica could have kept this little thought to herself, but she took the initiative to confess it to Mira. Shouldn't Mira be touched by her honesty? But true honesty isn't like that. You're just trying to take advantage of my soft spot, Mayla pointed out bluntly. Erica fell silent, for Mayla had indeed predicted her thoughts. She had never imagined that one day she would become the person she once hated, the one with the most ulterior motives. It seems I've really gone to great lengths, Erica said helplessly. If she hadn't said that, Mayla wouldn't have taken the opportunity to vent. Now, having Mayla reveal her hidden thoughts, Erica's face inevitably burned. She felt a genuine sense of shame. Okay, now that it's out. There's no chance for you to regret it now. Erica stopped and turned to look at Mara. Mara, thank you for helping me this time. Since you helped me before, I accept this gratitude. Mara, a smile on her face, stepped past Erica and climbed up first, as if nothing had happened. Her legs were her own, and she had decided to follow Erica, and she had never regretted it. But Erica had picked up her suspicion from Ilya and insisted on testing the waters this time, just like Lex had done back then. Is this a common problem among the nobility? Mara's mind wandered for a moment. She didn't really miss Lex's presence, but occasionally, she would think of him. According to the route Silas wrote down yesterday, we should go this way. After Erica and Mara agreed on how to get to the church, they easily evaded the lax security outside the prison and took their first step. Silas had been waiting on the rooftop of a house near the prison. Seeing Mayla and Erica emerge, he flapped his wings and followed them overhead. The two of them, one bird, made it safely into the church. I've been here several times with Elia, disguised as her handmaiden. Just follow me, Erica said, pulling Mayla behind a stone pillar wide enough to hide them both. From a distance, they watched a young priest turn and disappear around the next corner. Then, she continued walking forward with Mayla. Let's find 2 sets of nuns' clothes to change into. That way, even if we're accidentally seen, we have a chance to deceive. Of course, the reality was that Erica had found 2 nuns, knocked them unconscious while they were off guard, and then quickly swapped their clothes with her own. After changing clothes, Mayla followed Erica around the corridor for a while, and saw a garden in the distance. Next, we'd probably have to go our separate ways. As a maid accompanying the queen to the church, I only got as far as the garden. Erica suddenly stopped, took a deep breath, and said to Mayla. In exchange for helping Ilya control Nurangel IX's illness, Ilya agreed to help Erica eliminate Raod. However, at the time, the old pope was still alive, and he only had Raod left. Raod was his only son, and he stayed by his bedside every day, making it impossible for Ilya to act rashly. Erica, wait a little longer. Wait until old Alonso dies, and the archbishops start fighting over the pope's throne. It will be easy for us to eliminate Rauda, now that he's lost his support. At that time, Ilya, fearing that Erica would lose control, had to constantly offer her comfort. Now, Erica was grateful that she hadn't placed all her hopes on Ilya, but had repeatedly entered the church herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to lead Mayla all the way there so smoothly. But now, she and Mayla wanted to find Rauda's room among the many rooms behind the garden, so they obviously had to search separately. We must leave here before dawn at the latest. Whether we find Rauda or not, we meet back in the garden. Erica spoke slowly, as if she had made a decision. Mara knew what Erica was worried about. Due to the increased security in the royal city, the church's guards had been somewhat lax. If they missed this prime opportunity tonight, their next attempt to infiltrate the church would undoubtedly be exponentially more difficult. Even so, Erica decided to leave with Mara if they couldn't find him. For Erica, this was a profound compromise. After all, the fire of revenge hadn't completely consumed her sanity. Don't worry, we find him, Mara said, pointing to the sky and reassuringly smiling. After all, the stars are bright tonight. It had been so long since Mara had seen such a brilliant starry sky. Even if there were some setbacks along the way, the outcome would likely be what they had hoped for. Chapter 84. The lit candlelight shone brightly in the darkness. Mara tiptoed along the deserted corridor until she reached the door. She was surprised to discover that the heavy carved door was not completely closed. Through a tiny crack, faint voices could be heard. Tomorrow is His Majesty's funeral. A steady male voice drifted from behind the door. Tomorrow is Nurangel IX's funeral? So soon? Typically, to allow the nobles time to travel and prepare for the funeral, the king's body would be temporarily placed in an ice coffin until the funeral began, a process that would take at least 10 days. But Mara calculated, today was only 3 days since Erica escaped. This meant that Nurangel IX's funeral had been scheduled a bit too hastily. Mara held her breath and continued to eavesdrop. Haha, if I hadn't tried so hard to settle this matter quickly, who knows what else Rauda might have up his sleeve. Another aged male voice wafted out, conjuring up the image of a kindly old man with a white beard. However, what followed was anything but kind. I long suspected that old Alonso wouldn't be content with letting his only son be just an archbishop. Otherwise, after he dies, what good will an archbishop do? He'd just be kicked out to a poor, poverty-stricken place. Isn't that right, Jordo? Mira's eyes widened slightly at the familiar name. She hadn't expected that Bishop Jordo, once of Fister County, was here too. In the room, Jordo's expression darkened upon hearing these words. This incident had gnawed at his heart for far too long, like a tiny fishbone, occasionally piercing his heart with a sharp pain since he was kicked out of the royal city and assigned to the Fist territory as a bishop. Back then, Jordo's patron was the previous pope. He was so powerful then, everyone in the church greeted him with smiles. Even Alonso deserved only a cold shoulder. Who would have thought that Alonso had quietly recruited many people, directly dismissed the Archbishop Jordo had favored, and became the new pope? He also swiftly banished Jordo, forcing him to remain in that impoverished Fist territory for nearly a decade. If Jordo hadn't seized the opportunity and discovered the witch's whereabouts, he would have likely spent the rest of his life in resentment. Even though Viscount Fist's incompetence had allowed the cunning witch to escape, Jordo still used this opportunity to return to the church in the royal city. However, with Alonso's weight hanging over him, Jordo was a marginal figure upon his return, facing the cold shoulder. Now, having finally survived Alonso's death, the past was brought up again, and Jordo's resentment surfaced. He glared at the man who spoke. Fikel, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? The old man named Fikel stroked his well-groomed white beard, his wrinkles blending together in his smile, creating a kind and gentle expression. Don't be angry, Jordo. After all these years, how can you still be so bad-tempered? Let's continue talking about tomorrow's funeral, Fikel said. Yes, let's talk about the funeral. The male voice that had spoken at the outset seemed to have finally found a moment to interrupt, awkwardly smoothing things over. After all, isn't the purpose of our gathering tonight to successfully excommunicate Rauda tomorrow? As long as Rauda left the church, he would also lose his eligibility to compete for the pope. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the discovery that Rauda had the support of the Gardner family, Jordo and the other three might not have joined forces. Jordo was fine, but Fichler and the other middle-aged man present, Andre, were highly sought-after candidates for the next pope. The reason they temporarily put their struggle aside was probably because Foss and Gardner, and the Gardner family he represented, were truly formidable. I never imagined that Foss and Gardner would be Alonso's helper for Rauda. I never seen Alonso interact with him before, Andre lamented. Otherwise, how could you say Alonso was cunning? Jordo said irritably. He had suffered a similar loss before. Even after Alonso's death, he had remained cautiously wary of Raod. Unexpectedly, his discovery came so easily. He discovered clues of Raod's dealings with Fussin. This was why Fichler secretly teamed up with Antonio and hastily set a date for Narudra Ix's funeral. As everyone knows, only the Pope is authorized to preside over the funeral of a king and queen. Unfortunately, the church hadn't yet elected a new pope, and Fichler and his two companions wanted to seize this opportunity to disrupt Raod's original plan and preemptively elect Jordo as pope. After all, once Jordo exposed Raod's dark secret and excommunicated him in public, his reign as a solitary pope would be over. But is it true that Laud had been involved with a witch? Andre looked at Jordo, anxiously confirming. Of course it's true. He was living secretly with a woman outside the city. He could hide it from others, but not from his mother. Besides, if the woman's identity wasn't questionable, why would he be so secretive with her? Jordo grinned, revealing a full set of white teeth. Even if that woman wasn't a witch, if I say she was, then she must be. Hearing this, Fichler and Andre exchanged a glance and smiled in unison. You're right. Since they already decided to frame someone, why bother worrying about the truth? Besides, all three of them felt the plan was sound. They planned to use Lauda's mother to expose his illegitimate status, a fact already established. Furthermore, he had ties to witches, seducing Alonso to ascend to his current position as archbishop. Surely no one would question the veracity of this claim. When it comes to fabricating lies, a mixture of truth and falsehood is most convincing. In fact, thanks to the foresight of our ancestors, the relationship between the church and witches wasn't so dire in the beginning. Perhaps the flickering candlelight always brought back memories, especially for someone as old as Fichler. He suddenly became excited about this forgotten past, and began to discuss it in front of Jordo and Andre. But what about them? They're a group of capable women? Compared to witches who possessed magical potions and knew mysterious spells, the church was just a group of ordinary people. They went through great pains to preach their teachings, but they were no match for the witch's fleeting words. Huh? People have to suffer to achieve happiness in the afterlife? Then if you accidentally get bit by a poisonous snake, do you just lie there and wait for death? After all, the pain of the poison itself is also a kind of suffering. This sentence left the priest standing in the center of the crowd speechless. He could only stammer to tell everyone that this was not guided by doctrine, but that the witch before them was just making trouble. However, the onlookers looked from the witch to the priest, all believing that the witch was right. After all, the priest was just an ordinary person like them. Of course, the words of ordinary people are inferior to those of the witch. So, we have no choice but to eliminate the witch. Otherwise, how can we establish the supremacy of the church in the hearts of ordinary people? Vikler sighed. He quickly regained his smile. Even the king's decree isn't necessarily as effective as our priest's words these days. Narendra for surely never imagined this would happen when he intended to join forces with the church to pin the blame for his brother's murder on the witches. Outside, Mara listened to the discussion of the origins of witches' centuries-long isolation, a dark fire flickering in her deep green eyes. She had no intention of retracing this history. For witches, looking forward is more important than looking back. For them, they don't care about the past, the unchangeable ending. They seek to explore the unknown, the ever-changing future. Thus, in the journals Mara treasured in her basement, no witch ever wrote of the resentment, and pain of their own experiences. Instead, they diligently wrote down their years of accumulated experience, allowing future generations to follow in their footsteps and explore more unknown mysteries. Erica was right. The church harbored too many dark secrets, and the stench within was nauseating to approach. Mira lowered her eyes, listening to the sounds of things coming to an end. She tiptoed out of the area ahead of her. Time was running out. She hadn't yet found Rayod's residence, and she had no idea what was happening with Erica. No matter how much Mara wished for more time, the dawn inevitably arrived, even if it was only a tiny glimmer on the horizon. Mara had no choice but to return to the garden as agreed with Erica. But she didn't see Erica. She walked around the garden and found Silas, dozing under the flowers. Hey Mira, you're back. Seeing Mira, Silas's eyes widened and perked up. It kept glancing behind Mira. Where's Erica? Isn't she with you? No. Mira shook her head. At the same time, her heart sank with the answer. Could something have happened to Erica? Otherwise, she would never have broken her promise and delayed meeting up with Mira in the garden. Then what should we do? Should we continue waiting for her or... Silas grew anxious. If he didn't leave now, would Mira still be able to leave? Recalling the conversation she overheard last night, Mira made up her mind instantly. It's okay. Go back and tell Uriel that Erica and I won't be leaving for now. I'm staying to attend Nurangel IX's funeral. Before dark, I find a way to find Erica and return with her. Yes, no matter what happened to Erica, Mira still had a whole day to salvage the situation. So, Erica, what exactly happened to you last night? Mira frowned unconsciously, forcing herself to suppress the anxiety in her heart. Chapter 85. In the morning, the massive drawbridge slowly lowered with the swirling of chains, revealing a vast convoy outside the city. They were the nobles who had traveled day and night to attend the funeral of Narendra IX. The magnificent carriages rolled across the road, their gleaming family crests gleaming golden in the sunlight. Onlookers stood silently on both sides of the street, their eyes aglow with curiosity at these rare nobles. However, due to the attendants they brought with them, ordinary people couldn't even approach the carriages. They could only briefly feast their eyes, a glimpse they would share for decades to come. Long time no see, Sale. You changed so much since 10 years ago. As soon as Count Sale disembarked, a familiar noble approached to greet him. He twitched his lips and sighed, alas, after all, 10 years have passed. I'm already an old man. You know, I'm several years older than His Majesty. And yet Narendra IX, who was a few years younger than Count Sale, is now in his coffin. Truly unexpected. When the nobleman who approached him mentioned Narendra IX, he winked at Count Sale and whispered, So, do you think it was really His Highness Lex who murdered His Majesty the King? When the news broke that Lex had ordered the assassination of Narendra IX, most people's first reaction was that it was absurd. Since Lex wasn't dead, he was the guaranteed next king. Why bother with all this fuss? But the messenger from the palace had such a compelling story, and coupled with the fact that Lex hadn't returned to the palace and remained at Furhorse Manor, the rift between him and Narendra IX was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. Therefore, many people still retained a certain amount of skepticism. However, this tentative question to Count Sar was the wrong person to ask. He chuckled and lightly brushed off the dangerous topic. I don't know either. Since it's His Majesty's funeral, His Highness Lex should be there. If you have any questions, why not ask him in person? Oh! His Highness Lex will attend the funeral? Did you hear something in advance? The man pressed on relentlessly. Count Tsar pondered for a long moment before saying, perhaps. After all, His Highness Lex is His Majesty's eldest son. He shouldn't be absent from his father's funeral. Even if he knew he might not be able to leave if he came, wouldn't not coming give people more reason to criticize him? In short, no matter what Lex chose, coming or not, he was in a dilemma. The nobles didn't have much time to gossip. Soon, 4 archbishops in black robes appeared. Their appearance seemed to ring the bell for the impending funeral. The carriage carrying the coffin slowly emerged from the palace, followed by 2 magnificent carriages. Orderly guards flanked the procession, shielding it from the prying eyes of the crowd. According to custom, the king's coffin was paraded around the city, allowing all his subjects to experience his presence for the last time. Finally, under the gaze of the multitude, it was brought into the church, where the Pope presided over the next ceremony. The wheels kept moving, and no one dared to make a sound. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. However, before the guards escorting the coffin could see the church gates from afar, the rhythmic sound of horse hooves approached. The person riding a white horse in the front had hair as dazzling as gold. It's His Highness Lex. His Highness Lex has actually returned? He looks quite impressive now. A sudden murmur erupted in the crowd. No one had expected Lex to actually return with his men for Nurungar Ix's funeral. Wasn't he afraid this was a trap set specifically for him? Lex rode his horse, his gaze fixed on the rear of the convoy, arriving at the church together. Lex. You're actually back. The woman who had just dismounted from the carriage covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, as she looked at Lex. Aunt Naif, this is my father's funeral. Of course I have to come back. Lex dismounted gracefully, his tall figure standing straight, like a towering fir tree. He exchanged a calm glance with Elia and Sivily, who had disembarked a step behind Naif. Sivily felt his mother tighten her grip on his hand, staring in shock at Lex, whom he had just met. Was this his brother? Aside from the golden hair and golden eyes, common to the Nurungar royal family, he looked nothing like his father. Nurungar 9 could be described as handsome, but not exceptionally so. But Lex, standing in the sunlight, seemed to have deliberately gilded his beauty, making it dizzying and impossible to look at him. You, a heartless murderer, dared to return, even to the point of murdering my father. Ilia, having experienced many hardships, quickly regained her composure, and was the first to pronounce judgment on Lex, reminding the nobles guarding the church that Lex was no longer the crown prince they should respect, but the murderer of Nurungar 9. I didn't lay a hand on my father, and I don't intend to argue with you about who murdered him. The funeral is more important than that, Lex said calmly. With that, he lifted his leg and walked into the church, taking his place in the front row. Chelga, sword in hand, followed closely behind Lex, ready to protect him at all times. It was such a short walk from the entrance to the church, but no one dared to stop Lex. They just watched him take his place at the front on the right. Even Ilia, looking grim, suppressed her urge to attack Lex, considering the funeral. She had no choice but to do so. Didn't she see Naif, fearing she might lose control, even come to support her? Naif was the only remaining princess, after all. In front of everyone, Ilia had to give her some respect. The nobles, still thinking that an inevitable dispute had been resolved, felt a sense of loss for some reason. But soon, another dispute captured everyone's attention. According to past custom, only the Pope can preside over the king's funeral. Therefore, we have decided today to nominate Archbishop Jordu as the new Pope to preside over the subsequent ceremonies for His Majesty. The speaker was Fikel, the oldest of the 4 archbishops. He had once competed with Alonso for the papacy, so his words naturally carried weight. I agree with Fikel. Andre also stood up, supporting Jordu as the new Pope. 3 of the 4 nodded in agreement, and everyone's attention shifted to the last person, Rauda, to gauge his response. Agree or... I do not agree with Archbishop Jordu becoming Pope, Rauda said. As expected. Everyone felt Rauda's answer was expected. Even if he was alone, to surrender like that would be like giving up his last chance in vain. That wouldn't do. He had to put up a fight. Archbishop Jordu, you're the only one here who doesn't have the right to choose whether to agree or not. Jordu snorted, unsurprised by Rauda's answer. He spoke slowly. Originally, I didn't want to discredit the departed Monsignor Alonso, but the purity of the church cannot be tarnished by anyone, not even the Pope. Therefore, after much hesitation, I have decided to speak the truth. That is, you, Rauda, as Monsignor Alonso's illegitimate son, should no longer stand here as Archbishop. As Jordo's words fell, a commotion erupted among the nobles. No one expected to hear such a shocking scandal at Narendra Ix's funeral. The church has always prohibited any priest or nun from losing their chastity. Having chosen to enter the church and detach themselves from the secular world, they were supposed to devote their lives to serving the faith wholeheartedly. But the Pope, who was supposed to maintain chastity, secretly fathered a child, and not only accepted him into the church, but also made him Archbishop. It was absurd. Oh! Archbishop Jordo, everyone is responsible for their words. Do you have any proof that I am Monsignor Alonso's child? Faced with Jordo's sudden attack, Lauda remained calm. As if he had anticipated this, he even glanced at the others and asked with a smile, "You can all see that Lord Alonso and I don't look alike, right?" If Lauda and Alonso did look alike, no one would have suspected their relationship for so many years. Since you refuse to admit it, let your mother do it. Seeing this, Jordo glanced at a priest behind him, who immediately bowed his head and left. A short while later, he returned with a shabby-looking old woman. She was Grandma Sano, whom Mira and Uriel had met briefly in Glowing Town. Lauda. The moment Sano saw Lauda, she burst into tears and rushed to him. Even the words she had to say froze into tears that fell softly. Now, everyone, take a closer look at this old woman and laud. She is Laud's mother, Sano, a farmer's daughter. Many years ago, because of her beauty, she was offered to Lord Alonso, then Bishop of the Gardner territory, by the then Count Gardner, George said with a solemn assurance. For a moment, everyone's eyes flickered between Laud and Sano's faces. Although Sano's face showed signs of age, a closer look revealed a striking resemblance to Laud's. Could it be true, as George claimed, that Laud was Alonso's illegitimate son? Then the Gardner family. Many people secretly glanced at Fusen, standing near the left, and the current Count Gardner, his nephew, standing beside him, with meaningful smiles on their faces. TSK, TSK, TSK. Remember, Count Gardner was Fussen's older brother at the time. It's absolutely impossible for them to be unaware of this. However, neither Fussen nor his nephew seemed to be aware of these gazes, remaining calm and composed. I admit she's my mother. To everyone's surprise, Laud admitted without a second thought. He even considerately helped Sano to her feet, sighing, "But my father isn't Monsignor Alonso." "What do you think, mother? You must explain this clearly to everyone. You must not tarnish the reputation of our benefactor, Monsignor Alonso." Sano nodded timidly, her eyes lowered, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. "Laud is right. He's the child of me and a coachman. He has nothing to do with the noble Monsignor Alonso." "What did you say? That's not what you told me. How could I have known these decades-old stories if you hadn't admitted it yourself?" George was furious. He had never expected Sano to change her tune so suddenly. How dare this old woman? She actually dared. If Lauda was your child and the coachman's, why didn't you admit it openly? Instead, you hid in a house outside the city, enduring everyone's disdain and raising him alone until he grew up, all under the guise of an illegitimate child. George demanded. Because Lauda was indeed an illegitimate child, and I didn't marry the coachman. Sano replied timidly. Anyone who saw her would simply think she was a pitiful old woman, who couldn't possibly lie. In contrast, Jordo, fuming with rage over his failed attempt to frame Rauda, looked even more like a villain. Before Jordo could say anything more, Rauda pulled Sano behind him, shielding her like a shield, blocking Jordo's murderous gaze. Archbishop Jordo, Monsignor Alonso knew of my origins, but he never refused me admission to the church because I was a bastard. Therefore, I vowed to serve the gods devoutly throughout my life, carrying on Monsignor Alonso's legacy, who had to depart due to his own brevity. At these words, the other priests present shared a look of unspoken emotion. So not only did Jordo not expose Rauda's past, but he actually used this opportunity to enhance his own reputation. You? George was nearly fainting from rage. He looked helplessly at Feikler and Andre, only to see them each step back, putting some distance between them and him, as if by agreement. I never expected you, George, to slander Monsignor Alonso and Archbishop Lauda for the Pope's position. We thought you had the approval of the previous Pope, Monsignor Mander, and that's why we all nominated you as the new Pope. But your actions today are truly unbecoming of a Pope. Feikler spoke bitterly. Indeed, you truly disappointed us. Andre shook his head. You? George was truly panicked. He wanted to ask why you didn't follow the plan. But Jordo considered the consequences of revealing this and finally shut up. If he revealed the conspiracy now, he would be giving Rauda the papacy for nothing. Furthermore, after the funeral, Feichler and Andre would certainly not let him go. Might as well just admit defeat now, and perhaps retain some position. At worst, he'd be sent back to some poor place as a neglected bishop, which would be better than being targeted by Feichler and Andre. No, it wasn't just Feichler and Andre. Giordo, looking at Rauda, whose face was tinged with sadness, knew that he, too, would not let him go. He was finished. This time, he was truly finished. Giordo thought despairingly. However, this wasn't the end of the matter. Reodor's attack came swiftly. Looking at Giordo, who wore a look of despair, he suddenly said, "There's something I think everyone should know. Giordo, in order to become pope, you painstakingly sent a witch to assassinate me last night. How could you, as an archbishop, be so involved with a witch?" "What? A witch? Witches still exist these days?" Someone among the nobles cried out in horror. No, I didn't. I don't know any witches, and I didn't send anyone to assassinate you." Giordo shook his head frantically, trying to deny the crime. However, as he and Feichler had previously believed, one fact would only be followed by another, and no one would suspect a lie. Now, no matter how much Giordo denied it, no one would believe his innocence. A barely audible smile played at the corner of Raed's mouth. He turned to the priest beside him and said, "Go get someone to bring that witch here. I don't want to slander a respected archbishop without evidence." A moment later, Erica, still unconscious, was dragged before the crowd like a dead dog. Mira, hiding in the dark room, saw this, and her heart skipped a beat again, having seen Lex appear earlier. Chapter 86. Last night, I was resting in my room, when I suddenly heard a very quiet noise coming from outside the hallway. Although I could have misheard, out of a slight concern. In case someone needed my help right then. I immediately put on my coat and got up. Laud recounted the events of the previous night in a leisurely tone, as if it wasn't him who nearly lost his life, but someone else. Seeing his calm demeanor, some people actually suspected he had staged this whole thing. But Laud had a witness. It was the church guard, who had arrived just in time after his cries. Last night, when I arrived with my men, the witch was still trying to cast a spell on me. We watched helplessly as one of our brothers suddenly closed his eyes and collapsed. Because more than one person had witnessed this scene, even if Feichler wanted to question whether the woman on the ground was actually a witch, he couldn't find any viable excuse. Fortunately, the only person present who could be implicated was Giordo. He couldn't argue that he had no connection with the witch and had never ordered her to kill Laud. Before everyone watched, Giordo was expelled from the church like a lost dog. Church guards carried him quickly out of the church. As for this witch, according to church practice, to prevent her from escaping by some means we cannot defend against, she must be publicly burned at the stake, Laud said mercilessly. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 church guards stepped forward, attempting to pull Erica from the ground and drag her out. "Wait a moment." Lex suddenly spoke. "Oh, Your Highness, do you have any other instructions?" Lauda asked calmly. "Rather than dealing with this witch, I think it's more important for you to immediately elect a pope and proceed with the funeral. This recent incident has already wasted most of the morning. Are we going to let everyone here wait hungry until nightfall?" As he spoke, a hint of impatience gathered in Lex's brows. Indeed, the crowd, riveted by the spectacle, realized that the most important matter today was holding Nirungar Ix's funeral. Everything else had to take a back seat. They didn't want to go hungry until nightfall. If anyone's stomach rumbled then, it would be a disgrace to the nobility. "Your Highness, Lex is right. I think your church's affairs can be left for later. His Majesty's funeral is more important." One noble after another echoed his words. Erica's matter was put aside for the time being. The church guards, alerted, took her away and locked her up. As for who among Rauda and the other 2 would become pope, a stalemate inevitably ensued. After all, each of them had their own strengths and a certain number of supporters. Without Giordo as a puppet, Feichler and Andre would naturally continue their rivalry, and the situation became extremely tense. An impatient Lex took the initiative and suggested, "Since we can't choose a true pope for now, let's choose an acting pope. Based on his seniority and age, Archbishop Feichler should serve as acting pope." "Your Highness, Lex, even though you're a prince, that doesn't mean you can meddle in the affairs of our church at will." Andre looked at Lex disapprovingly. "I have no intention of interfering with the church. I simply order you, as the crown prince, to proceed with the funeral immediately. If you have any other solutions, please share them immediately. If not, don't waste any more time." Lex stared back at him expressionlessly. However, his words made Keldor, who had been patient for so long, jump out. "No! How can you, the murderer of my father, continue to hold the position of Crown Prince? Your Highness Sivri is the Crown Prince we now recognize. I won't say the same thing again. I had nothing to do with my father's death. Lex looked at Kelder coldly. As for your recognition, I'd like to know if anyone among you still has doubts about my status as Crown Prince. Feel free to stand up and confront me like Kelder Jude did. No one expected the situation to take such a sudden turn for the worse, and it was time for them, the nobles, to decide their sides. Lex's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd like the sharpest blade. Most of the nobles couldn't help but step back when they felt his gaze. However, a small number of staunch Sivri supporters withstood the pressure and stood their ground fearlessly. These were the people Ilya had painstakingly recruited over the years. But compared to the majority who retreated, this small group was not worth Lex's attention. Seeing this, Kelder's face turned so dark that it looked like water dripping from his eyes. Everyone! He shouted. Do you think anyone else besides Lex would dare to harm the great king? The feud between him and your majesty has been well known for years. He deliberately disappeared and left the palace years ago, hiding in Four Horse Manor to plot this very day. It's very likely that even Fernando was his ally. Otherwise, why wouldn't Marquis Four Horse dare to attend your majesty's funeral today? Now, in front of your majesty, are you going to support a prince who murdered his father to ascend the throne? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Even Lex had come, but Fernando didn't. It was indeed unacceptable. But was the hidden truth behind Lex's disappearance really, as Kelder claimed, intentional? They still believed it was Alea who was responsible. Kelder Jude, since you insist on twisting right and wrong, then Church, you come and tell them what really happened. Lex listened to Kelder's fabricated story, his eyebrows unflinching. Yes. Church stepped forward. On the night of His Highness Severi's baptism, a grand banquet was held in the palace, but I didn't see His Highness Lex at the banquet. When I found His Highness's room out of concern, I discovered that the guards and maids had all been knocked unconscious, and His Highness had disappeared. I followed the trail all the way to the city walls on horseback, only to find the bandit pointing a knife at His Highness. The situation was extremely close. Thankfully, I arrived just in time and successfully rescued His Highness. However, before I could bring His Highness back to the palace, His Highness Ilya sent pursuers, driving us away from the royal city. Nonsense! Why would I send pursuers to kill you and Lex? I was at the banquet the entire night, and never left. Ilya also stood up. She seemed furious at Church's words, her chest heaving. Even though years had passed since Sivri's rebirth, many nobles still remembered attending the banquet. After careful recollection, they seemed to have not seen Ilya leave. Your Majesty, with your two good brothers, Antonio and Kelder by your side, there's no need for you to personally attend such a trivial matter, Church said leisurely. Don't rush to refute me. Some of the pursuers managed to survive. It's a coincidence that His Majesty Lex has already found that person, and he should be on his way to the royal city. Church was referring to Nink. As soon as the news of Nurungar Ix's death and the slander against Lex spread, Lex immediately sent a message to Nink, who was far away in the Yarrant territory. At his speed, he should be able to reach the royal city safely in about a day. Ilya's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. She had never imagined that the fool Kelder hadn't completely eliminated them all. Kelder's eyelids twitched. There had been a few who slipped through the net back then, but after all these years, who knew they would be found by Lex? Even he hadn't found any trace of those who had managed to escape. If Kelder knew that Nink had actually approached Lex on his own initiative, he would probably be furious. But it didn't matter. Kelder's eyes were fierce. As long as Lex was dead, even if Nink arrived at the royal city, it would be useless. Today's funeral was a trap they had set for Lex. If Lex didn't come, with Feikler's help, they would seize the opportunity to secure the throne of Sivri. If Lex came, wouldn't that be perfect? The royal city was their territory. Why would they worry about a mere Lex? Then, even if Lex brought a few hundred followers to protect him, it would be useless. Remember, the entire royal city was guarded by thousands of men, not to mention Kelder's knights, 500 fully armored knights, enough to sweep away any obstacle. Suddenly, a sound of air piercing could be heard. Before Chelch could react, Lex drew his sword from his waist, and slashed the arrow flying straight at him in two. Where did that arrow come from? The nobles who had reacted were the first to cry out in surprise. Even quicker than them were Antonio and Keldor, who had already planned this. They were the first to draw their swords and shout, "Attack!" The arrow was like a clarion call, sending the church into chaos. Guards rushed in, swords drawn. Nobles, startled by the scene, fled in all directions. Retainers guarded Lex in the center. Amid the chaos, occasional wails echoed. Heavy footsteps echoed as the neatly dressed knights arrived. Their presence undoubtedly made the situation one-sided. Meanwhile, Ilya, already aware of Antonio and Kelder's plan, hurriedly retreated with Severy. As she retreated, she stared intently at Lex, who was battling the guards in the center of the chaos. Nurundra 9 had already died for the Severy throne. She had to see Lex slain in this conspiracy, leaving her Severy without further worries. But the next second, Ilya cried out in agony, "No! Kelder!" Lex unhesitatingly pulled out the sword that had pierced Kelder's heart, watching as his body slumped like boiled noodles. As more and more bodies fell, the church gradually returned to calm, and the remaining people gradually gathered around Lex. And not just the dozen or so followers he had brought with him at the beginning. "Sire, aren't those your followers? How did they end up at His Highness Lex's side?" When the noise subsided, a noble, hiding in a corner with his head clutched tightly, looked up and saw a startling scene. However, Count Sayre, who was supposed to be hiding beside him, slowly stood up and smiled. "How can they be my followers? From the very beginning, they were arranged by His Highness Lex." Chapter 87. After Mara left, Lex learned of Nurundra IX's grave illness from the spies Finanji had stationed in the royal city. He stood by the window, his back to Finanji, who was seated in an armchair. "So this is why Ilya is so eager to attack me. She's convinced I help you, and she doesn't know when you return to the royal city, so she wants to eliminate me as soon as possible to sever your arm." Watching the spies leave the study, Finanji said thoughtfully, "Your Highness, what are your thoughts?" Finanji asked. As Lex's assistant, he could offer advice, but not make decisions for him. The specifics of their next move depended on Lex's decision. "Gather our forces in advance, just in case." After all, none of us knew how long he had left to live, Lex said indifferently. "Only a lion in its prime is to be feared. If it were Nurundra 9 in his youth, perhaps no one would dare to act under his nose. But now, he is critically ill, almost unable to even open his eyelids. Anyone could easily kill him, so how could he deter the treacherous undercurrents? Do you think Ilya can't protect His Majesty?" Finanji tapped the table meaningfully. Even though Nurundra 9 was gravely ill, Ilya was the queen, and the palace was under her control. No one should be able to harm Nurundra 9 without her help. Thinking of this, Finanji quipped, "Your Highness, have you forgotten that our queen once drove me out of the royal city? Over the years, without his permission, Ilya wouldn't have been able to do so much." Lex saw it clearly. It was precisely because he saw clearly that Nurundra 9 had deliberately condoned his disappearance that the little lingering affection between father and son vanished in an instant. Lex had sensed from a young age that Nurundra 9 disliked him. It was strange. He was his only child, yet his father was reluctant to even smile at him. Especially in contrast to Church and Finanji, Lex felt even more strongly that Nurundra was not a qualified father. No father would treat his children so erratically. Sometimes, he would even look at him with eyes so dark they looked like they could drip with water. Before coming to Furhorst, I had already informed the lords of the north. Upon receiving my letter, they will send people without delay to ensure they can arrive in time if something unexpected happens. Lex, drawing his thoughts back, spoke to Finanji. "I need you to send someone to relocate them when the time comes. Please rest assured, even if several thousand people arrive, Furhorst Manor can accommodate them. However, we can't just keep them all in one place. After all, even rabbits know to dig multiple holes to be prepared." Lex nodded slightly, agreeing with Finanji. "I consider a few more candidates." And Count Tsar was one of those who surrendered after Lex revealed he was still alive. Watching Count Tsar's group leave Furhorst Manor, even larger than when they arrived, Lex cast his gaze toward the distant sky, where a few gray birds flew by. All necessary preparations had been made, so upon hearing the news of Nurundra IX's death and the unusually early funeral that followed, Lex and the others showed little reaction, as if they had known this would happen. Before leaving, Mrs. Jones had the manor's cooks prepare an exquisite dinner for Lex and Church to see them off. They had to travel day and night, and considering Fernanke's health, he feared he wouldn't be able to endure the journey. Therefore, Lex and Church rode ahead with a dozen or so attendants, while Fernanke followed slowly behind in a carriage with the convoy. Fernanke wouldn't be the only noble who would miss the funeral, so even if Ilya wanted to punish him, there would be no reason to do so. So Lex set off. At the same time, nobles like Count Sayre, who had also set off with their assigned forces, also rushed day and night to the royal city. The unrest against Lex was thus quelled. Kelder was dead, Antonio captured. Even though they had prepared their forces, and the guards were constantly pouring into the church, They didn't dare approach after seeing this scene. After all, anyone with eyes could see that submission was the better choice than resistance. To put it bluntly, if Antonio and Keldor hadn't immediately restrained Lex, they had already lost. After all, the only one who could sit on the throne was Nuringer. Imprison Antonio Jude and await further action. Lex took the handkerchief offered by Church and slowly wiped the blood from his sword before returning it to its scabbard at his waist. No! You can't do this. Ilya, Severy, save me. I'm doing this for you. Seeing himself about to be dragged out of the church, Antonio struggled in terror, trying to plead with Ilya and Severy for help. Otherwise, once imprisoned, only death awaited him. Ilya bit her lip and remained silent. She was even afraid Severy might be swayed by Antonio, so she reached out and covered his mouth. Without Antonio and Keldor, she could still find new candidates from the Jude family, who might even be more obedient than them. After all, Ilya still harbored a lingering hatred for them for having murdered Nurungar 9. But forced by the circumstances, coupled with the days of house arrest, Ilya realized that Nurungar 9 was dead, and she couldn't let his death be in vain. She wanted to use his death to pave the way for their child. So, she agreed to cooperate with Antonio and Keldor and continued to set a trap for Lex. Watching Antonio screaming as he was dragged away, Severy did hesitate. In the past, Antonio and Keldor had always found him many novelties and helped him with many tasks. But when he remembered how Antonio and Keldor had unhesitatingly attacked Nurungar 9 and imprisoned him and Ilya, Severy's hesitation vanished. Severy was even secretly thankful that Ilya had covered his mouth. It wasn't that he didn't want to save Antonio, but rather that he had to obey Ilya. Only his mother had her wholeheartedly in his best interests. All right, everyone, now that the matter is settled, let's proceed with the funeral. Lex spoke calmly, as if the bloody incident had never happened. At this, the nobles, their clothes slightly disheveled from their escape, trembled as they returned, accompanying the equally disheveled Feikler to complete the proper funeral rites. Perhaps frightened, Feikler suddenly fainted during the eulogy for Nurungar 9, causing everyone to suspect another disturbance. Thankfully, the priests quickly helped the unconscious Feikler down, and Andre stepped forward to complete the eulogy, ultimately concluding the funeral without incident. Of course, decades from now, the nobles present today will surely remember this thrilling and fraught funeral. After the funeral, the nobles naturally boarded their carriages and departed. Church noticed Lex standing there motionless, feeling a bit surprised. Your Highness? Aren't we leaving? Wait for me outside. Remember to close the door. Lex lowered his eyes, not explaining his reasoning to Church. Thankfully, even though Church didn't know what Lex was planning, he dutifully stood guard outside the closed door, preventing anyone from entering the church. You can come out now, Mira, Lex said calmly. After a while, rustling sounds were heard from the wall behind the statue, and Mira emerged from the hidden chamber behind the wall. Back in the church at Golden Oak, Mira had discovered a secret door leading to the dungeon. She wondered if there might be a similar design here, so she took a risk and entered the church before anyone else did. Sure enough, she discovered the secret on the wall. Unfortunately, the wall was just a small dark room. Hiding inside, Mara could only observe what was happening outside through the cracks. Seeing the unconscious Erica, Mara thought to herself, oh no! Just as she was contemplating how to save her, she heard Lex speak, stopping the church members. As long as he wasn't about to burn Erica in front of everyone, she would still be able to save her. Seeing this, Mara's heart sank back to its place, and she breathed a small sigh of relief. But then, seeing the chaotic scene of swords and blood, Mara's heart tightened again. She was sure Lex must have made preparations, but she didn't know if he'd been injured, or if something unexpected had disrupted his plans. She couldn't say for sure, and so she couldn't suppress her deep worry. Thankfully, it was all over. Lex was safe and sound. By the way, how did you know I was hiding here? Mara asked curiously. Have you forgotten? The seed you gave me will point me in your direction, Lex replied. For several hurried nights, Lex would open the box and find himself heading in the direction of Mara, his emotions suddenly becoming complicated. He had never imagined that Mara was actually in the royal city. Soon, the things Mara had guessed also surfaced in Lex's mind. So, when he saw the unconscious Erica, Lex calmly pursed his lips. He worried that Mara had gotten involved with this strange witch. What if they were both caught by the church? Luckily, Mara was fine. Lex stared at Mara closely, noticing beads of sweat on her cheeks, probably from being warm in the dark room. Otherwise, there were no wounds on her exposed skin, and the tension in his mind suddenly relaxed a little. Huh? But it can't tell you I'm here. Mara was still puzzled. Perhaps I sense it whenever you're nearby. Lex seemed oblivious to the words, raising his hand as if nothing had happened, brushing the hair off Mara's neck. Ah, no wonder my neck feels a little itchy, Mara said, raising her hand as well, pressing her thumb against the corner of Lex's eye. Lex's gaze followed her hand, noticing the bright red stain on Mara's thumb. It was someone else's blood, accidentally stained. Lex. Mara suddenly called his name. Never mind, it's nothing. Mara changed her tone before she could finish it. It really wasn't anything, but the thought of Lex's swift sword swings, the way he dispatched his enemies without hesitation, made Mara feel a different kind of heartbeat. That was a side of Lex she had never shown Mara before. Cold, powerful, unshakable. Okay. Since Mara didn't want to talk, Lex had no desire to delve deeper. Compared to this, will you return to the palace with me? Chapter 88. Miss Mara, I live next door to you. Feel free to ask for my help. Late at night, Church, who had just returned from outside, knocked on Mara's door. Mara opened the door and looked at Church with some surprise. I thought you stay with Lex. After all, Lex didn't have many people he could trust, and Church was one of them. Mara was surprised that Lex had already returned to the palace, and Church wasn't constantly guarding him. Church smiled meaningfully, saying, It's because your highness trusts me that I'm here in this house right now. Protecting Lex was certainly important, but protecting those he wanted to protect was also Church's duty. Furthermore, Lex could only truly rest assured by entrusting Mara's safety to Church. Mara nodded understandingly, seemingly oblivious to Chelch's hidden meaning, and didn't ask any further questions about Lex. When Lex offered to take her back to the palace today, Mara thought for a moment and declined. That's too much trouble. I'd better just find a hostel to make do with. Besides, there were Ilya and the others in the palace, and Mara's status was too special. Even if she entered the palace with Lex, she wouldn't be able to move around freely. Does she have to hide in Lex's room from morning till night to avoid attracting attention? Choosing to stay in the cabin voluntarily, and being forced to be trapped in Lex's room, unable to leave, have completely different implications. Mara wouldn't choose the latter. Besides, she wasn't alone, she still had Erica and Uriel to take care of. By the way, can you help me rescue Erica? Mara looked at Lex eagerly. With such a capable helper as Lex, there was no need to risk her own life without Mara. For Lex, now restored to his former self, quietly taking someone from the Church's clutches was a piece of cake. Don't put on that expression. You know I won't refuse your request. Lex's Adam's apple rolled. It's a request, Mara emphasized. How could you have the audacity to call a request a favor? As for why she had to put on that expression. Since it was a request, of course she had to cater to the request. Mara smiled softly, pretending not to notice Lex's fleeting gaze. I have her sent to Fernando's mansion in the royal city tonight. Why don't you stay there together? Since Maylaw didn't want to go back to the palace with him, Lex pondered for a moment and made new arrangements. Mara thought for a moment and decided not to refuse Lex's offer. The inn was bustling with people, so it certainly wasn't as convenient as staying at Fernando's mansion. Creaky. The heavy church door swung open with a creak. Chelga turned and saw Lex and Maylaw emerge. Surprisingly, no surprise showed on his face. He was able to greet Maylaw calmly. It's been a while, Miss Maylaw. I didn't expect you to be here. Mara smiled. You don't look surprised at all. Lex was fine, but why wasn't Church surprised? Perhaps it's because I had a feeling we'd meet again the day we parted at Fairhorse Manor. Church casually spread his hands. It's like opening a birthday present. The surprise is long in advance, but when you finally open it, there's no surprise, only pure joy. Reuniting with someone you know is a joyous experience, no matter how you look at it. But enough joking. After all, Mara and the others were still on church grounds. It would be better to leave first and reconnect at a suitable time. Thanks to Lex's arrangements, Mara followed him out of the church openly, completely unconcerned about being spotted. Mira boarded the carriage, while Lex and Church mounted their horses, following behind. Then, the carriage's wheels rolled across the road, carrying Mara to Fernando's mansion in the royal city. Since this was the mansion purchased by Fernandez during his tenure as chancellor, it was naturally very close to the palace. So close that Maylaw could stand at the gate and watch the backs of Lex and Church recede into the distance, swallowed up by the magnificent palace. Miss Maylaw, shall we go in? The kind-faced housekeeper asked gently. She was the housekeeper who stayed behind. When Fernandez returned to Fairhorst, he naturally took many servants with him. Now, the housekeeper was left alone with the housekeeper, a cook, a coachman, 3 maids, and 3 footmen to manage all matters. Just now, Upon hearing that a guest was coming, the housekeeper felt a long unseen sense of nervousness. It had been ages since she had entertained guests in this mansion. When the housekeeper saw that Mara was escorted by Lex and Church, a flicker of surprise flashed across her eyes, and the tension in her throat instantly relaxed. She hadn't expected Mara to be so influential. Fortunately, she hadn't slacked off, instead gathering everyone together and giving them a series of instructions, urging them to make thorough preparations for the guest's arrival. Otherwise, if such a distinguished guest had been wronged by their negligence, the housekeeper guaranteed that they would have to pack up and leave tomorrow, and no noble would ever want them working in their mansion again. Thinking of this, the housekeeper's smile grew even kinder, and she occasionally engaged Mara in conversation, trying to gauge her preferences. When Mara showed a hint of fatigue, she tactfully paused and quietly led her to the room assigned to her. What Mara didn't expect was that her room was on the 3rd floor, while Erica and Uriel were assigned to the 2nd. "Are you dissatisfied with this arrangement?" Seeing the surprise on Mira's face, the housekeeper couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. She thought that since the 3 guests were friends, it would be best to room them together. But the people sent by Church insisted that Mira and the other 2 must be assigned separate rooms. The housekeeper didn't understand the reasoning, but she just had to follow the instructions. So Mira moved to the 3rd floor alone. "No complaints, this arrangement is fine," Mira said. She had just thought about it. Erica and Uriel were as close as mother and daughter. Living on the 2nd floor would not only make it easier for Uriel to take care of Erica, but also allow them to spend time alone together. There were some things that both of them might find awkward to say in front of an outsider like Mira. Since Mira had no objection, the housekeeper swallowed back her words. "I could actually relocate them to the room next to yours. By the way, for dinner, would you like to have it in the dining room, or have it brought to your room?" The housekeeper had already started to leave, when she remembered and quickly returned to ask. "We have it in your room." Mira made her decision without hesitation. The 3 of them were merely guests of the mansion. There was no need to dine in the dining room while the owner was away. So, later that evening, the housekeeper and a maid arrived to deliver the meal and inform Mira that her 2 friends had arrived. Before the carriage had even stopped, the young lady impatiently opened the door and jumped out, nearly startling Hans. The housekeeper vividly recounted the scene to Mira. Afraid Mira didn't know who Hans was, she quickly added, "By the way, Hans is the coachman who brought you here." "That's him." Mira nodded. "He's worked so hard. He just brought me here, and then rushed non-stop out of town." "It's nothing. Just 2 extra trips," the housekeeper said. "He's been collecting salary for years, without doing any work for his master. It's already a good deal for him." Mira smiled but said nothing. Seeing this, the housekeeper fell silent and waited quietly for Mira to finish dinner. Then she left with the maid and the dishes that needed to be washed. After they left, Silas hopped down from the cabinet and explained on Uriel's behalf. She was so anxious after hearing the news of Erica's coma that she couldn't help but jump from the carriage. Not to mention Uriel, even Silas's first reaction upon hearing this was, "Is Mara okay? I need to see her right away." Seeing Mara standing before him, smiling brightly, Silas's heart, which had been leaping in his throat, finally settled back down. Thankfully, Mara was fine. Not only was Mara fine, but she was also in a good mood. She hugged Silas, sat down on a chair, and occasionally stroked his feathers. After a while, Silas, feeling slightly sleepy from being caressed by Mara, spread his wings and fluttered into Mara's arms, suddenly sighing, after being out for so long, "I'm kind of missing the dark forest." Silas missed the frogs that would croak at him, the wildflowers growing freely in the bushes, and the moon he could see from the cabin window. Even the perch he hadn't stepped on in ages. Looking back now, it had been almost 3 months since he and Mara had left the cabin. The initial excitement faded, and Silas was now filled with melancholy. After all, in his heart, the cabin had become his home, and being away for so long inevitably brought on a touch of homesickness. "Soon. Once everything is over, I take you back to the cabin," Mara promised Silas. "Will we come out again?" Silas asked hesitantly. "You have to visit Lex from time to time, or it'd be too pitiful for him to be left here alone." Church was Lex's knight, and Finangi was Lex's chancellor, but Silas and Mara were Lex's family. At least that's what Silas thought. No, Mara smiled and shook her head, correcting Silas. When Lex marries a queen and has children, those will be his true family. After all, Lex was 18 years old now, so perhaps the future Mara spoke of would arrive soon. Silas felt a little gloomy for a moment. He simply couldn't imagine Lex with another woman. Chapter 89. The day after the funeral, the mansion's true owner arrived. Mira was standing in the hallway when the motorcade arrived, and through the window, she could see the large group of people, surrounded by Fernando, entering the house. As if noticing someone was watching him, Fernando looked up and met Mira's gaze. He smiled and nodded gently. Mira naturally returned his smile. However, as the host, Fernando didn't have the time to entertain Mira. Aside from a chance encounter with Mira upon his arrival, Mira didn't see him for the next 2 days. Not only Fernando, but Mira also didn't see Church. It seemed Lex was truly busy, and his staff were also kept busy. So when the housekeeper suddenly asked Mira if she was free the next afternoon, hoping to invite her for afternoon tea, Mira was a little taken aback. Seeing Mira stunned, the housekeeper was a little puzzled, worried that Mira really had other plans. She was just pondering how to tell Fernando about this when she heard Mira say, "No problem, of course I'm free." Or rather, Mira had been pretty much idle these days. She spent her days in her rocking chair, flipping through a collection of popular stories from the capital, occasionally teasing Silas, and taking a stroll in the garden at sunset. In other words, there was probably no one more relaxed in the entire mansion. However, Mira wasn't sure what Fernando wanted to talk to her about. Mira glanced at the housekeeper, wanting to ask, but figuring she didn't seem to understand the reason, she swallowed her words. After all, she would find out when she saw Fernando tomorrow. For Fernando to find time in his busy schedule to invite her for afternoon tea, it must have been something truly significant, right? Maybe it was Church's suggestion, but Fernando didn't choose the living room or the study, but instead specifically invited Maylaw to the garden for afternoon tea. The afternoon sun shone on the soft green leaves, casting a continuous shadow along the vines and over the well-tended buds. The small fountain in the garden continuously gushed out clear water, occasionally splashing a few transparent droplets, shimmering in the sun. Fernando sat on a stone bench in the garden, leisurely picking up the teacup before him and taking a sip of freshly brewed tea. Mira arrived at this moment. She sat down across from Fernando and, likewise, took a sip from her teacup. It was so hot. So Maylaw put the cup down with a casual air and began to eat her dessert. Since it was Fernando who was looking for her, he should have spoken first, and she should have just listened. "Miss Maylaw, long time no see. I never thought we meet in the royal city." As expected, Fernando was the first to greet Maylaw. Then he sighed, "I'm so sorry. I should have met you long ago. As a host, it's truly rude to ignore your guests. But Antonio and the others left behind so much trouble. Even your highness has been so busy these past few days dealing with it, and the candles in the palace are burning all night long." So busy? Mira finally understood why she hadn't heard the door opening next door until late at night these days. However, since they were busy so late, Lex might as well have just let Church rest in the palace to save him the extra trip. "I'm very busy, so I hope Miss Mira isn't angry with His Highness," Fernando said. "Angry? What should I be angry about?" Mira looked bewildered. What could she be angry about with Lex? Fernando, however, had a look of sudden enlightenment. "It seems I misunderstood. I thought Miss Mira hadn't taken the initiative to meet with His Highness these past few days, because she was angry with him. It sounds like you misunderstood my relationship with Lex?" Mira finally realized that Fernando's words were a subtle way of saying she felt angry that Lex had ignored her. But after a long moment of thought, Mira couldn't figure out what she had done to cause Fernando to believe that. Perhaps it was His Highness's attitude toward Miss Mira that led me to misunderstand. Fernando smiled tolerantly. As for Lex's actual attitude toward Mira, he remained silent. "By the way, how long does Miss Mira plan to stay in the capital?" Fernando asked, as if suddenly remembering something. "Your Highness said you came to the capital specifically to resolve a matter. I wonder if it's been resolved yet. If there's any trouble, perhaps I can be of some assistance." "No, I'm almost done with my business. I'd probably be leaving the capital in a few days," Mira replied. "So soon? I thought Miss Mira would stay until your coronation ceremony." Fernando was a little surprised, and even tried to persuade Lex to stay. "Why don't you stay a few days longer, Miss Mira? I'm sure your Highness would be eager for you to witness such an important moment." "Forget it. If I go, how will I stand before the others and witness Lex's coronation?" Mira smiled faintly, pointing out the most thorny issue. Fernando lowered his eyes, staring at the small reflection of his face in the tea, and said, "Your Highness will find a way. Then I have to ask you to tell Lex for me. I don't want to embarrass him." Mira waved her hand nonchalantly, took a sip from her teacup, and suppressed the sweetness in her throat. She had eaten too much dessert and was choking. Fernando was truly a busy man. Mira hadn't chatted with him for long when a footman hurried over to Fernando, and asked him to go to the palace immediately. It was obvious that Lex had something to ask him again. Mira immediately and considerately told Fernando to leave her alone and let her enjoy the desserts on the table. Although this must have been prepared specifically for her by Fernando. After all, during their casual chat, Fernando hadn't touched anything other than tea once. Fernando nodded apologetically to Mira, then left with the butler without a backward glance. Mira was left to slowly finish all the desserts and drain a pot of tea before wandering back to her room with a full stomach. Having eaten so much that afternoon, Mira had no appetite for the dinner served by the maid, leaving Silas to devour it all. Silas ate with delight, even holding up a succulent chicken drumstick and commenting, "The skin's a little burnt. I have to remind the cook to pay more attention to the heat next time." Even so, the crispy, tender skin still gave the drumstick an alluring aroma that filled Mira's nose. Mira hadn't felt hungry at first, but then, at night, she suddenly woke from her dream, her mind full of the roasted chicken leg she hadn't eaten yet. She silently glanced at Silas, whose belly was swollen as he slept, and rolled over, itching to forget about the chicken leg. After a long while, Mira reluctantly rose from the bed, opened the door, and stood in the hallway, hoping the night breeze would dispel the lingering craving. She hadn't expected to see a carriage slowly pull into the mansion at this late hour, with Fernando and Church disembarking. Mira couldn't understand lip reading, so she could only tell from their expressions that Church wasn't in a good mood. Fernando seemed indifferent to Church's agitation. What were they talking about? Mira couldn't help but wonder. It was the first time she had ever seen Church look so cold. Why did you tell Mira about this ahead of time? As long as His Highness arranges everything, she can attend His Highness's coronation naturally. When Church heard Financy tell Lex that Mira didn't plan to attend his coronation, his heart sank, and he didn't even dare to look at Lex's scowl. To be honest, Finance's actions were completely unnecessary. If only Mira didn't know how much effort Lex had put into getting her to attend his coronation, she would have happily agreed to attend, and Lex would have been genuinely happy. So, when it was time to leave the palace, Church didn't ride his horse, but instead squeezed into Finance's carriage, angrily demanding to know why he had done this. Financy glanced at Church coldly. I didn't stop her from attending His Highness's coronation. She chose to decline. So, Your Highness, there's no need to waste your efforts. You, on the other hand, condoned his absurd actions simply because you couldn't bear to see His Highness's disappointment. Are you really going to help His Highness marry a witch's queen? Financy clearly had his own reservations about Church's actions, but he didn't express them openly like Church did. If this is what His Highness wants, why not? He's about to become king of this kingdom. Shouldn't he marry a woman he loves as queen? Church responded with the same cold tone. Even if Mira was a witch, so what? As long as Lex liked her, Church would support whatever Lex decided. He would always be Lex's most loyal knight. Of course not. To become queen, one need not have beautiful features or noble blood, but one must possess good upbringing, elegant conversation, and a broad perspective. Otherwise, how could one be worthy of the dazzling yet weighty crown of queen? The position of queen brings not only glory, but also responsibilities comparable to those of a king. Fernando could never have imagined that, with Lilith as his mother, Lex would still want Mira to be queen. If Mira became queen, in Fernando's eyes, she would be no different from Elia. On either side were women unfit for the position of queen. Your preference for such a fine woman is your business, not your highness's. Chelge sneered, thinking of Fernando's wife, the marquise who had spent years in seclusion elsewhere with their son. She had no complaints about her husband and devotedly cared for their children, but it was clear that she had no love for Fernando. Likewise, Fernando didn't love her. It was only because she was a well-matched noblewoman, possessing a highly praised character, that she became a distinguished marquise. Chelgo never agreed with Fernando's ideas. The queen was the king's wife, his cherished woman, nothing more. Ah, but it seems your highness can't convince Miss Maylaw to stay willingly. Fernando stepped out of the carriage, a hint of sarcasm on his lips. That's your highness's business. As long as you don't interfere, whatever the outcome, it will be better than the current situation. Chelgo said coldly. Chapter 90. Perhaps because of Finance's reminder, Maylaw subconsciously began to monitor Lex's movements. The 4th day passed, and Lex didn't show up. The 5th day passed, and Lex still didn't show up. For some reason, Maylaw felt something was amiss. Even if Lex had heard the words she had asked Financy to convey, he didn't seem to be so upset. At least, he shouldn't have even turned up. But when Maylaw realized what she was thinking, she suddenly stopped and stood there in a daze for a long moment. She was the one who knew Lex's feelings, but refused to comply, and she was the one who had even deliberately asked Financy to pass on the message. Yet, When Lex stopped showing up, as she had hoped, she actually began to wonder why he hadn't appeared. Now, even Mayla herself felt she was being a bit unreasonable. "Miss Mira, the kitchen baked a delicious apple pie today. Would you like me to cut you a piece for afternoon tea?" A passing young maid, upon seeing Mira, a charming smile spread across her round face, and she greeted her cheerfully. After spending the past few days together, the servants in the mansion had discovered that Mira, their distinguished guest, was actually quite easy to please, rarely making unreasonable requests or deliberately embarrassing them. As a result, the younger servants were very happy to interact with Mira, even offering her playful banter. "Apple pie? Sure. Then please go to the kitchen and cut me a piece and bring it to my room." Mira waved to the maid with a smile, then walked down another corridor, returning to her room on the 3rd floor. A moment later, there was a knock on the door, and a maid entered with a tray. The sweet, soft aroma of apple pie instantly filled the room. The attentive maid even poured Mira a cup of black tea before leaving with the tray. As soon as the maid left, Mira hadn't had time to move before Silas swooped down, eagerly wielding a silver knife to cut a small piece and popped it into his mouth. Silas chewed and chewed, commenting, "They're both apple pies, but Lex's seems to be a bit better." "Really?" Mira, however, felt that the mansion's cook had been quite generous with the sugar, making the pie a bit too sweet, but the taste wasn't much different. "Wait a minute," Silas suddenly cried, as if remembering something, staring at Mira with incredulous eyes. "Didn't you say you liked Lex to bake the crust until the edges were crispy, because that's how it tastes?" Silas remembered Mira's pickiness well. Later, whenever Lex wanted to make apple pie, Mira would squat beside him, muttering non-stop, "I want a crispy crust, I want a crispy crust." Silas found it utterly annoying. But now, seeing Mira enjoying the soft, baked crust, he wondered if she had done it on purpose to torment Lex. How could that be? Mira refused to admit it. She certainly hadn't meant to torment Lex. However, given Mira's past misdeeds, Silas wasn't foolish enough to trust her anymore. Mira snorted softly, her interest in the apple pie suddenly fading. She sat aside, her face resting on her hands, staring blankly into space. "Mira, what are you thinking about?" Seeing that Mira ignored him, Silas swallowed his food and leaned forward. "I'm wondering if I'm a little too greedy," Mira replied lazily. She wanted a beautiful bird, but she refused the ornate cage that came with it. "Hey, are you ever not greedy?" Silas couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "What did you say?" Mira immediately cast a threatening glare at Silas. She could find fault with herself, but she wouldn't allow anyone to say she had any. Perhaps Silas's experiences of the past few days had emboldened him. Even though it might anger Mira, Silas stiffened his neck and said, "I say, Mira is the greediest witch, but so what? We won't dislike you anyway." If Mira wanted the fortune Silas had painstakingly accumulated over the years, Silas wouldn't be unable to grit his teeth, close his eyes, and agree. As long as Mira was happy, that was all. Although Silas didn't know what had happened to Mira, he could sense that there seemed to be something behind her smile these days, something she didn't want him to know. Silas was anxious, and even at the risk of being punished by Mira, he deliberately tried to make her angry. After all, no matter what happened, as long as he could vent his anger, it would be fine, right? Silas thought uncertainly. But when he actually saw Mira's hand reaching out, Silas couldn't help but close his eyes, his mind repeating, "It's over, it's over, it's over." Was Mira going to hit it for the first time ever? Wasn't she? To Silas's surprise, Mira simply grabbed it and rubbed it, petting its head and the soft fur on its chest. "You're right, I'm just greedy. So I want to take home a beautiful bird and get rid of that pesky birdcage," Mira said with a smile. "What bird? Have you fallen for another bird behind my back?" Although Silas was confused, he firmly objected. "No! I won't allow it. You can only have me one bird." Finally, Mira could only assure Silas that she wasn't talking about a real bird, which barely appeased him. That night, hearing soft footsteps outside the hallway, Mira, who had been lying awake, threw off the covers and got out of bed. She opened the door, intending to call Church to talk to him about Lex. But she suddenly met his gaze with the real Lex. "Lex, what are you doing here?" Mira looked curiously at Lex, standing alone in the hallway, holding a candlestick, without a single servant behind him. It stands to reason that even at this late hour, someone of Lex's stature wouldn't be without servants at his side, unless this was intentional. "I'm looking for Church." Lex was as calm and composed as ever, his expression imperceptible. "What a coincidence. I'm looking for Church too. Let's go." As if believing Lex's words, Mira brushed her hair behind her ear and, without giving Lex a chance to react, walked to the next room and knocked 3 times. No one responded. It seems Church isn't in the room? Mira turned, staring at Lex with a half smile, as if waiting for him to offer another plausible explanation. Lex was silent for a moment. The 3 flames on the candlesticks flickered slightly in the breeze. Don't you even know where Church is? That's strange. Mira, meanwhile, feigned ignorance, pressing her questions. This brief moment was more than enough for her to process what had happened. But Mira insisted on hearing Lex's own confession. What do you want from Church? He's staying in the palace tonight to rest. I'm afraid he won't be able to see you until tomorrow. Lex finally spoke, without betraying any of the discomfort of having been caught in a lie. Just tonight? Mira didn't believe it. Aside from the night, she saw Church return with Fernando, and the first night Church specifically came to greet her, Maylaw reasonably suspected that the person sleeping in the room next to her these days wasn't Church. No, that's not right. There are hundreds of rooms in this house. Even if Church returned, he wouldn't necessarily move in next door. So, putting me on the 3rd floor alone was actually your plan from the beginning, right? Following the clues, Maylaw finally understood everything. But Maylaw couldn't understand why Lex did this. He could have just come to see her openly. Yes, why? Even Lex himself found this action baffling. But before he could gather enough leverage to convince Mara to stay, Lex would rush from the palace late every night, push open the door to Mara's room next door, sit in an armchair, and gaze out the window at the moon in a trance. Merely across the wall, Mara slept peacefully on her soft bed, her breathing shallow, occasionally frowning at the scenes in her dreams, or biting her lip in discontent. Or perhaps, she would utter a few inarticulate mutterings. The nights they had spent together in the cabin were enough for Lex to imagine what Mara looked like in her sleep. Lex gazed at the silvery moonlight that flowed like a veil, unable to contain the jealousy that washed over him, jealous that it would shine upon Mara and then, naturally, flow into her dreams. Unreasonable thoughts ran rampant. Lex wished he could appear even in Mara's dreams. Perhaps, in that dreamland, Mara would soften her heart a little, instead of repeatedly wanting to leave him. Of course, Lex couldn't voice these twisted thoughts, so silence fell between him and Mara. Lex. Finally, it was Mara who broke the strange silence, calling Lex's name. A low, deep voice rolled out of Lex's throat. I'm closing my eyes. Are you going to make up for your past regrets? With that, Mara actually closed her eyes. If it were anyone else, Mara's words might have left them bewildered, but Lex, standing before Mara, couldn't have failed to recognize that she was referring to the kiss he missed because of his restraint the night before he left the dark forest. At that moment, Mara had deliberately closed her eyes, feigning sleep, but in reality, she was listening intently, listening to Lex's approaching footsteps and feeling his breath as he drew closer. Mara felt her lip being bitten. No, perhaps bite wasn't quite the right word, for she felt no pain. Lex was clearly merely holding her lips and sucking gently. Mara's hands unconsciously rested on Lex's shoulders. Otherwise, she feared she would collapse from exhaustion in the next moment. As if sensing Mara's concern, Lex reached out and wrapped his arm around Mara's waist, offering her strong support while also denying her a chance to escape. After a moment, Mara gestured for Lex to let go, her mouth almost swollen. Lex, complying with Mara's wishes, let go, but his hand remained firmly clasped around Mara, refusing to let go. Lex. Mara tilted her head, resting it on Lex's shoulder, whispering softly in his ear. Between the palace and the cabin, I prefer life in the cabin. So, she couldn't possibly stay for Lex. Lex's reply was soft, like a drop of dew sliding off a leaf, making a faint, insignificant sound. He understood. He had always understood. Chapter 91. Mara ultimately did not attend Lex's coronation. As everyone bustled about preparing for Lex's coronation, an ordinary, unremarkable carriage slowly emerged from the royal city. Watching the carriage depart from the second-floor study, Church, arms folded, looked at Fernando, who sat in a chair flipping through documents, and said unkindly, "Are you satisfied now?" "What does that have to do with my satisfaction?" Fernando didn't even look up. "Do you think I can interfere with their affairs while you're watching?" In other words, everything was Mara's own choice, and Church couldn't blame Fernando for her departure. While this was indeed the outcome Fernando had hoped for, it only proved that Fernando was right. Lex couldn't keep Mara, and they were destined to be apart. It was precisely because of this knowledge that Church felt so unwilling and regretful. Mara clearly didn't seem to be completely devoid of affection for Rex, so why wouldn't she agree to stay? Inside the carriage, Mara sat alone on the left bench, while Erica and Uriel sat together on the right. Speaking of which, Erica had only been knocked unconscious by the church guards, not injured as Uriel had feared. It was just that the guards had struck Erica rather harshly, leaving a large bruise on the back of her head. She was drowsy for a day and a night before waking up. Even after waking, Erica still suffered from excruciating headaches, needing assistance to walk, which forced her to stay at the mansion for a few more days. How strange. I thought you weren't planning on leaving? Erica leaned against the car wall, looking at Mara meaningfully. Although Erica had stayed in her room during her recuperation days, she still managed to glimpse Mara chatting happily with the others in the mansion from the window. After all, Mara was different from her and Uriel. Thanks to having grown up in White Pine, Mara could easily blend in with the crowd if she wanted to. Perhaps Mara was more accustomed to this kind of life too? Why do you think so? I've been out for so long, and I finally finished all this trouble. I can't wait to go home. Mara stretched, looking languid. In fact, from the beginning to the end, Mara had never changed her mind. She had rejected Erica and decided to stay in White Pine because White Pine was her home. Now, she had rejected Lex and decided to return to the dark forest because it was her home. Erica realized this, let out a laugh, and admitted, I was mistaken. However, Mayla had done so much for her, so Erica couldn't help but be grateful. She invited Mayla again. Are you really not planning on coming to see me? Over the years, I collected many precious herbs. If you find anything you like, I'm not afraid to part with it. Let's talk about it later. Mira didn't agree immediately. Even if she really wanted to visit Erica's place, she would have to wait until she returned to the cabin to rest for a while before making a decision. By the way, where's Silas? Uriel asked puzzledly. This morning, when they left, Uriel had seen Silas standing on Mayla's shoulders, but once they boarded the carriage, Silas was nowhere to be seen. You're talking about that? It doesn't plan to go with us yet, but it will catch up later, Mara said vaguely. Strange, why do you seem so secretive? Uriel sensed Mara was hiding something from her, and grumbled in dissatisfaction, but she didn't seem to be pressing the issue. At that moment, in the royal city, far behind Mara and her companion's carriage, Silas had settled into the palace, and was curiously observing Lex as he tried on his robe. For tomorrow's coronation, all the skilled tailors in the royal city had gathered, working day and night to create this magnificent robe for Lex. Under interwoven gold threads, a variety of gemstones were piled on top, seemingly free of charge. When several maids lifted the robe from the tray, Silas's eyes nearly popped out. Hey, what kind of stone is this? The color is exactly the same as Mara's eyes. Silas's gaze lingered on the pattern on Lex's chest, and he couldn't help but ask. However, its opening nearly startled the maids in the room. When did pigeons actually startle? But when they stole a glance at Lex, they found the future king's expression as impassive as ever, as if the pigeon's ability to speak was nothing to be surprised about. These are Savorites. Lex stared at himself in the mirror, his hand tracing the pattern on his chest, as if he were caressing another pair of deep green eyes. They also gleamed with a cunning, fragmented light. Lex had long ago felt that Mayla's eyes bore a striking resemblance to this gemstone. Therefore, when he had the tailors craft the robe, he insisted on using Savorites, instead of the traditional method of kings embroidering the sun and sea with rubies and sapphires. Is that so? Silas nodded calmly, as if he knew what Savorite gemstones were. Such a beautiful stone. Could you give me one later? I want to take it back to Mara. Sure, Lex said. It was just a gemstone. Even if Silas had asked for dozens, Lex wouldn't have refused it. However, Lex lowered his eyes, not telling Silas that he had already given Mara a brooch made of Savorite gemstones. This brooch had once quietly lain in Lilius's jewelry box, but now it had finally found its new owner, and was once again visible. A day later, Erica and Uriel parted ways with Mara. Their residence wasn't in the direction of the dark forest, and this carriage had been ordered to take Mara back. So, at the fork in the road where they needed to part, the carriage stopped, and Erica and Uriel disembarked, one after the other. Okay, let's say goodbye here. Goodbye, Mira. I wish you a safe journey. It wasn't a life or death farewell, so Erica's farewell was a bit too simple. Uriel, on the other hand, looked at Mira intently, and said at length that she would work even harder when she returned, and warned her not to rely on her talent, and assume she would always be the most powerful witch. Mira waved lazily at them. Okay, I got it. Goodbye, Uriel. I be waiting for your good news. She didn't seem to take Uriel's words to heart. Uriel watched the carriage continue forward until it disappeared from sight, still a little irritated, which made Erica laugh. She touched Uriel's shoulder and soothed her. If you're reluctant, just say so next time. It's not shameful. Who's reluctant? Uriel dodged Erica's hand like a cat with its fur standing on end, practically leaping up. Oh, really? I thought you cherished your friend Mela. She must be your first friend, right? Erica pondered, seemingly believing Uriel's hypocrisy. She kept glancing at Uriel's blushing face from the corner of her eye. No, she probably doesn't even consider me a friend, Uriel said guiltily. Then, as if to mask her guilt, Uriel shouted, yes. She definitely doesn't consider me a friend. Oh. Erica deliberately dragged out the last line of her words, looking at Uriel thoughtfully. So you consider Mira a friend, but she doesn't consider you a friend. After hearing Erica's words, Uriel looked even angrier. Who knows what she's thinking? If Mira considered her a friend, shouldn't friends say goodbye with a hug? Uriel thought awkwardly. She had once secretly hidden behind a tree, watching two girls from the village say goodbye, each holding the other in a lingering embrace, unwilling to part. But how could Mira look reluctant? However, Uriel had it all figured out. Once she developed a new potion, she would have a legitimate reason to go find Mira. Seeing Uriel's expression suddenly relax, Erica stopped teasing her maliciously. Her niece, having grown up in the mountains, was even more innocent than the 16 or 17-year-old girls in town. If she teased her again, Erica was really afraid she'd get mad. Thinking of this, Erica shrugged and took the lead. Let's go, Uriel. We have to reach the next town before dark. Got it. Uriel hurried after Erica, not glancing back at the ruts left by the carriage. Meanwhile, Mara rested her hand on the carriage window, letting the slow-moving wind brush against her face, ruffling her hair, then slipping away, elusive. The next second, a dark shadow suddenly pounced upon Mara. Mara instinctively stumbled backward, leaving Silas with no chance of a collision, nearly hitting the wall of the carriage. Silas shouted at Mara, but he couldn't speak because he had a gem in his mouth. Hey, is this a gift from Lex? Mara held out her hand, allowing Silas to place the familiar gem in her hand. No, it's not. I asked him for it. It's called a Savorite. Of course, the name isn't important. What matters is how much this gem resembles your eyes. At the mention of this, Silas instantly forgot his previous annoyance and excitedly introduced it to Mira. Thank you, Silas. I love it. Mira smiled and held the gem high in the air, letting the light filter through it, reflecting beautifully. But where did you find this gem? Mira knew Silas well. If she hadn't seen a similar gem before, she wouldn't have known such a stone existed. It's on Lex's clothes. I think it's called a ceremonial robe. The pattern on the chest is made of this gem. Silas scratched his head with his wing and said, come to think of it, when Lex, wearing that magnificent robe, walked towards the throne, everyone was stunned. It wasn't until Lex placed the crown on his head himself that they started saying things like, no, how can a king put his own crown on himself? Witnessing all this, Silas watched as a group of people instinctively tried to take off Lex's crown, only to withdraw their hands in dismay at Lex's cold gaze. He burst into laughter. Quack, Silas said, if it's the king's crown, why can't the king wear it? Why does the Pope have to do it for him? That Pope doesn't look like a good person anyway. Especially when Lex later revealed that he was Laud, Silas suddenly disliked that saintly and harmless man even more. It turned out he was the villain who had hurt Uriel's mother. If he really crowned Lex, that would be truly disgusting. Oh yeah, there were other things that happened at the coronation. Silas reeled off all the interesting things he'd seen at the coronation, a touch of regret evident in his heart. You know, Lex, wearing a crown and holding a scepter, the ring of authority shimmering against the gemstones on his robes, looked truly different. It was as if the Lex from Silas's memory had become a completely different person. If Silas had seen Lex like this from the beginning, he would have been terrified. But no matter what Lex became, he would have obeyed Mara's orders. Feeling overwhelmed, Silas puffed out his chest, feeling confident that he had it all. Chapter 92. A blazing blue flame danced in the fireplace, and gradually, the aroma of roasted chestnuts filled the room. The armchair occasionally made a soft creak, where Mara was sound asleep. The cashmere shawl slipped from her body, and the blanket that had been covering her knees fell mostly to the floor. A noise outside the closed window finally woke Mara from her slumber. Mara rubbed her sleepy eyes. It turned out to be Silas, who was trapped outside. Silas hadn't expected that he had deliberately left the window a crack before escaping, but when he flew back, the window was tightly shut and could not be opened. Desperate, he pecked at the window repeatedly, trying to wake Mara from her deep sleep. Thankfully, Silas's noise woke Mara before she could even make a move. Mara pulled up the blanket and tossed it on the armchair, tugging up her cashmere shawl. Then she went to open the window and let Silas in. A sharp winter wind rushed into the room along with Silas, jolts that blew against Mara's face, and completely dispelled her languid sleepiness. "Hey Mara, why did you drop Lex's letter on the floor again?" Silas was about to settle into a chair and eat some roasted chestnuts when he glanced at the letter lying quietly on the floor. Even if Silas didn't know what was in it, the envelope, so exquisitely sprinkled with fine gold dust and outlined with ornate patterns, clearly belonged to Lex. This must be his new letter. I didn't leave it on the floor on purpose. If Silas hadn't pointed it out, Mara wouldn't have noticed the extra letter on the floor. After all, the entire room was a mess, with barely room to step. Mara stepped over the crookedly stacked books, picked up the letter, opened it, and began to read it quickly. What did Lex say in the letter? Silas was curious. It had been several months since he and Mara returned from the royal city. During that time, Lex would occasionally write news he thought Mara would find interesting, so that even if Mara was lazy, she would write back. "It's good news." Mara flicked the paper. "Lauda is no longer pope, and he's even going to be hanged soon. Uriel would be very happy to know that." Back then, Mara had specifically sought out Uriel to inquire about her and Erica's future plans. Given Erica's obsession with revenge, Mayla was prepared to ask Uriel to persuade her. Unexpectedly, Uriel told her that she and Erica weren't planning to stay. Auntie said she wouldn't stop pursuing revenge against that man, but she wouldn't compromise my safety. So, at least this time, she's decided to give up. Uriel looked past Mayla at the blooming rose bushes behind her. The sunlight seemed too bright today, forcing her to lower her head, unable to meet Mayla's eyes. It was only after hearing Erica's decision that Uriel realized that, from the moment she met them, Erica had been planning to choose Mayla's help and keep her out of the situation. Between Mayla and Uriel, Erica clearly valued Uriel more, so much so that she didn't want her to be put in danger. Once Uriel learned this truth, she naturally questioned Erica, but all she received was a light-hearted response. "Because you're Irene's only child, you must live." Unable to refute Erica, Uriel slammed the door and left, feeling a surge of guilt. However, she subsequently chose to cowardly hide, using caring for Erica as an excuse to avoid encountering Mayla. It wasn't until today, when Mayla cornered her at the door, that Uriel realized this was the first time she had come face to face with Mayla since arriving at the mansion. Actually, there's no need to feel guilty about Erica. Erica is Erica, and you are you, aren't you? Mira realized the reason behind Uriel's evasive attitude, and patted her shoulder nonchalantly. "If you had known about this, would you have stopped Erica?" Mira asked. "Of course I would," Uriel answered without hesitation. "I hate him, but his life isn't worth sacrificing yours." "So?" Mira's tone trailed off, gazing at Uriel with a smile. "Stop burdening yourself with this messed up guilt. You weren't the one who chose to use me in the first place. But you can go back and tell Erica that if she just wanted Rauda's life for his, she wouldn't have had to do it herself," Mira added. "What do you mean?" Uriel was confused. Could it be that someone else also wanted Raud's life? That wouldn't be surprising. But Uriel had heard from the coachman named Hans that shortly after the king's funeral, the church finally elected a new pope, Raud. In fact, because of the incident at the funeral, Raud was always surrounded by numerous guards, protecting him so tightly that not even a fly could get close. Uriel found it hard to imagine who could successfully attack Raud at this moment. "I don't know his plans, but even if it weren't now, Raud wouldn't be pope for much longer," Mira said with uncanny certainty. Although Uriel didn't know who he was, since Mira had said that, it was definitely not just a casual reassurance. She believed Mira. And as the autumn passed, the snow fell softly on the ground, cloaking everything in a pure white. Even the oozing crimson of blood was quickly obliterated by the thick snow. Lex emerged from the prison. The bitter winter wind brushed against his handsome features, making his expression even grimmer. Now that Raud is dead, it's time to take action against the Gardner family. Lex casually spoke to Church, who had followed behind him. "We already said people to keep an eye on them. I never imagined they were involved in the baptism of the newborns." As Church spoke, a puff of white mist drifted out, quickly dissipating in the wind. "They want a king willing to obey the Pope. They naturally prefer the inexperienced Severi to me, who was raised under Fernando's tutelage," Lex said indifferently. Although the plan to ensure a smooth succession to Severi and cooperate with Ilya to eliminate Severi was clearly a perfect one. However, no one expected that despite being pursued so closely, Severi would actually survive. Of course, if it weren't for Mara, perhaps Fusen would have succeeded. The thought of Fusen's plan to eliminate Severi first then Ilya and Nurungar 9, and then support the young Severy as king, teaching him to trust the Pope wholeheartedly. And the Pope would be Raod, chosen by Fusen, made Church feel a pang of pain in his teeth. By then, apart from the person sitting on the throne still bearing the surname Nurungar, the true control of the entire kingdom would have long been Severy, and the Gardner family behind him. After all, Fusen had been a staunch neutral in his early years. Who could have imagined that he was a venomous snake lurking for years, ready to open his mouth and bare his fangs? However, after dealing with the Gardner family, the Church had to be cleansed from top to bottom. Church suddenly felt a heavy burden of responsibility on his shoulders. He just couldn't understand why Lex was so anxious, not even waiting for a gradual approach, insisting on resolving everything before spring arrived. If Lex could hear Church's doubts, he would have told him it was because of Mara. Ever since hearing Mara's story about rescuing Uriel in Golden Oak, a slight suspicion had driven Lex to send someone to Golden Oak to investigate. He unexpectedly discovered that this incident was inextricably linked to Mara herself. It could even be traced all the way back to Hall. Hall's brother, Howard, had come to abduct his wife, Joanne, because he had heard from a knight he knew well that the Lord was searching for someone connected to the witch who lived in the dark forest. Howard suddenly remembered that his brother's wife had remained youthful for years, and their village was very close to the dark forest, where the witch lived. So, Howard told his knight about Joanne's possible connection to the witch, and the two agreed to abduct her. If they could bring her before the Lord, Count Tsar, they might just stumble upon something and receive his praise. Although Mara ultimately intervened, what if there had been no unexpected incident? Joanne and Hall would have been captured together, and to rescue Joanne, Hall would have been forced to go against his conscience and, using drugs given by Count Tsar, would have managed to seduce Mara and take her away. Count Tsar's desire to capture Mara stemmed from his collaboration with Bishop Ebner. As for Bishop Abner's plan, it was even simpler. He had somehow learned that Raod had been secretly searching for witches for years, and he figured that a witch living in the dark forest would be the perfect offer to Raod. However, the subsequent appearance of Uriel changed Bishop Abner's focus. After a period of effort, Uriel was finally imprisoned in the church's dungeons. However, because Uriel was like a wild horse, Bishop Abner had to subject her to physical torture first, in order to tame her and prevent her from escaping. Everything, in a tangled web, had become linked to Mara, who had completely destroyed everything. But even with Raod and the others apprehended, Lex still felt uneasy. It would be better to cleanse the church from top to bottom, allowing the truly pure to rise up and serve their faith wholeheartedly, rather than constantly targeting witches with evil intentions. Especially when doing something like this that could harm Mara. Snowflakes continued to fall, melting onto the thick cloak and forming specks of water. Lex leaped onto his horse and accidentally touched the bump on his index finger, where a ring of authority was worn, symbolizing the king's supreme power. It also meant that, if he wanted, no one could disturb Mira's peaceful life in the dark forest. Chapter 93. In the blink of an eye, winter passed and spring arrived, and the newborn cubs naively opened their eyes. A reassuring scent hung in the air, so even when their powerful mother was absent from the den, they showed no sign of alarm. Instead, they yawned lazily and continued to reunite with their siblings. Mira's cabin also welcomed an unexpected guest today. To call it one isn't quite right, because behind its enormous furry body suddenly emerged 1, 2, 3, 4 equally furry little heads. How adorable. These are the cubs you had last year. Mira happily gathered the cubs in her arms, petting one now, then another. Hearing Mira's words, the large black wolf gave a short howl, as if in response. At the same time, it lazily lay on its side, surrounding Mira and its cubs with its massive body, occasionally raising its tail to brush against the hem of Mira's skirt. With the experience from the first time, the she-wolf successfully gave birth to her second litter last year. Originally, when the pups were free to run around, Big Black Wolf had intended to carry them to Mela, knowing Mela's fondness for small, furry creatures. When Big Black Wolf arrived at the cabin, he found the door closed. Mela and the noisy crow were not inside. So Big Black Wolf had no choice but to return with the pups. It wasn't until spring returned and the frozen river began to flow again that Big Black Wolf successfully allowed Mela to see the now much-grown puppies. The grown pups, uncontrollably eager to pounce on their prey, including their littermates, were uncharacteristically well-behaved today. They remained in Mela's arms, rubbing eagerly against her hand like clingy puppies. Mara paused, stroking the wolf's fur, realizing belatedly that over a month had passed since Lex's last letter. Had something held him back? Inside the palace, many new faces appeared. With their appearance, the simmering fire that had spread from the royal city to the vast territories finally seemed to be extinguishing. This also brought a sigh of relief to those who still stood beneath the throne. No one had expected the young king, upon his coronation, to immediately, and with unquestionable force, begin a purge. Not only the once prominent Gardner family, but also Earl Sally, who had considered himself a member of the royal party, and the Jude family, who had relied on Queen Elijah for years of arrogance. Even the arrogant church was forced to tuck its tail between its legs, remaining silent about the change of pope in just 6 months. The blood of the rebels flowed from the wounds in their bodies, and the supreme power of the king once again weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, shocking the deepest darkness within. At this moment, even those standing below could smell the faint scent of blood emanating from the throne. So, when Lex suddenly glanced half-heartedly, the ministers couldn't help but look at each other tremblingly, wondering who had angered the young lion. Was it Queen Ilia, unwilling to see Sivary's title of Marquis abandoned to the north, or was it the nobles who were unhappy with Lex's changes to the succession law, which increased the number of female heirs? The ministers waited for a long time, racking their brains to think about whether they might have been implicated, when they heard a soliloquy from above. There's no rule that the queen must stay in the palace. She's free to choose the life she wants, isn't she? The ministers all pricked up their ears. His Majesty wants to marry a queen? That's good news. If they weren't worried about Lex enraged and having the guards throw them out of the palace, or even imprisoned for a few days, these ministers would have long ago advised Lex to hurry and marry a queen, so as to produce a worthy heir. But why did it sound so wrong? It seemed to them that the queen Lex wanted to marry wasn't the one they had in mind. Thinking of this, the ministers turned their attention to Fernando, who stood at the front, closest to the throne. However, Fernando's eyes were downcast, his expression obscure, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. While others might not know, Fernando certainly didn't know that Lex had specifically told him what he had just said. After all, between him and Church, the only one who knew the truth, he would strongly object to Lex placing the queen's crown on Mela's head. Since Prime Minister Fernando remained silent, the minister, feeling more courageous, had to bite the bullet and ask, "Your Majesty, when do you plan to hold the ball?" "Ball?" Lex raised an eyebrow, looking down at the minister. "My queen doesn't need to compete with a group of women to earn the right to be with me." Because from the beginning, he had intended to approach her alone. He wanted to hold her hand, to win her favor. This won't do. The ministers exchanged bewildered glances. Whether it was Lililis, who had long been recognized by Nurungar 8 as the next queen, or Ilia, who shared a close bond with Nurungar 9, they all participated in the ball, demonstrating their exceptional qualities as queens. And now, Lex said he was breaking centuries of royal tradition. How could that be? Seeing this, Lex stood up nonchalantly, saying, "If you insist on having this ball, be prepared to make a wasted trip," and walked out past the crowd. The massive gems on the magnificent crown gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. The ministers could only watch helplessly as Lex disappeared, then asked Fernando, bewildered, "What does your Majesty mean by this?" "He's definitely not attending this ball." With that, Fernando also walked out of sight. Having long known Lex's plans, Church, who had been waiting outside the porch, immediately followed Finangi upon his arrival. He feigned indifference, clenched his fist, and coughed softly. "Ahem, I didn't expect you to publicly oppose His Majesty's decision? Isn't that exactly what you wanted?" Finangi glanced coldly at Church. "Besides, even if I wanted to object, I have to come up with a way to do it." Over the past 6 months, Lex's decisive and uncompromising approach, coupled with the succession of numerous supporters, has not only cleared the way for him to secure the throne, but also laid the groundwork for containing Finangi. Now, the risks of clashing with Lex over Mela's election as queen clearly outweigh the benefits. Finangi isn't so foolish as to do that. What's more, since Lex wanted to let Mera be a free queen and didn't need her to bear any obligations as a queen, as long as they gave birth to an heir, Finangi would not bother to care about this matter anymore. "It's best if you can come to terms with it." Chelgo smiled and patted Finangi's shoulder. "Otherwise, being caught between Lex and Finangi would be a real headache. However, I'd be asking for your continued hard work over the next few days." "What do you mean?" Finangi frowned, sensing a sinister undertone in Chelgo's words. "Ah. Well," Chelgo replied vaguely, glancing up at the sky, then down, not daring to meet Finangi's eyes. He felt that if he told Finangi about Lex's escape now, Lex might not be able to leave the royal city safely. After all, Lex should be back from the dark forest with good news in a month at most, right? Chelgo thought guiltily. After seeing off the big black wolf and the cubs, Mera sat on the steps of the cabin, propping her head up, quietly admiring the afterglow of the sunset. The orange glow spread all over the ground, carrying the lingering warmth of the sun. She suddenly thought of a time long ago when she had sat like this, rebraiding her messy braids while inviting Lex, fresh from the basement, to join her in the sunset. Back then, Lex, self-conscious of his status, refused to sit casually on the floor with her. He simply stood beside her, like a young seedling that refused to bend even a bit despite the wind and rain. Now, the seedling had grown into a towering tree, its shadow cast on the ground remarkably upright. "Lex, you're here." A moment of surprise crossed Mayla's eyes, but she quickly smiled and greeted Lex, who had suddenly appeared on horseback. "Yes, I'm here." Lex swiftly dismounted. Mira noticed that he seemed to be holding something in his left hand, hidden beneath his cloak. He finally pulled it out when he reached her. It turned out to be a small crown. Although only palm-sized, the gems and intricate patterns inlaid on it were priceless. "This is a crown worn by queens of all generations." Lex briefly explained its origins. At the same time, he knelt on one knee before Mira, lowering the head that should always be proud as a king. "If you will have mercy on me and accept this crown, I swear by the name of Nirunga that I will remain faithful to my love, never betraying or forsaking him, until death do us part." Mira gazed intently at the crown Lex held before her, and tilted her head. "Even if I can't leave here with you and become a proper queen in the palace, will you still insist on giving me this crown?" Hearing this, Lex raised his eyes, allowing Mira to see the unshakable determination in his gaze. "All right." Mira took the crown and casually placed it on her head, sighing, "This crown seems quite heavy." Through Lex's golden eyes, Mira could see her reflection gradually magnifying. The next second, Mira's lips pressed against the tip of Lex's nose. "Lex, you still got one crucial thing to say, haven't you?" Mira guided him in a sticky, honey-smeared voice. Before Lex could react and press his lips together, he couldn't wait to say the words Mira wanted to hear. "I love you, Mira." Mira's response, "I love you too," could only be released through the tip of her lips, entering Lex's body, filling both of them with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The sunset's afterglow gradually faded, carrying the whispers of lovers as it sank into the thick night. The night was still long.